Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io.
hear.
Yeah.
I heard you.
The music's
Can
kind of
you test?
loud.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the music is going to end up being the table talk later, and
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I can hear
Actually, the loudest thing for me is your voice, Gabriel. But I think their voices is a good volume. Yeah. All right. I also, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it 2 breaks without taking a bath and stop. Because I just played very well. But here we are, guys. We're going.
But I hop off.
Back at 6:30.
It's not about to begin anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It has already begun, and new people from all around the world. It's time for you to enjoy this opportunity of getting to know the best food of all Latin America. You're going to be able to do that in your mother language and at least in a language different from Portuguese. That language, as we speak here in Brazil, is Portuguese, and now we have also this great English broadcast starting, and I'm super glad to bring that to you. And you know why this is important? It's because we all want you to be here with us on next year, not only in person, here seated next to a professional player in one of our tables, but also here on this YouTube channel, the official channel for the English speakers that do not want to miss the smallest part of the game. So please invoke your best spirit and get ready to see poker in a way that only Brazil can provide. And I will show you what that means, because that's just different from anything that you've ever seen. So do not leave your couch, your chair, your game instead. Well, do not leave your seat, because this is the day 1 of a 13-day event you didn't even know that you would love so much. That is Brazil, that is poker in Brazil, that is the Brazilian series of poker. I'm super glad to have all of you here. Good morning, good evening, good night. Doesn't matter where you're watching us from, but I can tell you that I'm great to have you here watching us tonight, or wherever that is. Well, I'm Isadora. I will be your host here for these 13 days, and I'm super glad because we also have figures from the poker industry that I'm pretty sure a lot of you already are familiar with. We have Brian and Jeff here, so I want to chat with you a little bit about the atmosphere, but I'm always going to be here for the pre-show that we have. We have a lot of surprises coming next still this day, so we still have someone that will be in this pre-show with us that I'll call in a second. But first, I want to talk to you guys about the atmosphere here. So Jeff, how are you feeling?
Fresh off a flight, I love Brazil. Minha esposa brasileira, Brian as well, also. So we're married to Brazilians. Brazilians part of our culture. We love it. And I've been here actually to this venue, I believe 7 years ago, and it looks much different. It's beautiful and vibrant, and it's really impressive. So happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. And Brian, you arrived a few days before, so you've been here since the start of the tournament, I think the 14th. How do you feel the atmosphere here so far?
Well, listen, I actually, to add to that, I just got my Brazilian citizenship this year. The only thing left is to pick up the passport. I'm officially enlisted in the Brazilian military in case they need to conscript me. That was the last step at 44 years old. But yes, no, I got here a couple days ago. I played the 50K, this is in reals, guys. It's a divide by 5 more or less invitational. They got me for like 7 bullets, but before I busted, never had double starting stack. It was an auspicious start. But you know what? The venue's beautiful. I'm happy to be here, and I also love Brazil. I mean, you know, I live here part-time between here and the U.S., and it's an amazing country. I love being here. I love the food. I love the weather. I love the people. I like how I feel when I'm here. Generally, I'm a little bit more relaxed, and it was just a short flight over here from Rio to São Paulo, and I'm just happy to be here and enjoying this poker series, which is kind of the biggest I remember Brazil ever having, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. Now we have not only the biggest stage that BSOP has ever had, but this one is the greatest poker event that we ever had in Brazil in general. So we are expanding, and the English broadcast that we have now is part of this expansion. I'm super glad to have all of you watching us from this beginning, because that's just the start of a great story that we are about to start writing, and you will live it with us. I'm super glad. And also, we have some social media that I would love to invite you guys to follow us on, because we are making a lot of content of BSOP and some things we show on live stream, of course, but we are very focused on the game. But if you want to see some backstage stuff, if you want to also be aware of everything that we have on the next days, all the tournaments, I'm always going to tell you. But yeah, follow us on social media. We have a little screen that was going to show up here in a second. Yes, it did. So I want to tell you guys that we now have, especially, our channel on YouTube that is exclusively for our English broadcast, that is BSOP English. You're going to find it if you search for it. But our Instagram is BSOP Official, or X, formerly Twitter, also BSOP Official. If you want to check on our website to check all the stages that we've been in, any information that you need, you can go to bsop.com.br, and there we also have BSOP 360, where you can check all the recent news that is happening on the BSOP. And if you want to follow us on Twitch, we are BSOP Live, and I'm pretty sure that if you follow us on these following days, we're going to be interacting also with the Brazilian chat, because the Brazilian community of poker is huge, huge, and super fun to interact with. We have a great stage here with us. We have all the tables on the floor, but we also have the Brazilian casters really near us, right next to us here, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to have some interaction with them and with this community. So
Brian and I are passionate, but I got to say, they bring the heat. We might have to start shouting a little bit, because they really get into it. So they are nearby, and we're hearing them. It's great.
yeah, it's going to be super great. And also, in terms of expectations, I know that Brian, you're playing also here, and you've already played a few tournaments.
Just one, yes, although I played it 7 times, but yeah.
You played it 7 times?
I did, yes. It really went well.
And how was it?
You know what? It was about as fun as you could have, but rebuying into a tournament 7 times and never winning an all-in. But, like, you know, the venue was cool. Just the whole setup is nice. Like, they have a little coffee station right over there. You can get espresso or cafe con leche, which, you know, it's like a latte, or a bunch of other things. They had a little food station. I mean, it's a very nice setup in this event center. So, you know, we'll see. It's just the beginning. I mean, like, we're just starting here. There's a bunch of tournaments left to go. We're covering the 100K today, which I will be leaving to go play in a few hours before they close registration. And I'm looking forward to it. The venue is super nice, and yeah, I don't know. You guys should come on down. I mean, it's a fun place to play.
Absolutely, and that's our starting on a great expansion that is about to happen. And Jeff, are you going to play some tournaments as well, right?
I will. Yes, I'm going to play some, but focused on the commentary, and I am very excited. I haven't played here in 7 years, so looking forward to playing again.
Since the last time that you've been here, what's the biggest thing that you see as a difference on not only BSOP but the poker scene in Brazil?
Well, listen, I host the GG Million commentary every week, and I think every single week there's 1 or 2 Brazilians. I make actually a joke if there's not, because it's every time I see them there. So Brazil poker has really come a long way, and you see them playing at the highest level and the biggest buy-ins. And you know, I think Brazil used to be looked at, I don't want to say with no respect, but it was kind of looked at like, oh, they're fun players or doing silly stuff. And now I think they have to be regarded as one of the strongest countries in poker. They have some of the best players, and the overall quality, I believe, has gotten a lot better. With that being said, I think in the main event, you'll see some fun things here in like the 1K or the 6K. But yeah, I would give the country one of the toughest and the highest pedigree in poker right now. Definitely the fastest growing.
You know, I think some of that has to do with the attitude. Like, my understanding is that poker in Brazil is very much considered to be like a skill game, right? And people understand that, and there's more respect that comes with saying, oh, like, I'm a poker player than certain places. My understanding is that culturally there's more of that understanding, and you know, obviously Brazil has like 200 million people, and they've taken, you know, there's a number of people that have taken poker seriously, some big poker stables, and I think the results are showing exactly what you've said, where like maybe 10 years ago it was like, oh, you're from Brazil, it's like, okay, you got like a goofy aggressive style maybe, and now it's like there's a bunch of killers that have come out of Brazilian poker.
Now
So,
you saying that you're from Brazil, it's an actual flex on poker.
Yeah.
It will be scary. And also something that I want to share with you guys. In this just starting the English broadcast, we have a thing here that is basically our YouTube chat. So if you're watching us, you can talk to me and you can talk to Jeff, to Brian. I am going to be reading every single message that you send on this chat. And you'll be here since the beginning. And in a few years, we're going to talk and be like, oh, yeah, I remember you. You were in the first BSOP Millions 2025 live stream that we did. So be part of this story with us and interact with us, because it's going to be a great experience. And we have someone very special on this chat as well that already sent, hey, chat, how you doing? And I got to say, I'm doing amazing, because I'm not only with Brian and Jeff in this casting team. We also have the wonderful, amazing Maria Ho with us. It's a pleasure having you, Maria. How you doing? Oh, I'm super glad to have you here, and I hope that on our next BSOP Millions we can have you like physically in Brazil with us, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be amazing. I want to start like asking you, just so we can like warm up a little bit. How do you feel the atmosphere of BSOP Millions, considering that you're not like physically here, but you can see that like we have a full field behind us. I'm super excited too, and exactly as you said, I think that we have this view of Brazil here. That yes, we have plenty of different kinds of players, but we very commonly have these players that are very aggressive, but they are still very skilled, so they know when to be aggressive. And I'm super excited to hear all of your comments when we start in the game. We're gonna start in a few minutes, but we still have a lot to chat about. And I want to ask you, considering like your experience with Brazilian players and everything, um, do you have any story with Brazilian players on a table that you played that you would like to share with us in the start of the SOP Millions? They're everywhere.
Listen, we put you on the spot, Maria, with that question, but let me drop a little nugget of wisdom for everybody here. Since the beginning of time, or at least since I've been playing poker, which at this point is a long time, the very best players who win the most money win by being aggressive. That's how you win, because you get people to fold. Now, the modern game, people have been studying with solvers, and some of it's like a little bit more technical than it used to be. But the truth is what we're talking about, and the very best Brazilians not only are well studied and have learned, because if you actually watch a solver, there's times when it's like psycho aggressive, you know. So they picked up those spots, but there's also population exploits where, you know, people like way overfold or way under aggressive in some spots, and if you just know how to pick those out, and a lot of Brazilians do, they go ham in those spots, like kind of really easy exploits. So really the truth is that all the biggest winners in poker are almost to a T aggressive, you know, and that's how you win at the end of the day. But the point is, you know, when you don't do it in the right spots and it goes wrong, it looks funny, but the very best players who win the most consistently tend to avoid those spots and do it in the right ones. You know, that it really kind of boils down to that. So it's like I'm excited to watch a bunch of aggressive poker because it's interesting and I think you can learn a lot. And that's one of the reasons why I do this. So I'm excited and happy to see that style, and I hope to continue to pick stuff like up in my game with that. Yeah.
Absolutely. I feel like the finding the right moment to be aggressive is something that we see Brazilians working on a lot in the last years, and the feud growing the way that it is definitely one of our impacts of that. And also, we have a great schedule throughout the next 13 days that we have a broadcast. We have plenty of tournaments happening here, simultaneous tournaments. So let's check a little bit of what we're going to have, not only today, but in the next 2 weeks that we're going to be together, because we have high roller tournaments, we have tournaments for starters, we have all the kind of tournaments for you, because it's BSOP growing, and you're going to notice that this screen is in Portuguese, because don't worry, I think the best thing is that we all speak Portuguese here on this table, and we can translate it to you, but I borrow the screen from our Brazilian casters to tell you that today we have the 100K on the second day. We're on the second day of the 100K high roller tournament. We started 2 p.m. with it, and yesterday we had the finals of the 50K Invitational. It was a great final, super long final table. It was amazing. Tomorrow we're gonna have the final day of the 100K high roller, and we also have on the 18th the final day of the 150K high roller. As you can see, BSOP is growing a lot on these buy-in tournaments, really high, and we have a lot of entrepreneurs here that invite the players and great dynamics involved in that. We also have on the 19th our first day of the 250K buy-in tournament. I'm super excited, and the furthest we go on the tournament, the more expensive these high rollers get, and I'm really excited to see it. And then we have on the 20th the final day of the 250K high roller, and on the 21st we start the 500K high roller. That's going to be tough, because I'm pretty sure that whoever was like aggressive in the wrong spots on the 50K Invitational will not want to do the same thing when we are in the 500K. And we're going to have the second day of it on the 22nd. And as you know, BSOP Millions 2025 is not only the biggest tournament that we ever had in poker in Brazil, but it's a big agenda. We have like a big schedule, 2 weeks ahead of us, and the final table of the 500K will happen on the 23rd at 4 p.m. Brazil time, and that's what I'm saying. Don't forget to follow on all of our social media so you can adjust that to whatever time zone you're at. And on the 24th, we start something that I'm super excited about. We have the main event. We're going to have the final table of the main event. And the main event is something super special for us, because we're going also through a Colombian storm recently, and it's been a while since a Brazilian won the main event for the last time, since 2022 actually. And on the 25th we have BSOP Poker Show. That's more of a cash game, like a few influencers here, some like really famous in Brazil. It's more of like a chatty thing, and I'm pretty sure that you're gonna use a lot of the fact that Brian, Jeff speak Portuguese, so they're gonna be probably translating some gossip that these people are gonna be bringing to you. We have the championship starting on the 25th, if I'm not mistaken, but we are going to broadcast the second day of it on the 26th. On the 27th, we have the day 3, on the 28th, the day 4 as well, and then we are like focused on the BSOP Millions Championship until the 29th. And that's the biggest guaranteed in Latin America because that's a really expensive tournament and we have the biggest guaranteed prize that we've ever had in Latin American history. So I'm super excited. And Brian, you're gonna play the 100K roller today, right?
Yep.
Are you? Do you think that you're gonna do a few more entries as you did on last one?
Well, it'll be impossible for me to get to 7 just because I'm going to be in the booth for the next few hours, and I'm probably only going to have maybe 30 minutes of play time and before Reg closes. So I think getting in 3 will be tough but possible, but that's kind of probably the limit.
Yeah, Maria, I don't know if you heard that.
Not that I'm trying to do that.
Brian busted 7 times yesterday and didn't get over double starting, so not a dream start, but it's a long series, Brian. You got a lot of time. It's okay.
Listen, it's the smallest one, so it's like hopefully we got the bad run out of the way, but yeah.
It sounds amazing, and I'm really excited to have your perspective while commentating and playing as well. And Jeff, that's something that I heard some gossip, and I just wanted to confirm it with you that you've been wanting to commentate and also like play for a while, and that you very often have to choose between those two.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have 2 young children now, so a little less poker than used to play, and I do love commentating, I do love playing. It's kind of a weird dynamic because, I mean, I think anyone would be lying that says that when they're watching or commentating whatever sport they don't want to be playing, because it is so fun to play. But I've enjoyed commentary and content the last few years, and yeah, it's nice that BSOP's been flexible, allowing for Brian and I to do both, and yeah, can't wait. I can't wait. And it is a bit fun to get warmed up, watch, and then hop in. I think that always helps a little bit. Brian, maybe you were missing that the other day. You didn't get to commentate first, so we'll see if that works better for you today. And I think it's a good mix.
Exactly. It's most definitely a buff that we have here because then you're going to see some information of the people. You can already like check some of the people that we're going to have on screen and some of the tables. So I think it's going to be fun. And you as well, Brian, you commentate a lot and you're also, I mean, you don't need an introduction by me because you're one of the greatest players that we had. And also you're on the financial ranking on like first place. You won a lot in poker. And I think you also like a lot to commentate. I mean, I hope.
I mean, I'm definitely a player first. I've had a couple stretches where I've done commentary, mostly with Triton, but you know, it is tough traveling really far to go commentate when I like playing. And I mean, you know, one of the attractions to this is it's like a 40-minute flight. I was already in Rio, and I just hop over here, and you know, the BSOP has been super cool, and they're like, yep, play whatever you want, and just be in the booth, which is something I love doing. It's like I come out, listen, guys, I haven't played a No Limit Hold'em tournament since the WSOP, so it's like I'm coming out to my poker camp, you know? It's like I got to keep up with all the young kids, and so it's like a great opportunity for me to compete, which first and foremost is still what I like doing, but then also be in the booth, learn, you know, kind of be part of the event. I'm also excited that poker's growing in Brazil, so kind of contributing to that in my own little way by hopping over here and the convenience. So, you know, listen, guys, I'm going to tell you, you come to Brazil, if it's not for poker, Rio de Janeiro, Genchi, that's where you want to go.
Rio de Janeiro,
the beaches,
baby.
oh man, Sao Paulo, listen, it's a nice city, it's nice, it's big. But it doesn't have it Rio, that's where you got to go. But listen, that's just, you know, my opinion.
Brian actually taught me my first Portuguese word because I
Really?
met my wife at Burning Man, walking by in the middle of the desert. And that day I asked Brian, I was like, I got to say something to her. What do I say? And he told me. I remember it. You remember the word?
Saudades.
Saudades.
Oh,
So
It's a great word.
It's a little aggressive probably I think, to start, but it worked out. We're
As a
married and we got
Brazilian.
kids.
Yeah.
So.
You nailed it. That was a great call.
Saudades is a
Wonderful.
beautiful word. They don't really have an equivalent in English. It's like the pain you feel from missing somebody, kind of. So it's like more than I miss you or something. So yes, miss you would be more like sinto sua falta, right? But yeah, No, listen, guys. I know my
fluent.
Portuguese. I'm in
It's
the English
amazing.
broadcast,
Don't
but
throw me. I can understand. I'm not going to speak as much. I do understand a little
Yeah.
bit, but Brian he's really in there. He knows
We
it.
have two people here as proof that Brazil is great in all senses possible. We have now as well our retrospective for everything that we had this year, so you can keep up with BSOP. So let's check what happened so far in 2025. This is the first BSOP live coverage that we do for you guys who do not speak Portuguese. But before you drown in our Brazilian-style poker universe, we have to tell you a little bit about everything we've done already this year. We've done more than 244 hours of live poker games for our world audience all throughout the year. It is more than 10 days straight of your favorite calls, raises, and folds. Only while broadcasted on TV, BSOP spread more than $1.5 million in prizes for the champs. That's enough money to convince anyone to come and enjoy the event. And we have some of the best players on our field. There were 11 different winners and only 2 players won more than one tournament. The field here is more competitive than any other field in the world. We know it, Global Poker Awards know it.
The winner is the Brazilian Series of Poker.
And you can know it too. Just come. And for those of you who've just arrived in BSOP, we must warn you. There's a Colombian storm going on this year. Not only with Colombian players winning trophies, but also dominating this year's rankings and odds for the Brazilian Championship title. 2024 was already a great year for the BSOP community. But 2025 has instantly called that and raised the bar for a 2026 that is about to be a game changer. It is not a coincidence that we've reached out to the English-speaking poker community. And for the first time ever, we are broadcasting the show to you directly from the main floor, where the magic happens. We welcome you to Brazil and to the last event of the year. This is BSOP Millions, live and exclusive from the WTC Sheraton, São Paulo. So begin your ritual, select your lucky charms, cook all the food you need, and use the chat to let us know what you're thinking, because the most iconic event of Brazilian poker history is about to begin. We are back and things are not easy on Brazil and for like everything that we were playing recently, because as you guys saw, we have this Colombian storm going on, and I'm super excited to see if they're gonna keep up with the reputation that they've built recently. And if you're wondering why we have an empty chair, it's because Brian went to the bathroom.
It's okay. We
It's
have
just
Maria,
that.
though. And
Yeah.
Maria, I got to say, we've done commentary together. Great to be on again. And you're like Miss World Traveler. I'm shocked you're not here. I thought you'd be here doing the samba and be down here. So have you been to Brazil in your life, or is it not? Have you not been here yet?
No, I've never been, and I cannot wait to get down there. Just obviously hearing what everybody has to say about it, and just like I said, my personal experience with playing against Brazilians, I can only imagine what it's like.
For sure. Well, there's a lot. There's several BSOPs a year, so hopefully in 26 that'll be the case. And what is next for you, Maria, poker-wise? Are you going to Bahamas? What's your next stop?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the rest of this year, I'm just planning to stay local. I'll be doing, some commentary for various other tournaments as well, but I'm just super excited for this. I mean, just the first time that they're having such big buy-ins down in Brazil. As Isa said, this is just bigger and better, and it's only going to continue to grow.
Exactly. And yeah, this whole atmosphere that we have here and your experience with Brazilian players as well, I think it's a great reflection of what we're going to bring to you in this live stream, because you may be like really used to something like more technical, and we are not going to miss that. Like, we are here with a lot of technical comments and everything, but I got to say that we are going to be in a very, pretty much more like chill live stream, and I'm super excited to have you here, Maria, with us. Now I'm super excited to have you like from San Francisco. You're in San Francisco now, right?
I'm actually in Los Angeles. Yeah.
Diva. Okay, that's perfect. So we have our diva, wonderful Maria in LA, and I hope that we can have her soon also here in Brazil. And we have a lot of tournaments throughout the year, and I want to let you know as well that we have our schedule for 2026 already closed, and you can check it on our website, bsop.com.br. And Jeff, I want to ask you about content creation on poker because you, for a while, you have your podcast where you have great figures of poker as you interview them. And I want to ask you, how is the process of creating a project as big as that?
Yeah, no, actually, Maria's been on the podcast. Brian's been on the podcast. I enjoy it. Everyone, I feel like there's a lot of podcasts these days, but for me, it's just about kind of recording my journey and having fun with people that I enjoy talking to. So it's really just about, I think you have to love what you do. And there are some great podcasts. There's a lot of great content. And I think that's actually one of the biggest reasons we see so much growth in poker is because of not necessarily podcasts, but there's a lot of creators out there. You could name, I could rattle off a lot of names. Maria does a ton of content as well. Actually, she won Game of Gold. That was an amazing show that was put on, and there's a ton of those type of special creators that do unique things. So that is what I think why poker isn't such a great place, why you see record numbers online, you're seeing record numbers live, and a lot of that, I think it's interesting, Maria, if you would agree with me, that there was a period of time where, and Brian might have something to say about it too, where you see content creators didn't really get much respect. Like kind of the top tier players are kind of like, these guy doesn't really know what he's doing, he's not that good at poker, and then there was sort of a shift where people started, I think, to understand at the top level too that it's actually very good for poker when people are coming in, new people are coming in. It's an important part of the ecosystem. So I just would shed light on that I think that has been a very good thing for poker, and that we're seeing that help the game in the current state. I think that's a big reason why there's so many records being broken both online and live.
That's great, and I hope that we can also enjoy a lot of the atmosphere here, and also have some interviews with people from all around the world, and of course talk to our YouTube chat. And I'm super excited to have you guys interacting with us and being part of the beginning of this story. The English feed is something that I've been really excited to bring. And now something that I'm also really excited to bring is the game, because I know that we're here for a reason. We are here for a 100K high roller. I know that you guys are super excited, and I want to explain a little bit of how this goes. So I'm going to be a reporter and like walk around and like do interviews and a bunch of stuff, and we're going to stay with Maria and Jeff here. I'm super excited for that. I'm sorry, I just want to confirm. Who of you will stay like in this early game, because you want to play, right?
I'm staying for now. I'm here for another
I'm going to
2
pop
hours
up for
maybe.
a little, and then I'll come back. And then when Brian goes to play, I'll come back. And then I think, Maria's in and out. We're going to be mixing and matching the whole time, but we'll make sure we have people covering, commentating, having fun.
Everyone everyone playing and commentating. And Maria, how is your idea of BSOP now, and like the expansion, and also how did this invite to be part of the English broadcast came in?
Yeah, I mean, I remember, they showed the clip of BSOP winning the Global Poker Awards, and I was there at the awards that year, and I remember thinking, I had never been to the BSOP, but that when the players love it and when people are going to vote for it to be one of their favorite tournament stops, that it's going to be something really special. So to see it grow and, as you mentioned, just expand, not only in the number of players, but, in upping the buy-ins and upping the stakes, I think that's also just continuing to take BSOP to that next level. And so I really just can't wait to not only, one day come down myself, but to start watching the action and to see these players. I think I've had a lot of experience with other Brazilian players, but I'm sure there's a lot of Brazilian players and unfamiliar faces that I haven't seen in the global circuit. And so I'm really excited. And so when BSOP reached out to me, it was a no-brainer. I mean, the only thing is I wish I could be there in person.
I'm pretty sure that your face is going to be one of the ones that we're going to see a lot in Brazilian poker so far, in like pretty soon as well. We are about to start our game. We already have cards on the table. I'm super excited. We have our 100K high roller starting soon, and we're going to have Brian and Maria with us commentating and telling you guys everything that is happening. I also want to tell you that we have a system here to basically organize stuff, we have a 30 minutes delay. So you're going to see things with a 30-minute delay and commentate on that as well. I'm super excited for it. I think I said it 100 times already in the last minute. It's just real, you know? And I wish you guys luck. I wish everyone that is playing the tournament a lot of luck because everyone will get this trophy. And of course, Maria, Brian, good luck on this casting because I'm pretty sure it's going to be amazing.
Awesome, thank you. So I guess here we go. We're going to see some poker soon, and I'm excited to commentate with you, Maria. I don't think we've ever done it one-on-one before, but there's always a first time for everything.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I've definitely watched and listened to you a lot on the Triton broadcast. You always bring such great insight, and especially, I think, you know, as Isa mentioned, just your experience, not only with playing in general and being in the game for so long, but also just being close, you know, to Brazil and the Brazilian players, you know, you having your second home there. I think you could definitely bring a lot of that insight that we're looking for.
Yeah, it is. I like Brazil a lot. I like spending time here. I'm excited for this. You know, I obviously like to see poker grow. It's really cool to see the BSOP have success. And, you know, there's a bunch of other great tours like Triton and the WSOP and the BSOP and WPT. And there's room for all of them to have success. I just hope they don't step on each other, kind of all take their moments in different spots, provide great venues, make money, not rake the players too hard in the process of doing so, and just provide a good, sustainable environment for poker to thrive and continue growing. Obviously, I don't know, something that I always like to see.
What do you think about, you know, the addition of some of these bigger buy-ins with now the Super High Roller Series being a part of the BSOP? Do you feel like the poker economy in Brazil and the players are going to be able to sustain these buy-ins? Are there, you know, enough, I think, elite players plus some of those VIPs that are going to be able to come out and really take their shot here?
Yeah, you know, I think we're going to see in this tournament series, you know, I don't know the answer for sure. I think a lot of the Brazil poker scene happens online, right? And I'm not really playing online tournaments right now, so I'm sort of disconnected enough not to be able to give a very good answer. But yeah, obviously this is a bigger tournament series than Brazil usually has, and you know, we'll see how many people have traveled here for it. I know the timing might be a little tough for Americans at least, which are a little bit closer, maybe not wanting to come down for Thanksgiving, for example, although I guess they could come and make it back, right? But then are they going to do Bahamas afterwards? So it's like how many people are traveling from abroad. It is a long flight from Asia or Europe for sure. I mean, it's already pretty long from America. I do it all the time. So there's that question, and then just from people within Brazil, right? You know, let's just see how the numbers turn out, and I obviously I hope it's something that can be sustained, and they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't think so. So I'm excited to see what the answer to that is, but it's a great question, Maria.
And here we take a look at, I believe, our very first feature table here on day 2 of the 100K buy-in. Any familiar faces to you yet, Brian?
You know, not really. Mostly guys who I'm not familiar with, and yeah, so that means I'm excited to see how they play, and you know, it's always nice both, right? Sometimes it's nice seeing people that you're familiar with and that sense of familiarity, but then on the flip side, just new faces and, you know, new games and new styles and something new to tackle. What about you? Do you recognize anybody?
I do recognize a couple of players, you know, seat 3, Rafa Moraes. I've played with him on the EPT circuit, and seat 7, Mehdi Choui. I believe he's from Morocco. Also somebody that I've seen out on the EPT. You know, actually, I know that there's been a rise in, of course, Brazilian players playing in some of these international stops, but especially something like an EPT where, of course, PokerStars runs online satellites. As you mentioned, the Brazilian community plays a lot online, so being able to have these online satellites to the live EPT events brings them out maybe further than they would normally go. So as for the rest of the players, don't see anybody else that I've personally played against or recognized, but we do have the official seat draw here for our first feature table. It looks like in seat 1 we've got Jose Carlos. Looks like he has 383,000 in chips, and as I mentioned, seat 3 Rafa, he has about 335,000 in chips, so looks like pretty close chip stacks for most of the table, with seat 4 Iago Savino with 203,000 in chips, seat 5 Leo Rizzo, the chip leader at the table with 665,000 in chips. Mehdi Chaoui in seat 7, 367,000 chips. And seat 8, Calvin Kerber with 231,000. And actually, Calvin is somebody who I didn't recognize by face, but now by name, I've definitely played with him actually at WSOP in Vegas. He also plays mixed games. I believe he's very, very proficient in the mixed games.
Oh, cool. I love meeting people who obviously I play a lot of mixed now, so I don't recognize him, but I hope maybe now that I'll get to watch him play and I see the name, maybe next WSOP I'll see him in some of those mixed tournaments.
Senhores, bom jogo a todos. Zé Carlos é o Small Blind. Rafa Moraes é o Big Blind.
Obviously, this high roller schedule and what we'll be covering here is no limit hold'em focused, which is great. No limit hold'em is a beautiful game, but you kind of feel like a lot of players, once they've been in the poker world for a while and they want that next challenge, they go to learning other games. And some of them make their way over to mix. So always wish it would be a few more, but the ones that do, I love seeing them take on the challenge. But here we are, the first hand.
203 no final, quer dizer, no início da mão. Por enquanto.
Aqui,
20. Primeira ação para sua pesquisa.
Riso, fold, média. Fold.
São 8, então pode sentar aqui e usar o da 5. Tá bom? O sensor.
Eu mudo para essa cadeira.
Mas ele é o City 6.
Isso.
All right, it looks like
como são 9,
King 10 is open. That appears to be Iago from which is also the low jack in this case. And wow, Ace King for Carlos in the small
Qual o sensor que eu vou usar?
I think we should be expecting to see a 3-bet here, given their stacks. I mean, the relative stack size is only 31
eu vou ficar na posição errada se alguém
shorter. Probably something in the neighborhood of.
Não, mas eu serei o quinto.
Ninguém vai entrar aqui, né? Entre...
É que não pode entrar ninguém na esquerda dele, né?
65K.
Foi o que eles me pediram ali, né?
Ah, porque a gente... Entendi.
Subiu.
Let's see what sizing Jose Carlos decides on.
Mas, cara, se ele é o 6, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, cadê o 1?
Savino opening off of 31 big blinds, which is definitely a stack size that I
Perfeito,
think
3, 4,
Ace King would be very happy to get in
Ele tá na 5.
all the chips against.
Então beleza.
9.
Yes.
Eu uso essa.
Also a hand weak enough that can't
Tem uma
really
aqui, ó.
20.
do
Tem mais
anything
três
versus a
quadrados.
3-bet. It's one of the weakest opens from the low jack.
Yeah.
Então tá tudo certo. Se ele é o 5, tá tudo certo. Meteu o teatrinho bravo, hein?
Lá, né? Eu não tenho nem controle sobre
Yeah, and it looks like he went to exactly 65K, which is
JP,
basically
Renan.
4x the
Não
open
parem
size.
os outros, tá? Mas
That was a very standard.
Eu lá pra tirar fotografia.
Espera o break. Não para o jogo não. Vambora. Moraes. É o Small Blind. Iago é o Big Blind. Deixa eu ver.
Here we are on the next hand.
Léo Riso com ação.
And
Bonito, não é?
just in case you guys don't realize, every hand the button and blinds shift over one to the left. So
Ned.
JC Barbosa.
the low
Folding.
jack was
Kelvin.
is now the big
Folding,
blind.
folding.
Oh yeah, actually
José Carlos.
Você fez, né? Oi?
Shawi
Fold.
right there from Morocco. I didn't recognize him from afar, but I
carne, né?
played in his table
Ah,
all
você
of day
cravou qual?
one in
O
the
gramado
Moraes é o
International.
Paul. Iago.
And And,
Bonito, hein, mano?
yeah, he was
Bonito
sitting
pra
right
caramba.
across.
Ah, tem seu nome.
So that was my
É
first
personalizado.
time as far as I know
Certo.
playing with him. Seemed
Você faz uma gentileza.
pretty chatty
Eu só
guy.
cravo
The
torneio
table
que
was
não
chatty in
ganha.
general, and seemed like he was playing
Jogo pra
well.
dois.
Esse aqui era pra ser gold. Não é.
Yeah, that's my experience with a lot of the Brazilian players and Latin American players in general is they're usually pretty chatty at the table, and then, you know, I think it makes you forget a little bit that they're stone cold killers.
Yeah, I guess Mehdi, yeah, he was talking to, there were other Brazilian pros, I think another pro from,
Aposta. 10 mil
might have been
fichas.
from Colombia, and I
Iago.
think he's Moroccan, actually.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it was, I mean, it was a nice table. The only thing not nice about it was going in 6 bullets. The 7th I did on day 2. but-
Third.
Well, I feel like it could only go up from here, Brian.
I think so, you know? Like, it's going to be hard to top that one. All right, here, this is a interesting turn card. I mean, we have one hand which has a good draw and very
Quem que é os
incentivized to
três
bluff
únicos gringos
with
lá?
10 high, and the other hand
Cris,
that
e
now
quem são os outros
turns
dois, você conhece?
top pair and over pair to the flop.
Narração
Very
lá dos
unlikely to
gringos.
go anywhere at any point, given he only has 30
Não dá pra você ver aí, não dá pra você ver.
Aposta. 30 mil fichas.
Tem o Jeff Gross, eu acho que tá fazendo, né?
It looks like
Iago.
Rafa's gonna bet 30K.
Tem uma mulher.
Iago dá o pau.
Savino with the call.
Ele vai usar o da 7.
E o River.
Perfeito. O que eu tava falando não era isso. Eu tava falando só o sítio original.
Reverse the deuce of hearts.
Então tudo
If
certo.
Rafa has 10 high, he also has a heart. This feels
Não, beleza.
like
Se o sítio original dele tá
pretty
5, era o 5, tá tudo
bluff.
certo. Com
In
certeza.
my view, you have
Fechou.
almost the worst hand you can have, and
tentando
you
lembrar.
also have a heart. So
Tá certo, tinha um
I'm just
bluff
kind
que eu
of
não sei
curious
ele.
what size he ends up going with, because you
parte
could,
reta da mesa.
you know, think about
E eu lembro que tinha uma cadeira que
sizes
tava
around
muito
the
seis,
pot,
afastada.
trying to get stuff like a 5x or a 7x to fold. Or, you know, given that he has a heart, he could even start doing larger sizes, such as pot or more, where you're starting to rep much bigger hands or flushes, you know, using the 8 of hearts as a bit of a blocker.
Check. Iago.
You know,
Inclusive, saíram os
I think
dois,
anything
estavam
less
os
than
dois,
pot.
era o Pova e o
Oh,
Pive.
well, no bluff.
Lembra?
Sim.
Yeah, looks like he does give up here, checking over to Savino.
Resolvido o mistério.
Savino with top pair here. What do you think when check to? You know, how thin a value bet are you going to be making here?
I'm pretty sure I'm betting a queen, any queen. I feel pretty comfortable here. I mean, you definitely want to get called by stuff like a 7 or a 9. And, I mean, the thing is he's only like 1.4 deep, right? It's not like he's a lot deep. You're not risking a bunch by betting, you know? So I think it's,
Puxa o pote. Com
I would have found a value bet with queen 6.
Yeah, looks like a bit of, you know, a missed opportunity in the sense that you mentioned he's going to get called by worse hands. But in this case, we see that Rafa would have obviously folded as he just had 10 high, but definitely I think some missed value there from a lot of the other hands that Rafa could have had.
Yeah, very interestingly played river. I would expect normally 10-8 off with a heart on a low heart to normally bluff, and it didn't, and the queen to value bet when check to, and it didn't. So I would say, you know, if I'm going to remark anything, it was a very passive river by both parties, in my opinion.
Eles têm também, esse tá lá bem grande o grupo.
Iago.
Lá em Minas
Uma
tem
Brian,
também, é grande.
Rizzo.
Zé, troca isso.
É o Big.
Tudo de 5?
É.
Mad.
Como que é o sotaque?
Mad.
Você do inglês texano.
Fold. Kelvin, também fold. José Carlos Barbosa.
Achei que você falava José.
Chegou
José.
o bandeirão, hein? Chegou o bandeirão do time dos recreativos.
Bora, Léo!
Fold.
Looks like
É
action
isso aí,
is
é
nós
folded
contra
all
ele.
the
É nós
way
contra ele.
around to the button.
Rafael Moraes com ação.
Looks like
8
Marius also folded. Oh, no, he still has cards in front of him.
Bandeirão, torcida
But
organizada. de poker.
uninterested with the
Yeah,
6-5
yeah.
offsuit.
Iago dá o
My
pau.
team.
I understand.
Savino, the king, queen in the small
Rizzo.
blinds. Looks like he just calls here. option on Rizzo
like
with
GTO.
9-3 offsuit in the big blind.
No?
In Morocco, we don't have GTO. There is no internet. You cannot
Okay.
go to.
You,
Hey,
you in a,
looks
want
like
to
he's very interested in a conversation. He doesn't raise it. So I think in these big blind spots, you sometimes see people get aggressive with like the absolute bottom of range, trying to take it down versus limps with shorter stacks. But 9-3 off,
Iago é o primeiro a falar.
checks it back in. Wisely, as we can see the cards, because King Queen would at the very least call, if not raise.
Aposta 12, meu filho.
Yeah, and both players have a piece of this
Rizzo.
flop. Queen Jack 9, 2 clubs
Rizzo
gives
para
Savino
35
top pair, and
Volta
Rizzo a
pro
pair of
Iago.
nines. Neither player with a club in their hand.
Yeah, King Queen is a hand, and these is like a very wide range spot, and you also can't expect your opponent who checked back the big blind to have very much that interacts well with this board. You know, some two pairs, no sets, maybe a straight, maybe not. Again, a lot of the best hands kind of taken off the board, or at least discounted to some extent. 9-3 finding a pretty interesting play here, decides to raise the flop, which is,
Para 70, meu filho.
given what I just said about his range and lack of really strong hands, to me this is a surprising combo to find a raise with. But I think he's going to find out right now that he doesn't have the best hand.
Okay.
Cartão.
Yeah, it does get 3-bet to 70K.
Que isso, tava olhando, meu.
Não tem problema.
Tá bom, tá bom.
Não seja
Não, vai lá,
por
vai lá, vai lá,
isso.
não. Você falou.
Yeah, Iago is,
O meu tá parado.
you know, we
Ele
can
tá
see his
parado,
hand,
entendeu?
but
Pra você ver como é que são as
I
coisas.
can see is that he's deciding he's going with his hand for the 30-odd blinds effective. You know, Leo doesn't know that, has to decide is he just making a move here, but I kind of feel like with 9-3 off, and this is one of the difficulties of raising it on the flop. I mean, I think once you get action like this back, you're pretty much got to be done with the hand.
Rizzo. Folding.
Yeah,
Iago.
he does end up making the
Puxa,
fold.
O negócio que aconteceu ontem no nocaute lá no 6K que eu tava jogando. Eu eliminei 2 jogadores ao mesmo tempo. Um tinha 3 baldes e o outro tinha.
That was some surprising aggression, I would say, on behalf of the 9-3. Kind of interesting. Mental note. Maybe
Yeah,
Leo Rizzo's a
yeah,
player who's gonna find some surprising aggression in some spots. Maybe that's how he got all those chips. So
Yeah, we'll see how he decides to use that chip lead. Looks like so far he was trying to be aggressive. We'll see if that works for the remainder of the day, though. Still atop the chip counts, though. As you can see, Kelvin Kerber is the short stack at this table, but not really all that short. 39 big blinds, still a very playable stack.
Aí, portanto, eu tinha que ganhar.
yeah, that's an interesting note, and I think a good one, Maria. I think when you're analyzing a table, you always take a look at some of the stacks, and it is of note that there is no stack below 40 blinds here. So, you know, you always, I think, at a table have to be worried about somebody sitting on the 15, you know, 10 to 20 blind stacks, because, you know, you open a pot and they can just kind of move all in over opens, and it changes a little bit of the composition of what you're trying to do and what the responses will be. But this, you know, there's not going to be really any kind of just all-in shoves over and open at these stack depths.
Looks like Kerber under the gun opens with pocket eights, and Rizzo's in the small blind with pocket sevens. Certainly a hand that he's going to be continuing with. Brian, in that, you know, first and only tournament you've played so far, do you feel like the structure was pretty good? I'm just wondering, is, you know, this shortest stack at the table of 40 big blind stack depth, is that a function of maybe the structure being really good, or is it maybe just the chip distribution at this feature table?
I think it's a little of both. I do think, you know, it is probably on the not. It's a little rare that there's the shortest stack has 40 blinds for one, but the structures seemed pretty good. They also let rebuys stay in for quite a while, right? Like this is already day 2 and rebuys are still open. But anyway, this was a pretty interesting hand. Sevens 3-bet from the small blind. And I think 8's just called. Now we're taking a flop. And, you know, both players hit a flop that's a little bit scary for their hands. So, you know, normally you would expect in this hand some pretty passive play and you get to showdowns and 8's probably wins. But again, we've already seen Leo do some aggressive things, which could work out for him here. So kind of curious to see how this one unfolds.
Check. Kelvin.
Rizzo decides to slow down now after his 3-bet got called pre with the check, and Kerber checks back. The board just keeps on getting worse for these players. Exact holdings, the king coming on the turn. I mean, I think we kind of got our answer. It's still a small sample size, Brian, but Rizzo 3-betting the 7s from the small blind against an under the gun open is not necessarily, you know, something that we will always see in terms of the approach with these types of medium middle pairs.
And here, aggression might work out. Now, it's a pretty small bet. It's small enough that 8's could stick around. I think once you start going half pot here, 8's is done, but it looks like he went for somewhere maybe just over a quarter pot. And yeah, and 8's is kind of curious. This is setting up for an interesting river.
You hear him. Rizzo.
Okay, with a 6, Rizzo might think he has enough showdown, which also might be true to check. So I'm curious to see what he does. Almost positive that Kerber will check this back if it's checked to him. So this is really the interesting spot on the river.
You know, Brian, I feel like we got all the answers we need if we just looked at Rizzo's profile pic here, his avatar next to the graphic of his name. Like, doesn't that just show you the kind of player he's going to be? Did you see that on screen?
Yeah, for sure.
Does go to showdown, and 8's are going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. The only really tidbit I have from that is that I think if you're going to go back as Rizzo and you're going to be like, if I bet, you know, just over a quarter pot on the turn and I can't get 8's to fold, I should either probably check my hand or bet bigger. Would be a big takeaway from that. Like if I'm actually trying to get something like 9-8 or 8's or maybe even like ace-10 to fold, do I have to go half pot or like B40? You know, like that, because if you're going B25 and like anything with decent equity or that beats you calls, probably not a bet size you want to slide 7s into, would be my takeaway.
Right, right.
Ninguém usava coelho mesmo, né?
Só usava para pegar jornal. É o Big.
Tem um monte. Mas o coelho serviu para... Foi
a criação desse cartão.
Foi o precursor dessa ideia.
Embrião.
Vai ser demais.
José Carlos, equação. 10 mil é o jogo. Novos blinds.
Seven, 6 suited.
Moraes.
Was somewhat interested, but just decides to pass on that spot.
20 mil.
Yeah, I think from the low jack, it's probably close. The table is deep enough that, again, it's close. I mean, if there were, if he was 30 big blinds or less, or there were multiple short stacks, then I think it's a pretty easy fold. But with the shortest stack being around 40 blinds and he himself having well over 40, you know, it's a fringe hand, but I think you could justify an open if you felt like playing it. It's a fun one. Like, it's a hand you get to call 3-bets with, you know? Which not everybody likes playing that way, but if you do.
Kelvin é o primeiro a falar.
Looks like it's our first multi-way post-flop pot, and the flop is 6-3 deuce rainbow, which gives ace-jack still the lead here with the best hand.
Turn. Kelvin.
Action gets checked around, and the turn is the King of Hearts.
Check.
Does give Marius backdoor nut flush draw with his ace high. No improvement for the other two players.
No, I think Leo makes top pair, so it's kind of an action card.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
But
yeah.
Rafa has an interesting decision here where he doesn't get better to fold very much. I mean, unless he starts making large bet sizes, right? But like it, I mean, you're not really getting like a pair of sixes or pocket fives or anything that check the flop to fold for anything less than like B60. He probably has the best hand a decent amount, has a good draw. Oh.
Moraes.
Wow, I wonder if he is going to value bet this or not. I mean, Leo has a king a decent amount the way this hand got played, but if he has a king, he's always betting himself. If he has worse than a jack, he might not bet, which is kind of a lot of incentive for ace jack to bet, especially if you can go with more block sizes like 25% or less. You get called by worse.
Aposta 50,000 fichas. Rizzo.
Yeah, and he's kind of going small here, which is a very easy call for Leo. In fact, I think like raise is better than fold, but you know, his kicker's not that good.
Call.
Pagou. Showdown. Rizzo dá o call.
Does end up making the call, and
Horrível, mano.
Moraes.
is going to take it down.
Mas no
with
Tânia eu já
top
tinha
pair.
acertado. Pau, pau, pau! Vamos!
Rizzo. Puxa o pote. Com par de rei.
Aqui é o Brasil!
Ai, que filha da puta, cara.
Cara, eu fui pego de surpresa.
I mean, I will say, watching Brazilian players, Brian, makes me feel like maybe I'm a little dead inside because I can't remember the last time I got that excited about winning a pot with top pair. I don't know about you, but
Yeah, I love to see the passion, you know? Just
Tá durinho
just
pensando
humans
com rei, cara.
whatever they're doing.
Tá
It's
durinho.
great
É
to see
muito
passion,
boa,
so
mano.
I respect it.
No
Você acertou o
River,
River
mas no
mesmo,
Tânia
ó.
eu já tô resolvido.
Tá durinho, hein, Léo?
Irmão,
But yeah, no, you know,
I do
I
think
feel like
that's-
I'm always
Wow.
playing my
Wow.
best if I'm having fun,
Barbosa
right? Like
é o
like
Big
when I'm having fun at the table, I feel
vocês
like
podem
it
ser campeão mundial, mas eu sou
generally
da
coincides
rua,
with a
sou
lot
louco.
of my really best poker. So, because then, like when I'm having fun, I'm always
Beleza,
super
obrigado.
engaged as well. You know, I'm happy to be there. I'm in
298.
the zone oftentimes. So, you know, I think there's a lot of tricks to competition, kind of, and getting yourself to compete at a high level over
Bolota,
the years.
conta pra
But
mim.
really,
Bolota, conta
having
pra mim.
passion and having
Vou falar
fun
pra
is
você.
part of it.
Eu vou
You know, I
amassar
mean,
reggae hoje
maybe not
e
to the point
amanhã.
if it's
Vem pro
distracting
oitavo,
you,
todo
but
mundo que tá no
you
chat.
know, it
Vem comigo,
you want to mix
simbora.
everything in the right amount.
Hello guys,
Leo definitely
I'm
looks like
from
he's having fun.
Recreativo. Now, speak for me, but I love poker that hags. Gostou do meu inglês?
Very good. Perfect. Folding.
Unfortunately, I can't hear a word that he said. I don't know if you guys at home could. Could you hear him, Maria?
I could, but I couldn't understand half of what he said. I think he was doing like hybrid Portuguese and some English mixed in there. But he seemed pretty happy to be talking directly to the viewers at home. So I think maybe his parents are. Maybe it's a shout out to his mom. Maybe they're watching.
Check. Mad.
Zé,
É nóis contra
tenho
eles.
duas curiosidades sobre o Tininho.
25.
Diz aí.
Vou te contar a primeira.
Aposta 25 mil
Ele é um
fichas.
dos melhores
Savino
jogadores.
checks
de
ace high
cacheta do
here.
Brasil.
Chui decides to bet 25K
Essa primeira
with
curiosidade
ace eight of
tinha.
hearts.
E a segunda?
A segunda é que ele é o dealer mais conhecido do Brasil,
Fold.
né? E aí,
Pai dos dealers.
Puxa o
além
pote.
do pai do dealer, ele é o pai do baralho. Quando ele começou a dar carta, o Valete não tinha nascido. Nasceu 10 anos
pretty
depois
tough
só o
spot for
Valete.
the ace 10.
Só tinha o
No
rei e a dama.
backdoor.
Fizeram o Valete
Credo.
depois.
Eu creio nisso.
It's one of those
Nos anos
where
20.
you're like,
Tininho é o
what's
pai
the
dos
worst
dealers.
hands I'm defending? And probably ace 10
Ele
suited,
dá
no
aula pra
backdoor,
todos os
starting to
dealers
get
do
around
Já
there.
criou muito
Depending
muito
on the
dealer.
bet size on the flop, but just take that one off and move on.
Hoje em dia esquece
No big
umas cartas pra embaralhar, mas de resto tá de boa.
É idade,
Oh, and
colesterol.
there we can see the field size, right? Looks like 25 out of 41.
Yeah.
Eu quero Eu tenho um sonho nesse BSOP.
Is this
Mate
slated
Cabral
to
naquela
be a
mesa, eu aqui,
3-day
Tininho
tournament
dando pá de
or
ás pra
a
ele,
4-day
eu 2 e 3
tournament?
Suter e eu seguindo o
I'm
flow.
gonna go with 3-day.
E ele trincando
Three,
mais.
yeah.
Exato.
It would make
Pô,
sense.
imagina.
But
There's a lot on the schedule
A gente entra
here.
pra história,
There's a
Tininho.
lot of tournaments to play.
Realiza meu sonho.
Fold, man.
E o profissional poker player?
It does look like tomorrow will be the final day of
Kelvin.
this tournament.
E o
So
Dad em Brasil?
Hã?
we're
Profissional
definitely going to
poker
want to
player
play
Brasil,
down
José
BSOP.
Carlos Passão.
No more
final
chances.
table
champions.
today.
150.
What do you mean?
125, 135,
Only- Como que é
148.
recreativo em
Ah,
dólar?
entiendo.
nice playable hand
Looks
in the
like
small
blinds
blind.
are up.
But I
Yeah,
don't do
blinds
just
are
that.
up. 5K
I
at
have business.
10K with a 10K big
I have
blind
business
ante.
also.
Yeah.
Like
Perfect.
not only.
No, not only poker.
30 mil fichas.
Ele tá te engalopando.
Tem um time de poker.
Moral,
Tá te...
Oh, what?
José Carlos, puxa, pô.
You wanna...
I told him you are
I thought I saw really briefly it said raise to 330K.
you are a pro.
Yes, but it's not.
No, not like in a bad
Quite
way.
a big
That's
jam.
a lot of
Nice.
big blinds, yeah. Yeah.
Like
Iago é o big.
it's not the thing that make me the most
All right,
money.
see, this is
like,
exactly the
player.
stuff I want to see before I go down there. Okay, we're getting some creative, aggressive
Botou tudo
plays
à frente,
going on.
Zé?
All righty.
Mas, é o small blind.
Tá com medo?
Iago é o big, man.
Tem que enfrentar eles, Zé. Mas tem que enfrentar. Mas aí não. Você espantou. Vamos pegar o Rafa ali, ó. Moer ele ali,
Já
ó.
pegou
agora.
já,
I mean,
cara.
how do
Já
you
vamos
feel,
pegou,
Brian,
já
about
Dá um oi
the
aqui. Oi,
distinction
Rafa.
between, you know,
Tá
we
aqui,
were
ó.
just
Você
touching on
aqui, ó.
the
Oi, Rafa.
passion and the excitement that we see in these Brazilian players, and
Já me pegou o
obviously
suficiente, cara.
in the
Agora deixa
U.S.,
quietinho.
especially I think among
Vou te mandar
a lot
pro
of the
ribai.
elite players and some of the
Fold, man.
younger generation players, we do
O crema não
see
quer,
a lot of
pagando
stoicism.
rei,
We see,
pá de oi.
you know, there's a
É
lot
pica,
of kind of
José Carlos
serious,
Barbosa tá com a
quiet, keep to themselves at the table
Ele
nature.
sabe
Do
alguma
you
coisa que eu
feel
não sei, a
like
gente não sabe.
that is primarily because, you know, they want to stay focused and keep their head in the game and they don't allow themselves to lean into
Tem gente querendo
the
ir dormir.
emotions as much? And,
Sono.
you know, do you think that ultimately we'll ever see a shift kind of back to the old guard of poker? You know, the Mike
Parabéns, né, Rafa?
Matasaus,
Fúria campeão
the
de tudo,
Helmuths,
né?
the Ngranus,
Graças a
the
Deus,
people
né?
that,
Parabéns.
you know, are quite
Era boa.
not only
Porra,
talkative,
depois
but
de 6
emotional
anos
at
só
the
se fudendo.
table.
Deu bicho
Yeah, that's
pros
a good
moleques?
question, Maria. I
Tem que dar,
mean,
né? Essa aí é uma cara,
let's
né?
make a distinction too.
O cara
because,
é
like,
das
you're gonna take
antigas, ele
the
é bom.
Brazilian player, but
Pô,
right, like,
gonna be good again.
you know, I don't know. I'm gonna guess Leo is not
Like they
Vocês são
crush
sócios?
like
the
a
qualifiers like in
super
Africa.
pro. Like,
We
say
will see
somebody
that. There is the African
like
Cup
Joao
this December in
Simão
Morocco.
or Yuri.
Perfect.
Tem
God bless him.
Yeah, we have like a very good chance.
Yuri D. That's what I'm gonna call him. I'm not gonna try to
Zivalevsky.
Yeah.
And
But I'm like,
since then,
you know, I mean, those guys,
teams of Morocco like U17,
they don't show. I mean,
U21,
they're
everyone was, like,
well-studied,
doing
awesome
so
pros,
like
great
I
at
don't know. We have a very good
but
generation.
you know, also play mix, and you know, they're not talking to the camera the way that our fellow here just was, and so I think, you know, we don't want to be too quick to overgeneralize, and I just think that at some point when you're playing poker every day and you're studying, there is a certain amount of like learning to take your emotions out that you probably just aren't going to find very much anymore in the really top young guys. And like, I'm not saying there won't ever be exceptions, but that's going to be the rule, and I don't think that will change. And I think it's just not very likely to go back to the way it was because of the way poker has been changing, right? Like, if you go back 20 plus years, part of becoming a great poker player like wasn't really studying, right? Like, I'm not saying people didn't think about their game or talk to other players or do like a little bit of probability work here or there, but like once you got really good, it wasn't that much. And I can just speak from experience, having been a high stakes poker player who knows a lot of the people from like 15 years ago. And like, I think the modern game, once solvers have come out, and it's like now you look at even just like who supports all these like GTO Wizard or, you know, GTO Lab or Octopi or just PO Solver, etc. You just keep going, and it's like you don't really have guys who are great young modern poker players anymore who don't study a bunch, right? It like doesn't really exist. And I mean, you could say different levels, like some guys who are really solver intensive or guys that are much less. But I think it's just changed the landscape of like, you know, what's the method to becoming great at poker, and I think it has an effect on what you see. And you know, people talk about it, oh, so they're like a little bit robotic or this or that, but they're approaching it in a different way, and it's going to be a slightly different group of people that kind of make it than maybe it used to be, right? And I feel like that change has been a long time coming, but it's only moving in that direction because it's not like poker is getting less solved as we move forward. And I'm not saying that makes it easier to play well, and it's also like, I think people misunderstand even when you're talking about kind of studying these solutions, because all the really great players, it's like they know the solutions, but then they do stuff that's different because no one's playing the way that a solver plays, right? So it's still like a really complex, beautiful thing. It's just that it's getting more complex, not less. And it's like the people that are becoming great, you know, it's like you don't see Magnus Carlsen like being a goofball, right? Like no, but like that poker is going the way of chess, where it's like you study chess, like you can even, you know, you play with chess, anyone can play on a computer that just like you crush them, no matter who you are, even Magnus, like a, you know what I'm saying? But it's like you're using these tools to study, and slowly but surely poker is kind of going that way, right? Now it's taking a much longer time, but so I don't know, it's a really long-winded way I'm going to wrap up of kind of saying I just don't think that's really coming back, and that's also why I think you see the difference of, you know, you watch the high-stakes tournaments and you see one type of poker, and then you watch some of these stream games and you see another type of poker that sometimes is more what you're talking about with people being loud and obnoxious and playing weird hands, and like, but they're going to play on stream games with each other, because if those guys went and played with the crushers, they'd get their ass kicked, just to be like frank. You know what I'm saying? It's just the truth.
Right.
So, like, you know, maybe they'd win one day, but I'm saying they play 100 tournaments with all the best players in the world. Doesn't matter if you're like loud and obnoxious, you're just going to lose. Like, those guys are better.
14 years.
You know? So I don't know. That's the way I'd wrap it up.
Just playing.
Looks like there's some action between our guy Rizzo, who seems to be involved in quite a few pots early on here, and day two does call all in with ace king, and it's going to be a race against the pocket ace versus Venus.
Yeah, it looks like little dealer small blind action. So definitely like to have eights in this quote-unquote flip, but it's close. Oh, not anymore.
Bico! Me dá figura, Tininho. Figura, Tininho. Quero figura, Tininho. Figura. Hey!
You got eights in the spot, you're just
Figura
dejected.
pedir, Tininho. Figura pedir. Figura.
Two outs.
Figura.
To the river. Is it coming? No.
Vamos! Eu mato o profissional! Vamos! Eliminação! Dos bons! Dos bons!
Guys, we got to do something about the volume. I'm being serious. I want to hear what the hell Leo's saying. I'm just going to say it out loud. Can you fix this? I need to hear what this man's saying. I can understand Portuguese. I need to translate for the English people at home.
I was going to say, Brian, I need the translation. So.
They got to adjust the, I can't hear anything at the table.
Quem você matou? Rafael Mota vai jogar na posição chama Iago.
6, não?
Bom.
I mean, he was like invoking Jay-Z here. We're like brushing the dirt off his shoulders, okay? Like, let's go.
Profissional, né?
Tá. Foi bem? Foi bem?
O Mota.
Esse é meu, esse é meu.
Perfeito.
Yeah, I can hear the players in my ears, but I can't understand them. So we need Ryan to be able to hear the table audio here. There's a look at the Super High Roller Series 100K buy-in trophy.
Esse é o seu Mota, esse daqui.
Winner will be crowned tomorrow in this event.
Tá ruim essa mesa, tá estranho. Não é ela, mas eu tô muito fora do pé. Aqui tá muito pé, sei lá.
Ah, sim, tava procurando.
É a mesma mesa de sempre? Ou você fez nova?
Vem pra cá um pouco.
Não, mas meu sensor tá aqui.
Não, agora igualou, 3-3.
Por quê? Você tá contando
3 recreativo.
Ah, sim.
Quem?
Fiz errado?
Tá, fez errado. Eu vou falar o que tá certo e o que tá errado. E eu vou falar o que tá certo e errado.
Porque ali tem um fiscal, você chegou como que fala? Um cara que
eu quero ser auditor.
Auditor.
Quero saber de nada. Eu não jogo.
Essa aqui é do
Ah, do Léo, vou arrumar pra ele.
Essa aqui vai ser a merda. Tá bom? Ah, no, sorry. I took...
Yeah.
Não, this is...
Tá certo?
Não, tá certo, gente.
Ele tem que ter duas.
Tá certo, tenho certeza que tá certo. Eu nem vi minhas cartas, mas tá certo. It's alright. You're the first one, you got the last one, then he kept going.
he doesn't play.
No, he doesn't play.
Okay.
Did you see you didn't like?
No, I didn't see it. I didn't look. I saw one card here, no card here, two cards here. I was confused.
José Carlos Barbosa, equação. Fold. Moraes, fold. Riso, dá um raise para 20 mil fichas. Ned, fold. Kelvin.
Folded to Rizzo on the button here. He's going to make it 20K to go. Chipped up pretty nicely since the start.
Kerber with a decision. Kind of can go either way here. He decides he's going to play this one with Rizzo.
E torneios de 30 minutos ou menos, aí é 15.
Jogo para 2.
Em torneios não, blinds.
Flops.
Porque tem torneio que tem 2 blinds diferentes.
Kelvin é o primeiro a falar.
And I would expect this to go check, c-bet, fold, but
Riso.
Aquela mesa lá, tem 2 milhões de fichas ou tinha...
Yeah, ace, queen, 3, 2 clubs. Check from Kerber, and Rizzo does indeed put in a bet of 30K and quick fold from Kerber. Rizzo really enjoying being the table captain.
Essa aí não vale nada mostrar. Só um sebetzinho no Sky.
Na mão.
É?
Pode 4.
Ainda bem.
I mean, it is fun winning a lot of pots and having a lot of chips. You know, it's a nice feeling when you're playing poker.
Então se eu fizesse par, eu ganhava de você. Então se eu fizesse par, eu ganhava de você, que eu tinha 2 cartas.
Yeah, sometimes I think, you're just in a flow where things are going your way and it feels like you can do no wrong. And then sometimes, poker gives you a rude awakening.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not preordained that you're going to win this tournament. Don't worry, buddy. It's only day 2. We got a long way to go. Rebuy's still open. But I mean, look, he's pushing $1 million. So I mean, that's quite a few chips.
So you said you're going to late reg, but are you going to max late reg, Brian? Is that your plan?
I think I'm going to get over there with like maybe 30 minutes left in the level to give me the chance to fire more than one bullet, maybe play some pots, build up. No, I mean, like, obviously that's not the goal, but like after the 7-bullet first one, I'm just, I'm very.
Well, I was going to say, in order to avoid
negative.
that, maybe you do want to max. Maybe you do want to max then.
I want to.
So it's just one and done.
I'd see yes, but that would be, that's too. I'm not negative enough for that yet. I'm still hoping that I could build up a little bit, or if things go wrong, that I want to be in that extra bullet and give it an extra chance. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
It is only day 3 of this series. It's not like this is the WSOP and you're on day like 52.
It also just gives me a chance to like know that I'm gonna play for a little bit more. I mean, like if I go max late reg and then I'm like play 3 hands and I'm out, I'll be a little. I don't know. At least I know if I go over there like 30 minutes before the end of the level or 40 minutes, I'll be playing for an hour at least probably, which is nice. Even if it costs me more money, that's okay. I can live with that.
Hello, my friend. How are you?
Another BVB spot here. It's time between Kerber and Carlos. Kerber with pair 10s and gut shot to Broadway. Calls the 15K bet, does hit Broadway with that king on the turn.
It's a very interesting spot because I believe it went call check pre-flop, and then the big blind decided to bet this flop, which, I mean, it's a super wide range spot, but the big blind in particular probably doesn't hit it very well, right? Given that they're playing 25 blinds effective, like what you can never have 2 pair or a straight or a set. Kind of like your best hands are basically maybe an ace-x that like you didn't raise, which is still kind of pushing it. So it's very interesting. But, you know, I mean, from the sense of, like, can I bet small and just take this down some of the time, it does make sense that you do that, and maybe 4 high with a diamond is actually kind of a reasonable find for some of your flop bluff stabs, because you're going to need to find some. So, kind of interesting hand. Kerber also with an interesting spot there to decide whether to value bet or to induce.
Yeah, it does end up going for 50K, which Carlos does fold to.
Agora eu quero ver. Não, só... Agora você vai ver sigla pra caramba. Eu quero ver como você vai... Palavra que você vai inventar pra falar o nome dele. Escreve em russo.
Como é que você tá chamando ele aí?
Como que é? Repeat.
Repeat. Slav.
Bobby Marley, it's love.
Am I hallucinating, or did we just get a new player? To the right, to the in between Rizzo. Right to Rizzo's right.
Yeah, I believe that. I think he took Savino's spot.
Yeah.
Don't have player info yet, but we'll probably likely see his name coming up on the graphic really soon.
Looks like he has a healthy stack, though. It's a lot of chips, at least physically. Multiple 20 stacks. And yeah, it looks like he's in the low, under the gun to start with. We're at 7 players now, so no longer 6-handed. Yep, there he is.
Oh, and that makes Rizzo no longer the table chip leader. Looks like he came to the table with 1.2 million.
Yeah, wow, he's probably not super happy with his draw because he's got a ton of chips and he just happens to slide into a spot where one of the only guys that can really truly hurt him is directly in position. But that's how it goes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Kerber opened the button with ace-6, and we see Rafa here with ace-king, and just 12 big blinds, does move all in.
Yeah, pretty rough spot as Kerber. I mean, Moraes is pretty much just going to be doing this linearly. Like, he might slow play aces, which you're blocking, maybe kings. But otherwise just moving in basically with all of his best hands, which ace-6 off doesn't play well against, obviously, but he's getting a pretty good price. So, you know, obviously, like, he could have moved all in himself, sort of, for like 20 blinds, with the big blind having only 12 blinds, with like just ace-x anything offsuit. So, but yeah, he gets away from it. Yeah, and in tournaments, how you navigate, you know, for those not familiar, these kind of like short stack spots, which at first glance feel kind of dumb, but actually they're very dynamic and interesting, right? With like unequal stack sizes, kind of like how you navigate them. And then just as the tournament goes and you starting even adding in ICM pressure, that goes both ways, both in terms of, you know, some people playing tighter and some people playing more aggressive. It's actually super complicated and pretty interesting. Even though I know to like cash game players at first, you're kind of like, wow, this seems dumb. Like you're just talking about 20 bigs. But the truth is tournaments are actually academically or intellectually like more difficult and dynamic than cash game poker by kind of a decent amount.
Yeah, and I feel like with, you know, since the advent of poker solvers, I think people realize that there's just a lot more ways to maneuver and play kind of a shorter stack. There was this old school way of thinking that, when you were sub 15 or 10 big blinds, your only options are, push folds at that point. But now, we're seeing a lot of playability and, post flop play off of these shorter stack sizes.
Yeah, 100%. Especially once there's risk premiums and ICM come in, even spots where for chips people shove, you even start seeing that less. And sometimes people limp. Now with like 12 blinds or 15 blinds, so a lot of interesting strategies have come out. But here, what a flop for Ace Queen of Hearts. King Jack is just in jail.
Yeah, Kerber passed up on that ace X spot earlier when Rafa shoved with ace king, and this time finds himself in a position knocking Moraes out here with that 7 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, the king came and it didn't matter because the flush had already locked that up, so inconsequential king on the river for Rafa. He's got to decide whether or not he's going to rebuy.
Yeah, so even though we do see on the field ticker on the top right corner of your screen that there's 22 players left, as Brian mentioned, Reg is still open, so we will likely see that number increase.
Well, it definitely will, because I will be increasing it myself.
Yeah.
None of them will, But
For at least one bullet. You're good for one bullet. Hopefully that's all it takes, though.
I'm good for more than one bullet, but I'm hoping that we're just at one. That would be nice. Look, we already bumped it, so maybe Rafa just snapped rebot already. So perhaps that was him. I think the only time I've ever done 7-ish rebuys was, the WPT 5 Diamond in December, right? Which allowed unlimited rebuys. I think one of the years I went, I think it was 7. It was either 7 or 8, but I'm pretty sure it was 7. So I think that's tied for my most ever. And I think I cashed, I think I min cashed that year, which was still a loss. But
right.
But yeah.
Well, honestly, I feel like 7's not that bad. I feel like if that's kind of your max, we're talking especially in the era of WSOP when they had, unlimited rebuys. I remember Daniel being in for, I don't know, like 30 bullets in the flip and go now. Now that there's like a flip and go.
Oh, wait, I forgot.
Scott Seaver was in for 40, I believe, in that one.
I did do the flip and go, but I think I did less than 7 when I made it.
Okay.
Yeah. This was like not this year, but like last year or something in like 24. Yeah, when Scott, I think he did like 25 and didn't make it or something crazy. Like he just kept going and just didn't get in actually, which is, I mean, that's got to be rough. That's like when you're sitting there and you're like kind of talking about it, joking with everyone, and everyone's laughing. But like, I don't know. I could just see that happening, where Scott is just like totally making a scene out of it, because like, why wouldn't you? It's sort of like fun to do, and everyone's like kind of unbelievable. Like when you just don't get in on the 28th time or whatever. Oh man, no, poker can be. I mean, that's the thing. Poker can be tough. You're in there gambling, and man, when things go wrong and you hit the left tail of the probability distributions with the bad luck, can be nasty.
Renan, JP, Guzman, parabéns pelo trabalho de vocês 5 aí, PokerStars, BSOP.
Brian, do you still not have cable audio?
It's still not. You know what? We're gonna have a break in like 5 to 10 minutes, and I'm assuming this is gonna get sorted out over break. But they've been trying to do it and haven't been able to. And so hopefully, when I come back from the break for the, albeit brief amount of time, I'll be here before I'm gonna go play. I should hopefully be able to translate our man Leo.
Que número que é a sua câmera? 3?
Heads up to the flop of ace 9-4, couple clubs. Kerber in the hijack with jack 10, checks it over to Carlos with king 10 of spades.
Well, kind of an interesting spot for Kerber with his hand there. Jack high, some immediate value of getting queen or king high to fold, plus you have a club. You know, not really a spot where you're very comfortable continuing versus a bet, but let's see. I mean, it's a small bet here. Looks like that's under third pot. This would be kind of a nasty continue, but sort of reasonable with backdoor straight and flush draw versus a small bet here to do it, having the jack of clubs. Obviously, you're calling or raising with the intention of bluffing later. Yeah, and he just comes with check raise immediately, which is kind of a cool find and going to work here, I'm going to go ahead and say. Don't think king 10 of spades is going to put more money in the pot.
Do you think that, you know, with this particular hand that Kerber would be making this play against any opponent? Is it sometimes going to be opponent dependent to pick this spot as a check raise?
I kind of think it's a cool theoretical find that my guess a solver would do at some frequency with his hand. I mean, it's, you know, jack 10 off with the jack of clubs has a bunch of great, like, you know, you do have backdoor equity, right? You are blocking some club flush hands which aren't folding. You have immediate fold equity versus, again, king and queen highs which are stabbing. You know, you have two overs to the 9 or like smaller pairs that could be stabbing. You know, so it probably fits in the mold of like the type of hand that will find aggression there, whether it's betting or maybe finding some check raises. You know, so, you know, how often you do it? Yeah, obviously some of that stuff will be like opponent dependent, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is my guess is that was a theoretically sound play and not just one where it's like, oh, he's exploiting Jose Carlos for some reason that, you know, maybe we don't know.
Kerber opens with ace jack of spades. Carlos with pocket fours. Action is on him. Does look like he's
I like
gonna
that fold.
pass.
I think it's just a good fold. In the hijack versus a low jack open. Oh. Oh. Kings in the small blind is going to... Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, 18. I think it's just all in. I don't really know if you're doing other sizings here. Like, the question would be is, do you want to find, like, 5.5 big blind sizes with, like, aces and maybe kings and a few hands? And it's possible, but, you know, getting into the weeds of something that's just carving out, like, a very small amount of EV, ultimately.
Yeah, Rafael Mota, new to the table, is all in as Kerber does make the call with ace jack of spades.
And Kerber's working hard to build up those chips, but he's probably about to give them back. But oh, I guess that's a pretty good flop for him. Really picked up some equity there.
Turn is the 3 of diamonds. The king still ahead. Hent does river a boat.
King's up, just not good enough. Let's improve our hand, even if we don't need to. The king's full.
And that's going to be a full double up for the newcomer to the table.
Very impressed with Kerber's play so far. I mean, that hand was standard. You know, got to call the 18 big blind shove there versus ace-jack suited. I'd say given the positions, you're not like super thrilled with it, but it's also not even close to a fold. So just kind of is what it is. Not happy to see kings, obviously, a hand you're not doing well against, but like a lot of his other plays so far, he's been picking up some pots with some, seems to me, theoretically sound and well-timed aggression. And there it is. That's the trophy the winner's going to get. It's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, that would fit nicely on your mantle, your trophy case.
You know,
got a lot of those.
You just gotta. I wonder. You need a big piece of luggage to take that home. You know, it's not gonna fit in an overhead bin luggage. Okay, we got the newcomer.
Yeah, first time getting involved in a pot with king queen suited. How long is the flight from Rio to Sao Paulo?
It's less than an hour. It's real short.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, so
it's like LA to Vegas.
Yep. I mean, it's that was part of the reason why I'm here. Honestly, is just the convenience, sort of I was in Rio and going to be in Rio during this time, basically before, you know, coming back to the U.S. for December poker stuff in Vegas. But so yeah, I'm kind of here, and it's a short flight.
Action
Much longer
folds.
than Los Angeles, Maria, so I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sneaky long flight, considering like you think it's closer than it is, but it's not.
It's like 5,000 miles basically as the
Yeah.
crow flies. Pretty far, because one of the things people don't realize is obviously people realize, oh, it's pretty far south, but you're also actually going east quite a ways. I mean, Sao Paulo is pretty close to where Rio is physically, but Rio is like farther east than Miami, right? It's either it's a time zone past Miami, you know, and I'm not sure. I think Sao Paulo is the same time zone, so Sao Paulo is also farther east than Miami is. But
Yeah, we have a time difference right now of 5 hours.
Yep.
So
yeah, it's 4 hours.
like Kerber's.
You don't change for the daylight savings time. So it's like it's 4 hours, but then you just went back an hour in the U.S., right? From daylight savings time to standard time. So then Brazil didn't change. So now it's 5 hours. But yeah.
Yeah, looks like players are headed off to break, which means so are we, but make sure to come back and join us for the next level. Brian, you'll still be with us for a little bit, right?
Yep. I'll be back with you, Maria.
Sounds good. So players are off to a break, and we'll see you back very soon here from the BSOP Millions. Hi, and welcome back to the BSOP Millions. This is day 2 of coverage from the 100K, and I'm here from LA, but live in Sao Paulo is Brian Rast. We're bringing you the commentary for the day for the next couple levels until Brian jumps in.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. It's probably only going to be about 1 minute top, but I think maybe definitely going to come here and we're if I'm not mistaken. Definitely. So, kind of exciting. I mean, the 100K just keeps moving on.
Yeah, it looks like players are back at their seats, ready to go. Brian, any thoughts from just the first, I think, couple levels that we've seen and these players that we've gotten a little bit more familiar with here?
Yeah, I feel like there's already been a couple profiles developing at the table, right? We got Leo, who the table audio is working now, so hopefully I'll be able to hear him.
Sweet.
I can hear the music very loud now, which prior I couldn't. But so, Leo's got kind of aggressive game. We can see he's willing to try a few interesting lines. We got some players that I'd say classify more as, higher level pros, such as our man, his name is escaping me, but he just lost with the ace jack of spades.
Kelvin Kerber.
Correct.
Yeah, looks like action is back underway. Mota, ace 10 of hearts here. Blinds are now 6K, 12K with a 12K big blind ante, and Mota with the raise to 26K, and Chui's gonna call on the button with ace-8 suited.
Yeah, I feel like that's a hand you could go either way with. Maybe he's flatting a bit more often versus the cutoff with like maybe a few more 3-bets versus the hijack or the low jack, because then it's more clearly a bluff. But
Carlos folds from the big blind.
Yeah, I think king 5 off is one of those hands you really kind of don't want to take in some of these three-way pots, even getting a really good price, right? Because you're just going to find some of those hands, king 5, even better, like king 8 off, sometimes even like ace 6 off. They're just like always, they're dominated so much. And it's kind of almost reverse implied odds post-flop, where if once you make anything, you're kind of putting in a bunch of money later versus hands that just have better kickers, like when you hit an ace or a king.
Yeah, speaking of putting in a bunch of money, Chui's going to be in trouble here with the inferior kicker. It's not going to go anywhere to a 30K bet.
That might slow the action down some with the flush completer getting there.
Yeah, potentially better news for Chui as we see what Mota wants to do here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty hard now to get 3 full streets of value. Kind of feel like Mota is probably only getting 1 more street of value. But, I mean, he's going to try to do it immediately here, betting the turn. And we can see Troy's already a little uncomfortable with the spot. I mean, I think on the flop, you're just beating a bunch of stuff. But at this point, not saying you fold. But, wow, he folds immediately. Because, yeah, you're kind of in a spot where you're not really beating any value anymore. You're kind of only ahead of the either zero equity bluffs or the semi-bluffs.
That's a nice getaway there. Here's another shot of that trophy that will be awarded tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the final day of this tournament. Looks like 22 players remain out of 44 entries so far.
Não bebe, né?
Só vinho.
Leve com ação.
Eu bebo umas 10 vezes no ano só. Muito pouco.
Eu lembro de falar disso.
Preço. Raise para 25 mil.
Rafa também não.
Raise fold.
Ele fica sem beber 10 dias no ano.
Um dia sim, um dia não.
Com ação.
Metade do ano.
25.
A outra metade tô de ressaca.
Interesting spot here. Cut off. You got ace jack off versus the low jack raise. He's going to come with a 3-bet in position going, looks like he's going just under 3x. Very reasonable. This is a hand which I'm pretty sure is going to fold to a 4-bet all in, but you can get expected to get flatted by weaker hands and still have the best hand in position, and you're pretty happy to take it down when your opponent folds.
Fold. 500 pessoas. Eu faço dele.
And Belayev does end up folding a 6 of spades.
Aqui fica a família.
Eu nunca fui na vida.
Não? Sei que é legal.
Eu vou no jogo dele.
Um estádio bem diferente.
Small blind. Big blind.
Garçom. Expresso. Sim. E água, sem gás.
Raise com ação. Fold. Rafa com ação. Fold. Nerd com ação. Fold. Kelvin com ação. Raise. 25 mil. José Carlos com ação.
Kerber gonna open the action with 6 of clubs from the cutoff.
Aquela hora, só agora.
Fold. Com ação. Fold.
Tá grande o delay, hein?
Kelvin push
He's
pot.
going to be happy to take it down. I mean, he only had about 24, 25 blinds, so nice little pickup there with 7 high.
Eu acho mais legal passar com um delay ali, a gente assistindo.
Legal.
Legal é ver as cartas, né, cara? Não tem.
Mas assim, prejudica uns e beneficia outros. Por causa que nem todos têm a visão da...
Ah, não, mas pensa que quando eles estão montando lá, eles estão pensando no salão todo, né? Não...
Ah, mas quem tá aí fica narrando o jogo todo pra nós.
Ah, fica nada. Porque, por exemplo, aqui eu tô de boa, tô vendo de frente. Mas Rafa não tá vendo, Léo não tá vendo.
Eu não quero nem ver o que vocês estão fazendo, pra mim não queimar. É melhor assim.
Rafa com ação.
And looking out into the rest of the field a little bit, just at, who else is in this 100K buy-in event? I see Masato Yokosawa, Japanese content creator, poker player. Looks like he came a long way for this tournament. Martin Cabral, who you may have seen, from some of the content posted already of some hands he's been involved in from the other earlier tournaments.
How many chips around?
Pocket pairs here for both players.
Yeah, I think tens is going to be happy to get it in here. I mean, not super happy, but enough where you're 3-betting. And, he needs to be wary of his size, right? Because the big blind is super deep. So if he wanted to use all-in sizes here, which 10 actually at like 30 to 40 blinds can re-jam, but definitely not when the big blind also has like 80 or 90 blinds. So looks like he's gonna find, is that 125? No,
Se eu esperar
100K.
20 segundos, será que muda as cartas que estão na mão também?
Yeah, 4x from Belayev with the 10s.
Não sei se é assim que funciona, Léo.
Rizzo's out.
Eights is a decent hand here. I would be a little the least likely action I think is fold. I feel like, I mean, you have plenty of hands that you fold that you open in this spot. Stuff like queen jack off, king jack off, you know, some of your suited kings, a lot of your offsuit, any offsuit ace hands really. I think eights generally finds call, could 4-bet jam, but yeah, calls seems like the most likely play, and here we go, going to the flop. This is a big pot.
Flop is ace 5 deuce, couple of spades out there, and Belev still in the lead with tens.
Yeah, this is a spot where, I mean, kind of a tough spot in that tens has more incentive to bet than larger pairs, but he is gonna have a decent amount of ace-x. He's also gonna have some air, so tens is a tricky hand to play in a range where you do have a range advantage here. I think he has more ace-x than Chow-Yi, mostly because he has more offsuit ace stuff. So he's going to resolve that dilemma by finding a small bet, less than quarter pot, which is something that he's kind of saying, I'm going to do this with most of my range, and eights just immediately gets out of the way, which also kind of shows some of the theoretical difficulty of betting tens there, but you know, you do get to take down the pot.
De repente ela...
O Rafa é acostumado com coisa chique, né? Já mostrou aqui, ó.
Acostumado a não fazer nada. Só na cadeira.
Pé na mesa.
Não fazer nada, Rafa.
Só despachando.
É difícil, hein?
É difícil.
So Maria, how do you feel so far about this table?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with a couple of the players that, you know, I've played against, they're kind of doing what I expected. You know, with Choi and with Kerber, I expected them to pick their spots wisely, you know, to know how to play their stack size in a way that I think has, you know, been relatively standard, but in a good way. I think, you know, just very aware of table dynamics, of, you know, all of the other players' stack sizes at this table, and definitely like some of the wild cards who, you know, some have been involved in a few more pots than others, obviously, namely Rizzo. And, you know, there has also been a little bit of, I think in the beginning, some more passive play than I maybe would have expected, considering just the stereotype that I might have in my mind of Brazilian players in general. But obviously, you know, there's a time and a place for that type of aggression. So I haven't really necessarily seen anybody that I felt like is, you know, coming completely out of left field. I feel like all of them actually look pretty comfortable at the table.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty great summary. So, and I agree with everything you said. And let's move on to this pot, which has some interest to it, because I think we have 8-10 off, single raise pot in position, and I think the big blind flop bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw, so definitely not going anywhere. Might even see a check raise versus a small bet size. It's possible, but fold is impossible, at least within the confines of good poker. Okay, so check call and to the turn. And, ooh, that's a little bit of a banger here, because 10-8 off picks up equity, and in a spot where he's got a range advantage and going to be incentivized to bet a lot. So betting with a gutter and even a club in his hand, I mean, I'll tell you, it feels sort of mandatory to me. And then obviously Jack 3 just made 2 pair, which is kind of a monster.
I need to find a Brazilian girlfriend, so she teach me.
Yeah, and we do see Felipe gonna continue betting here with that additional turned equity. Now, if you're Mota, Brian, what are you thinking in terms of calling versus raising here? What are kind of the pros and cons?
Yeah, I mean, Listen, the problem with raising in this spot is that our opponent should have quite a high number of hands with very low equity, such as gutters, or even possibly hands with no outs. But probably, you know, gutters, but even like open-ended straight draws or flush draws with one to come are very low equity, sort of, relatively speaking. And that said, we are ahead of some value. The value that we're ahead of, obviously, is kind of scared versus a raise. You know, like even a hand like ace-king or ace-queen, you're not excited to get raised here on the turn. So it's an interesting spot. His hand is good enough to raise, but you know, also there is a lot of incentive to call to keep in bluffs. And the bet size was big. He went 82 into 98, which is, you know, whatever, like 83% or 82%. So he decides just to call. We're keeping in the bluffs, and will 10-8 fire the turn. I mean, sorry, fire the river for the third barrel. Excuse me.
Yeah, and the river pairs the jack from the turn, giving Mota a boat. And yeah, I mean, I feel like in terms of rivers goes, I think that this may or may not be a good one to fire again at for Felipe. I think there's definitely some other more clear-cut rivers where you would expect 10 high to go for the bluff. I mean, it looks like Rafael's not even going to give him the chance here. Going to lead in.
Yeah, that's a very interesting lead. Not one that I was expecting to see. I mean, really, the runner Jack-Jack is probably... It's unclear exactly who is more likely to have a jack to me. I mean, it's pretty hard for Mota to have a jack unless it makes him a full house. And again, Felipe could have some jacks, but probably not barreling for 80% on the turn very often when he has just a jack, right? So, but that said, usually a spot where I think having checked twice and called, Mota would check again. Like, right, like if you wanted to take the betting lead, normally you would have done it yourself. And I don't think the jack changes the composition of the board very much, right? Like no flush completer or even a straight completer, right? And the jack, again, not being a card that's really better for either one. So to me, this is a very unexpected play. And kind of hard for Felipe to do anything. I mean, if he's going to play here, it's bluff raise all in for kind of like 2x the size of the bet, which it looks like he's really considering, but
Yeah, it feels like he is pretty perplexed by this lead enough to consider the bluff raise. I mean,
wow, he went for
and
it.
he does go for it. Wow.
I'll tell you what,
Oh
it didn't work, but that's a ballsy play. I mean, not that many people actually pull the trigger on that. So just throw out let's not even talk for a second about whether it's good poker or not. That's a ballsy river bluff. For essentially, I mean, the guy bet 150, which already was under the size of the pot, and he only had 184 behind.
Right.
So I mean, that is a gutsy river bluff raise. I will say that. I will tip my hat to that man for going for it right there. Like, just balls to the wall.
Yeah, it almost feels like it would have been a little bit more expected if, say, you know, the lead was something a lot smaller and, you know, it was meant to induce when you're holding a full house, but considering, like you said, how much his opponent had back, it's not necessarily a spot that a lot of people would take, and definitely one of the most interesting hands I think we've seen so far.
Yeah, 100% Maria. Maybe the most interesting hand, actually.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it's perfect timing because now I'm like super fired up to go play.
Do you want to be at this table in particular?
I mean, you know, actually no, sort of. Obviously, from an edge perspective, the answer would be yes because I've just been watching them. But you know, for fairness, let's say I hope I don't draw this table. Although,
But
I mean,
I feel
guess
like it'd be
anybody
such
could
a shame.
Anybody could just be watching the stream. You could be watching the stream in the hotel room and come down and reg too, so it's not that much.
Right? Yeah, anybody have some extra real run, just laying around, hop in. Reg is still open. I was going to say, though, it's such a shame for you to be hearing table audio now. And why is Rizzo gone quiet? Can Rizzo win a pot or something so that we could get the translation going?
Yeah, I feel like the energy, kind of adrenaline off of that rush, because we caught him on a rush early in the stream. He was winning all ins, and yeah, you're right, hasn't won a pot, and I think it's calmed him down some. Okay, get a little overcall with the king six of hearts. He's ready to go. I would say slightly on the loose side, but now four-way poker.
Paul, 25.000. Flop para 4 jogadores.
Wow.
10, 9, 3, couple of hearts, and Chui with an open ender checks. Action is now on the original opener, Kerber, with King Jack, who has a gut shot to a higher straight with King High here, and he also checks, and now to Belayev, who's flopped top 2. Something for everybody here in this hand. Checks to Rizzo, and Rizzo with the King High flush draw decides that he wants to be the one betting.
Wow, 8-7. Oh, but I guess it's a pretty big bet size. So yeah, 8-7 just got out of the way, which is yeah, you don't love hitting the jack necessarily. And I guess he's not that deep, unlike these guys, but top 2 pair checked. We got to see what he's going to do, but I mean, his hand is definitely good enough to raise here. But they're playing deep. So call.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, he goes with the call here and turns a boat. Has Rizzo drawing dead.
So he might have actually, like, let's say the turn was a 4 and he checked and Rizzo bet. I mean, he might just move all in there because the board's wet. But now versus a bet, he might just call because it's like his hand is almost can't be beaten. But now check, check. And luckily it's not a heart for our man Rizzo, because that would be an expensive flush.
Yeah, and as Belayev here, what do you think you should do? Just check again, hope that you get Rizzo to bet. Doesn't feel like, Rizzo has very strong showdown if he checks back the turn. So, how often are you expecting to get called when you bet?
I think having 10-9 makes me want to check sometimes. I mean, truthfully, you're probably mostly only going to get more money by betting. Now that said, when you check, you'd like not to have a 9 if you can beat a 9, right? Because our opponent might value bet a 9 quite often, which we would love to check raise, right? Like maybe you should be more likely to bet a hand like King 10 and check like 10-9, even though both those hands are the nuts on the river versus a turn check back. You know what I mean? So I think having 10-9 specifically makes some sense to check that hand sometimes. Just because a decent portion of hands that our opponent might check back, but then put in money, especially by betting himself, or hands that have 9s in it themselves. So to me, a check does make some sense there, even though I do agree with, I kind of think where you were going with that, which is I think oftentimes to get money on the river, we have to bet our hand ourselves after our opponent checks back the turn.
Reis, 25 mil. Eu levo fold. Barriso. Fold. Rafa.
Nossa, vai ter um intervalo de 54 minutos.
Fecha o leite.
Porque aí
Vai fechar o leite, vai mudar pra 1 hora de blind.
Aí tem break, né?
Vai pra 1 hora.
É o leite.
Felipe opened with the Queen 10 of diamonds, and action now on the small blind. King Jack of clubs.
Ai, ai.
At 25 bigs, he still might jam. Yeah. Now this is an interesting hand because I think you get like king queen off to fold, right? So for 25 bigs, because he opened what from the low jack.
9, 10. 9, 10. O culo.
Não tem noção também. 9 rei, eu vi. Tô janelando todas.
We're getting down to that time, fam, where I think I'm about to go play, so I get a little bit of play before the reg ends. I'm just gonna do maybe a
Yeah, that Jack 3 10 8 hand got you fired up. It's time to go.
That was, I guess we'll never know. I do think he was probably going to bluff it himself on the river, but especially given that he raised a bet.
Eu só vi o 9. O rei eu não vi não.
Fold, Kelvin, fold. José Carlos com ação.
10 e 8 off? Daqui é um pouquinho melhor.
Seu filho Ortega ontem fez história de novo.
Travou, né?
O pessoal de São Caetano não tá fácil não.
Se nós não ganhar, acaba o jogo, pô. Aí vocês vão ter que arrumar um emprego. Não é, cara? Se nós não ganhar de vez em quando, vocês vão ter
Right,
que
so
arrumar
a
um emprego.
standard big blind defense here with queen 6 suited versus a small raise.
Acho que vem mais fácil, senão.
José Carlos com ação.
Vocês ganham uma frequência. Não é só às vezes.
Ace 10 3 off
Flop
good
is-
flop, and
Nós desiste, aí o que acontece?
definitely a flop that like
Arrumar tudo emprego.
highly favors under the gun range here. I think it's under the gun 7.
Tem mais idade pra aprender novas
To the
habilidades.
point where I believe a small like B30 size with entire range is kind of
Ganhou
reasonable.
muito esse ano, né?
18 mil.
Foi o recorde.
José Carlos com ação.
O Brenner é samba também, né?
O Brenner não é mais.
Mas quando ele
Ah, o
jogou
Brenner.
Vegas. O Breno.
Não. O Breno não.
O Breno saiu?
O Breno saiu.
Mas lá em Vegas ele tava por conta?
Ele tava por conta.
Achei que tinha virado até
Ele
sócio.
ganha bastante no samba. Ele era do sambinha, né? Ele era sócio do
Fold,
sambinha.
Pive pro spot.
Aí ele vendeu a parte dele e saiu.
Então, na hora com Kelvin.
You know, Maria, given having watched Jose Carlos here for the last
Vini
couple
tá com
hours,
O Vitão?
kind of felt like that was just a little bit of like Hollywood time
Também não vi o
on the
Vitão
fold,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah, I think there was another spot where, yeah, it was a clear fold, and he just took his time.
Esse é novo, da coleção nova? Bonito, hein?
Yeah, it's like that crafty live bet stuff where you just kind of like pretend you have decisions in some spots where you're folding. Feel like he's got, that's definitely one of his moves.
Esse aqui eu gostei pra caralho.
Yeah.
All right. I am
Yeah,
going to leave you now, though. I think now's like the perfect
Okay.
time I get over there. I get a little bit of time to play before Reg closes. So I think Jeff is coming in a little bit, but you're going to be on your own. I know you can handle it, Maria. You're doing a great job. You don't need me.
Thanks.
All right.
Well, we'll be tracking your progress, Brian. We hope that, you know, you'll be able to build a stack with just one buy-in, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Yes, I certainly hope to give you guys something to cheer on, but I'm just going to go take it one hand at a time and try to do my best. It's been a pleasure, Maria. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck out there.
Tchau, gente.
Vocês acham que vai dar quantos no 500k? Quantos no 500k?
O quê?
Quantos jogadores?
Max Leite.
Não, no 500k.
All right, chat. It's just me,
Eu tinha falado desse número.
you,
Caraca.
and this table full of crazy Brazilian players.
Eu acho que é mesmo.
No, actually, you know, we do see that there has been kind of an international contingent showing up for the BSOP, and it's really nice to see that they've traveled all this way for, you know, a big series the first time where there's going to be some super high roller buy-ins.
Ah, swap, que eu já tenho
And this
com eles,
is
né?
day 3 of the overall series, but day 2 of the 100K that we're covering. Currently, the field is at 22 players from 46 entries. We'll probably see that tick up very soon as our very own Brian Rass is going to join the tournament.
Fold. Rafa, atenção. Fold. Na rede, atenção. Fold. Calvin, fold.
Good morning, Dubai. Good morning. Player, move.
I try. Every time I play, I give chips here, I give chips here.
Fold. Five, com ação.
Parada se o Neymar da vida joga, muda todo o field, né? Daí.
Muda, você acha?
É quarta?
Não, ele vai jogar.
Eu acho que ele joga também.
É o jogo.
Quarta é o jogo.
Não, mas não dá pra entrar no... O dia 2 é na quarta, é isso?
Fold.
Ah, mas não tem como ele jogar.
Acho que hoje, eu achei que ele viesse hoje. Domingo, jogo
É quarta-feira esse jogo?
Felipe calls 6K from the small blind. Belaev's going to check from the big blind.
Não, Santos... Que dia que é dia 22? Hoje é dia 16.
Dia
Não,
22
tá
é o
longe
500k?
ainda.
Tá longe.
Tá longe, é no outro final de semana.
King 10-4, a couple of diamonds out there.
Bolota.
Do see Felipe has connected with bottom pair here.
Por favor, Bolota.
Valério, com ação.
Vai jogar?
Por enquanto vou.
Does check it over to Belaev.
Por enquanto vou.
Belaev just with 9 high.
Third.
Ends up checking it back.
Sou dúvida.
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't really change all that much. Felipe still with a really weak bottom pair here with a flush out there. Belaev does have a gutter.
Acho que o rec desse é 20 mil.
20 mil. Aí é volta 10.
É porque esse torneio...
Volta 10 mil?
Não, é...
Se der 12% de rec nesse torneio, não forma. Não forma.
Como é que é?
Se fosse 12% de rec nesse torneio, não forma.
Checks again, and now
Esse aqui só é 5%.
Belaev Rivers a better pair, but there just wasn't really a whole lot that Felipe could do. You know, wasn't really able to bet into such a wet board out of position, was just happy to try to get a cheap showdown, bluff catch perhaps, and once it gets checked all the way down, you know, really just having to show down here against a better river pair.
Os jogadores lá jogam por empresa, né? Nos Estados Unidos, né? Paga imposto.
Então, americano, ele acerta o imposto no final do ano, né? Ele não retém.
Mas e os brasileiros que estão lá?
O brasileiro que mora tem green card e faz a mesma coisa.
Mesma coisa? Quem estava falando comigo hoje que o pessoal lá paga o imposto bem mais barato através das empresas. Né?
Não, aí já seria uma segunda etapa, né? Mas a pessoa física...
Taking a look at the chip counts here at our feature table on day 2 of the 100K, we've got Belaev Vyacheslav with 1.5 million in chips. Second to him, Rafael Mota, 924,000. Rounding out the top 3, Leo Rizzo, 791,000. Players playing very deep here, even the shortest stack. Kelvin Kerber, Jose Carlos down at the bottom of the leaderboard with 24 big blinds. You know, still very playable. No reason to panic yet. No reason to, you know, start making moves out of desperation. I feel like there's just so many players that once they compare their stacks to other stacks at the table, you know, you get a little bit of chip envy. You're kind of sitting there eyeballing everybody else's stacks, feeling like, oh, why do they have so many more chips than I do? And then it makes you feel like you need to push the action, like maybe you need to make some moves, but really, 24 big blinds, plenty of chips to maneuver, plenty of chips to play with. Big blind checks, having flat bottom pair with a gutter to Broadway. Carlos, top pair, gonna bet 25K. I don't see Rizzo folding. In fact, you know, this is kind of what we expect to see out of Rizzo. Just the raise to 75K. We've seen him be very aggressive in pots he's involved in. I mean, guys, look at this. Look at this guy's profile pic. Does Rizzo look like a man who likes to fold? Does he look like a man who doesn't want to play big pots? I don't think so. I think that it's a little too early to start folding top pair. I think you do feel a little bit uncomfortable, obviously, having facing this check raise, but I don't think that this is the street that you should be folding. You know, sure, the big blind can have some two pairs here, can have some like Jack 10, but could also have some of these pair and straight draw combos that you're beating. But given the fact that Carlos is kind of on the shorter side, he has 18 bigs back. Maybe he's wondering, you know, do I call here? Do I just go all in here? Do I commit to this hand? You know, how far do you really want to take this hand? Are you going to go all the way with it? Is this going to be the one that you take your stand? And it looks like Rizzo, with that aggression, is going to get Carlos to fold the best hand.
Não tem mais foldar pra você não, Kim. Na próxima você folda antes de perder os dedos.
Tá fazendo jogadinha de triol?
Não sei nem onde abre nisso.
Você pegou o tel.
E aí, meu ídolo?
There are many options this year. Last year there wasn't this many.
Eu vou aí te visitar agora um pouquinho, tá?
Vem.
Yeah, last year
Que a água tá quentinha.
100 cans.
Vai pegar um hambúrguer. Qual que é o hambúrguer bom que você falou?
Proteína de ervilha é melhor.
Proteína de ervilha, eu vou aí. A tendinha tá aberta aí, eu vou aí. Pedir um.
Na rede com ação. Fold.
Move, man, move!
Fold. Usa cards com ação. Fold. Pive. Fold. Boleve.
Como que é o nome? Collab?
E o Fuga? O Fuga não apareceu?
Boleve raise 25 mil.
A Fuga.
Garoto com ação.
Tudo bem?
Fold.
Sabe?
All right, looks like it was folded all the way to Belayev on the button. You know, he's going to get a little out of line here, raising it up with 5-3 offsuit. You know, definitely if you look at the hand ranges, probably not going to be in the opening range for a lot of people, but we do see that he is table captain right now, has the biggest stack, and that is about as good of a flop as you could hope for when you open so wide here. The 5-3 oak. Gonna have a pair and open ender here against Moto, who actually has a pretty decent hand, defended out of the big blind with 7-6 of diamonds, and now he's got a gutter to this 7 high straight. He's got backdoor diamonds potential, 2 overs to this board, so certainly going to be continuing against this 25K C bet.
Bom. 25 mil. Turn. Rafa.
Does end up calling, and the turn pairs the 4.
Talvez foi salvo.
Mota checks. I do think that Belayev might find some checkbacks here because he does have showdown value with the pair of 3s. You know, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Mota's going to have some 4x here defending out of the big blind.
Você pode voltar na FT do Championship, que eu quero estar aqui. Se eu cair em qualquer posição, vou estar muito feliz.
Bet 30 mil, Rafa, com ação.
Yeah, and this 30K bet, pretty small, draws a little look from Mota. Just definitely very curious about, you know, what kind of hands that Belayev would have here that he's willing to bet again once that 4 pairs. And I think that bet was just small enough to get Mota to continue, and he ends up rivering 7s and 4s, which is going to beat 4s and 3s.
Vai procurar o 5 ali. Sempre que procura, não acha. Sempre assim.
Não, se eu não acerto, eu vou ter que fazer alguma coisa, né? Não vou checar mais.
Ah, não vai deixar passar, é pouca ficha.
Ah, vou deixar. Vou deixar ser betando 30 mil lá.
Voltando agora com o Léo.
Bom descanso.
Senhores, temos troca de dealer. Boa sorte, bom jogo a todos.
Obrigado. Tudo bom, Isa?
Olá.
Obrigado.
O time que machuca não é os torneios, é o cash.
Você tá jogando?
Não.
It looks like we've got new dealer in the box here.
Em torno de um jogador só.
Aham.
Tá aqui mais?
Pois é.
Na colagem, tá?
É a coisa dele? Coisa dele? Coisa dele, formal?
É, só formado em torno dele.
Acho que é por ele e pelo outro.
Eu acho que não. Era assim.
Love to hear in chat where all you guys are watching from. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us. You know, for any Americans watching the stream out there, I know you got your choice between NFL and the BSOP, so I mean, maybe you have NFL up too, right? Like split screen, that's fine. I'll take it. We'll share your attention.
Esqueci até o andar que era. Não queria nem mais saber onde era.
Action's going to be folded to Rizzo on the button. Definitely somebody that I think has been very interesting to watch, has certainly not been necessarily just making plays that you would expect.
No, tu sabe?
All right, we got Gabriel in chat saying they've got BSOP on the PC and NFL on TV. Sounds like a perfect Sunday to me. Simply LNR says they're in SC, so I'm assuming that is South Carolina. Gabriel asks, who do I support in the NFL? Well, I am from LA, so I guess I support the Rams and the Chargers, even though I don't feel that much personal history to either team. You know, the Rams recently, you know, came back to LA, and Chargers came from San Diego. But I do have a Chargers connection. I went to UC San Diego, so, you know, I think by default maybe I like the Chargers a little bit more. But when it comes to NFL, I kind of am a fair weather fan. Like, I like rooting for the people that are playing well and doing well. What about you, Gabriel? Who's your team? And are you paying for Red Zone? Because I feel like people are real upset about that.
Pra você que tem camarote no Brasil inteiro, você tinha que fazer muito isso.
Eu vendo pra muita discussão.
Ela prepara tudo.
All right, looks like action's going to be on Rizzo in the cutoff. King 10 offsuit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why would you be folding King 10 offsuit? Unopened to you in the cutoff. Come on, Rizzo. I'd like to see you put in a raise there.
Competitividade alta, o cara quer pagar a comodidade, tá vendo?
Sim. Já resolve tudo pro cara. Cara, eu ia jogar essa mão. Quero ver muito esse flop.
Miami Dolphins now. That's a team with a lot of history. Chui in the small blind.
Eu queria jogar muito essa mão. Ainda bem que eu não fui.
Talvez você abra e não manda.
Mas não era
Não
tão
mandou
boa.
feliz, não.
Puts Kerber in the big blind all in for 16 bigs effective. Kerber can't call.
Olha quem chegou, Indiana Jones. Tan, taran, tan, tan, taran, tan.
If you are just now joining us, welcome to coverage of the BSOP Millions and Super High Roller Series. This is day 2 of the 100K, which is 20K USD buy-in.
Indiana Jones. Hello, my friend. How are you? Indiana Jones. Direto de Vitória. Piuma.
Trying to talk in somebody on the rail to maybe Reg here, as Reg is still open.
Conheço, terra do Roberto Carlos, pô. Umbu. Conheço. Lugar bom. Indiana Jones chegou, gente.
This is day 3 of a 16-day series being held in São Paulo. I don't know about you guys. I've personally never been to Brazil before, but I cannot wait to go. I'm bummed that I could not be there in person for this one, but I have a feeling you guys will see me at some point very soon at a future BSOP. And Kerber moves all in from the small blind against Mota's cutoff open. Kerber has Mota dominated, and I just think that's too many big blinds to call with a hand as weak as Ace-6 offsuit. That was a 20 big blind shove.
Não mandando aqui.
Não pagou quais?
Tinha visto os Skype.
Esse é o famoso, você paga todos os piores e paga todos os melhores e falou todos os piores.
É mais fácil mandar.
Justo. Mais 10 paga, hein?
Mais de 10.
30 minutes, man. Move.
3 balas already.
3
Oi?
balas?
Yeah. Verdade? Really?
Sim, é verdade.
$20.
It's nothing.
You live in Dubai.
Girly in YouTube chat asks, what is the difference between a high roller and regular tournament? Well, high roller refers to buy-in in terms of the amount of the buy-in, but I think there isn't necessarily a set cutoff for what is referred to as a high roller. You know, it's all kind of relative. So in some tournaments, if let's say the main event is 2K buy-in, then a high roller could be something like a 5K or a 10K buy-in. It's usually relative to what the main event buy-in is of that series. But there's also tournaments where the smallest buy-in is 25,000, and you know, a real high roller in that series might be something that's $100,000 buy-in and up, right? So it really depends on kind of the rest of the schedule and how the other buy-ins fit in relative to some of the quote-unquote high roller buy-in. But if we want to talk about kind of absolutes, I would say the biggest tournament buy-in right now is around $1 million, right? And that's like super, super high roller. But I would say that I think if you asked a typical tournament pro what they would consider a high roller, I think they would say something, 20, 25K plus. So as I mentioned, this tournament is a 20K USD buy-in. And so I feel like that definitely qualifies. Looks like we've got some hands here. Jack 10 offsuit versus Jack 8 of hearts. Looks like Kerber is calling the all-in of Carlos. Carlos's tournament life at stake here.
Posso pedir uma cara? Dá pra empatar também, né? Ai, de copas.
Uma dobra agora. Uma dobra. Uma dobra. 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 Aê! Tudo do Zé Carlos, amigo do oitavo. Bora pra cá.
Vamos, Zé.
Bora. Tem que eliminar esse reggae, oitavo.
Mas eu pedi um mais pra dar emoção.
Não eliminou, não.
Não, tem que eliminar. Não disse que eliminei. Matador de reggae aqui.
E eu vou te falar que você fez num momento bom, que ele tem 27 minutos pra se virar com isso aí, pra ele despachar e voltar.
Ele não vai jogar fora.
Não vai? Eu acho que vai.
You're not approving.
Não esperava tomar esse call, né?
O Valete 10 tomou call e tava dominando ainda.
There's a look at that beautiful trophy for the winner of this tournament, which will be awarded tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be the final day of this tournament. Today is day 2 of action.
Léo, his school.
Léo, essa aí eu não li, mas a de abrir 10 8 off e botar 40 blinds no meio com 10 high, essa eu sou bom.
Essa é boa, né? É.
Mas não tinha outro jeito de ser puxado também, né?
Eu tenho que passar a chovar mais. Eu tenho que passar a chovar mais soltinho.
Que loucura que esses caras estão fazendo.
Rizzo, Pocket Kings. Listen, I predict if Rizzo wins this hand, wins a decent sized pot, we're going to see a big celebration out of him, because that's what we've seen so far, which has made it really, really fun. The man loves to celebrate, whether it's a small pot, whether it's a big pot. He's probably hoping that it's going to be a big pot, considering he's got the second best starting hand in poker.
Juro por Deus. Nunca imaginei que era dele. Ai, que otário.
Eu tento jogar igual o Sam e tudo.
Ah, não tem como.
Achei que ela demora. Por um segundo.
9 para 24.
Looks like Belayev with ace-queen from the big blind. Really, really big hand in the big blind here, and just ends up calling. Oh, card stuck a little bit. Jack 4 deuce, 2 diamonds. Looks like Belayev's going to play in flow, going to check it over to the pre-flop razor, and Rizzo's going to bet 50K, which is just around half pot.
No.
All right.
Não. Se eu quero.
Do I have a preferred soccer team in Brazil? You should be a Sao Paulo FC fan. I can't say that I watch too much soccer. Obviously, growing up in the States, soccer is just not nearly as big as it is everywhere else. I do have to say, though, and this might actually piss off some Brazilians, but my brother-in-law is Argentinian. So I guess I have to say that, like, by default, you know, I was rooting for Argentina in the World Cup. I do really love Messi. I feel like Messi, just from me watching the games with my brother-in-law, he's just such a good player. Seems like a really nice guy. So I have to say, like, I am a Messi fan, and also because of my relations to my brother-in-law, with him being such a big fan because he's Argentinian, and I've only watched, you know, soccer games really because of him. I have to say, I find myself rooting for Argentina too. But look, that doesn't mean I cannot be converted. That doesn't mean that I can't potentially switch teams here. Looks like Rizzo's going to win on the river.
Consegui puxar as 3 streets.
Que isso, Leonardo? Ficou com medo do quê?
Isso aí, me senti mal, né? Tomei um 9 e 10 naquela
Não,
hora.
é porque ele só se sente bem quando tá pedindo carta. Quando ele já tá acertado, ele não se sente bem.
Ou quando ele tá por baixo.
Por
né?
baixo,
Se ele,
sei
se
lá.
ele tem lá...
Defendeu ali, podia
abriu
ter
6 e 3 off, acertou
Sempre
um
pode,
para,
com
ele...
certeza. Mas essa não mudou nada. Não ia,
não ia ter mais falta. Porque eu conseguia puxar, acho que eu puxei.
Se ele mostra 2 partes é gênio, né? Deus quiser ele mostra isso aí, a galera fica, porque não betou, porque não betou.
Nova versão Léo Rizzo Prime.
Ele abre 10 e 9 lá também, galera. Não, hoje é o Light 8 mesmo.
Léo Rizzo Prime.
Subiu no coqueiro.
Ferro ensina, meu amigo.
Ah, acho que eu não joguei errado, não.
Você puxou a mão, pô.
Fiz um pote de... Arrumei 200 mil jogando. Aí eu vou, ele volta em mim e fudeu, velho.
Tem que pagar, né?
Ah, então. Mas eu vou entrar nesse risco nesse momento? Com um cara que é sério na mesa?
Mas se fosse eu tava no caixa, que eu sei que você não me perdoa. Bom, não tava com caixa. Não
Então, ele já anunciou que pagaria esse raio, viu?
Você e um outro jogador aí anda muito criativo nos tribets.
Reis, 40 mil.
All right, looks like we've got a raise here from the button. Felipe, ace 9 offsuit, but Belayev, ace jack from the small blind. Belayev's been getting a couple of really big hands from the blinds. You know, we saw ace queen in the big, this time ace jack. I do think that against the button open, you definitely want to be finding some 3-bets with ace jack.
Enjoy.
Uruguai, não fala esse nome.
Enjoy.
Punta del Este.
Eu não falo o nome desses pau no cu. Mas eu queria muito ir pra Bahamas. Eu adorei lá ano passado.
Tu vai, Carlos?
Let's see what Belayev is going to come with.
Rapaz, eu tentei umas 2 vezes, mas não
Eu também tentei 2 vezes e não consegui. Eu fui jogar um direto lá no Super Step. Não. O cara me vendeu, quis me vender o pacote
He
por
does
25, mas vai depender daqui.
elect to 3-bet 150K here, and you know, I think that as Felipe, you would expect that the small blind, of course, will have some 3-bet bluffs. They're playing pretty deep, 41 bigs effective here, so definitely, you know, going to be a little sus, but does end up folding.
Igual aquele ano que eles começaram a dar pacote pra quem quisesse. Você acha que sim?
Eu acho que se você pedir, eles vão te dar.
Ô, Carlos, o pacote é quantos dias?
Já. Só com ele, né? Ele me dá moral.
Não. Sem contato gringo.
O pacote é quantos dias?
É do dia 9 até o final, se não me engano. 9, 19,
Mas
9,
começa
18.
antes, né?
Mas dia 4, primeiro
4,
evento.
mas o pacote é do dia 9, era só o main event, né? 9A, 9A, 18?
É.
9 dias. Tu já foi lá, ou até a Pica?
É.
Bom.
Mas assim, né?
Caramba. Mas só que pelo menos vai estar frio, né?
É bom família, né?
É.
Vai ficar lá e tal. O atendimento é meio
Você fica
zoado,
isolado,
o bar
o país
fecha
é
cedo.
pobre.
Agora vai estar muito frio, né?
Não, não é frio, é vento. Vento absurdo. Não é friaca, não. Mas é um vento assim, loucura.
É, então, não é frio, mas venta. É isso mesmo.
Vai passar essa hora, tá?
Retrasado. Passado, meu filho tava...
Foi bem legal.
Tava
Fiz meu
muito
aniversário
novo.
lá com a
Carlos,
Eu gosto, mas...
16K to call with the Queen 9 offsuit does fold. Belev ace 4. I mean, listen, we saw this man open the button earlier with 5-3 off. So clearly, if 5-3 off is good enough for him, ace 4 is going to be more than adequate to raise from the button. Mota's going to defend his big blind with 4-3 offsuit. Flop is ace 7-3, couple of diamonds, and that gives Belev top pair, but Mota has a little piece, bottom pair of threes here.
All my friends told me it's shit Bahamas.
Shit?
Yeah.
Depends. Like, you can have both experiences. It can be very good and can be really bad. But it really depends how you organize your day. And
Yeah.
like, I think you like, because some Europeans are just like always on a bad mood, you know, like everything's sucks. You can enjoy and
Sounds like there's a little bit of table talk about how some Europeans are in a bad mood when they go to the Bahamas, which, you know, I cannot confirm or deny.
Like last year he had a bad experience and he doesn't want to come anymore.
Jack of hearts on the turn, and Mota checks again. Belev's going to go ahead and bet, and I do think that without any further improvement, Mota does fold bottom pair.
But they didn't organize anything yet.
Yeah, we have games, but private games.
Private game.
Yeah.
No big events.
No big events. But casino is gonna come in 1 year.
Thanks to everybody joining us here on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever you're watching from. We're happy to have you here. Day 2 of the 100K, which is a 20K buy-in from Sao Paulo, Brazil, for the Brazilian series of poker. You know, first time ever in these series that they are having a series of high roller buy-ins. So more of this to come from the days of coverage that we have for you. This is only day 1, people. Stick around. It is just going to get bigger. It's going to get better. And Kerber all in. Pocket nines. You know, down to a sub 10 big blind stack. It's gotta go. As you can see, 16K is the big blind. And action's gonna fold all the way back around to Chui and the big blind. Ace 5. Looks like he's gonna share the sweat with Kerber. That's gonna get a little smile out of Kerber.
I can see him fold.
Jack at 10.
Jack 10.
You call, Felipe?
All right, what would I say is the most cliche characteristic of a Brazilian poker player when compared with USA and European players? Well, I mean, I think that Brazilian players just have a reputation for being very aggressive. So I think when it comes to maybe poker play, it's just that they're very aggressive. If we're talking about like a general characteristic of Brazilians as a people, I've always found Brazilians to be really friendly. Really nice. I've always enjoyed talking to Brazilians at the poker table. And I've always told people, if I ever make like the World Series of Poker main event final table or like a huge final table, I would want to do something called rent a rail, which is basically, you know, I want to pay for a certain country of people to come root me on, and I want to pick the people that I think are going to be the loudest, the ones that are going to have the most fun, the one that's going to get the atmosphere super hyped up, the one that's going to like bring the most energy to the final table, so I could have all that good energy. And those would be Brazilians. Like, hands down, if I could rent a rail, I would want Brazilians on my rail cheering me on. I feel like they're just always like down to have fun. They're always a little bit rowdy. You know, anytime I've seen Brazilians cheer on their friends, it's literally like a soccer match. Oh, wait. Guys, do you see what I'm seeing here? I think we have our very own Brian Rass, who just took his seat here at this table. He was with us on commentary not too long ago, and now I believe we just saw him sit down at this table that he was commentating on before he went out there to play. I asked him, you know, do you want to get sat at this table? Do you not? And, you know, he was like, oh, maybe it's a little bit unfair because I've been watching this table and I've been seeing, you know, all the play, and I kind of have all this insight on all these players. So maybe, you know, just to make things fair, and, you know, I'll go and get sat at a different table. But what you guys have to remember is these table draws are random. So he just got randomly drawn to this table, and we are so happy to see Brian because he is a world-class player, poker Hall of Famer. Love to see how he decides to maneuver here at this table. Fun stuff for us. What a treat.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Obrigado. Where from?
From the U.S., but I live in Brazil sometimes now.
Brazil?
Sometimes, yeah. Rio and eu falo português.
Carioca.
Carioca, sim. Rio de Janeiro e Las Vegas.
Nice.
Cigano. Oh, no.
Your wife is Brazilian?
Yeah.
Ele que tá narrando ali, né? Não é ele que tá narrando?
You're casting?
Yeah, for those that, you know, don't know a lot about Brian, he obviously has been in poker for a long time, has just such a decorated resume full of achievements. I mean, I could definitely just rattle off a couple, you know. Like I said, he is in the Hall of Fame. He has 7 World Series of Poker bracelets. He has almost 30 million in live earnings, according to Hendon Mob. And he is married to a Brazilian woman, and maybe you just heard he spends half his time in Brazil, in Rio, and the other half in the U.S.
I hadn't played a No Limit Hold'em tournament or even straight No Limit Hold'em since the World Series of Poker until I came here. Yeah, it's been a minute.
E o Cabral não entrou no torneio. Veio, ciscou.
Talvez ele vai dar max, né? Será que não?
Faz sentido?
Cara,
Por favor,
e alguma
campeão
coisa que ele
mundial.
faz sentido?
And Brian already in there. Listen, you know, you gotta get in there right away when you late reg and you just have 15 bigs. Ace Jack of Diamonds is the hand that he opened with. Carlos from the big blind calls with King 10. Flop is King Queen 5, which gives Brian ace high, gutter to Broadway. Carlos has top pair. Looks like Brian is going to come with the C-bet. Charlie wants to know how many Colombian players are currently active in the tournament. That is a good question. Let me see if I could get that answer from you. You know, it's not just me in here. I'm just the voice, but we've got a whole group of dedicated people, directors, producers, other commentators, of course, that will be on air later on with us. And they're gonna be the people that are helping, answer these questions. All of the burning stats type questions you have, I feel like our director Gabriel is going to be able to find an answer for me to that. I mean, we did talk about how we've seen a lot of Colombian players come through the BSOP, so would not be surprised to see them well represented, not just in this tournament, but in other fields as well. Looks like Carlos called, and now 3 of clubs on the turn. No improvement for Ras. What does he want to do? 12 big blinds. Gonna bet 60K, and I will say we have seen kind of Carlos take some more passive lines, and I know that Ras right here was in the booth with me. He was seeing all of this go down. So you just wonder, like, is this playing into his mind a little bit, of course, but it also makes sense that Ace-Jack is going to fire twice here. You definitely want to try to fold out some of those weaker one-pair hands that could be in the big blinds range. Once Carlos calls twice, you do feel like Rast is starting to understand that it's very likely Carlos will have top pair here, and sometimes even second pair, like some queen X's. So that river queen is probably not the best card for Brian to continue to fire at. If Brian had a queen X himself, second pair on the turn, would that be a hand that he's going to be checking back a lot versus betting? What's up, Shoppy? Thank you for joining us. Charlie wants to know if I have a favorite to win the tournament. I mean, listen, it is hard to not root for what we call, booth brethren, right? Like people that you work with, commentate with, and I've also just known Brian for a while because not that I'm here to reveal how old I am, but I've been in the game for a minute. So what's up to our fellow commentators across the way there on the Brazilian feed? Guys, it's okay to listen to both. Like, maybe you speak Portuguese and English. Like, I don't want to make you choose. So be in both places. That's what, it's like multi-tabling an online tournament. Like, you can have multiple screens open. It's fine. But to go back to your question, Charlie, I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard not to root for Brian, right? Like, he's our guy. Outside of Brian, I feel like there's still a couple of players in the field that I am not only, I've played against personally or no, but I'm just like a fan of, right?
Like, it kind of doesn't make a ton of sense, and you can't call.
I almost called that.
Yeah. But it's one of those things where I think, like, oh, that's the Annie. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Got her.
I just didn't want to call and muck against Queen 9 of clubs.
Yeah, right.
I was thinking about a lot of hands that beat with 10 high, actually.
Looks like they are talking about that hand that we watched, when Brian was in the booth. Mota, king 10 off, gonna raise. And we've got Kerber moving all in on the button with eights. Again, just off of 10 big blinds, just definitely picking his spots to shove. Eights is certainly good enough. Carlos, again, just kind of what we've seen before, just kind of taking his time in spots where you expect him to fold.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I could spend a while trying to, like, get into the weeds, which sometimes it's good, sometimes it isn't. But just to me, the most interesting thing about that hand from like a macro
Pede o rei,
perspective is just that I think there's a number of river spots like that where whether or not people like think about it, generally you don't see people pull the trigger.
Eu vou muito bem.
Because it was like a min raise all in too.
Vou muito bem no
You know, like he only had like money. That was pretty interesting.
Você acha que eu só ganho flip?
Perdendo 3 a 1 em seguida?
Eu só ganho flip, eu não sei nem jogar.
Looks like we get to enjoy Brian's commentary even when he's at the table. Ah, what is that? Is that like a heart rate monitor? I love it.
Muito perto.
Depende do seu da sua ótica. Tá perto do 8 aqui.
8 still in the lead. Mota, ooh, that's gonna do it. The 8 on the turn gives gives Kerber a set, excuse me, and that means Mota was drawing dead. Kerber was patient, waited for a good spot, and got the double.
You just won $20 mil.
E vai na mesa.
Taking a look at the chip counts, we see Belayev still in the chip lead, 1.5 million, creating some separation between him and second in chips, which is Rizzo, one of the most interesting players at the table, I would say, certainly one of the most gregarious, and Mota rounding out that top three, 783K, 49 big blind stack. And we see some of the middling stacks there with 30, 39 big blinds, all the way down to the bottom with the short stacks sitting on about 20 bigs. And there's just another look at that very shiny, very big, very ornate BSOP trophy, which will be given out to the winner tomorrow. Shoppy wants to know, you know, who the strongest player at the table is. I mean, I feel like there's definitely some good players here. I think Brian is certainly one of them. Kerber also good. Chui. You know, this is not an easy table for sure. I would not say that there's a lot of weak spots here.
I even thought he was coming this year.
No.
Every tournament he goes for like 5 or 6 bullets, and the first 3 or 4 bullets it's always in the dark first hand, whatever the amount of the tournament.
Awesome.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure he.
Guys moving all in the dark, not recommended. That's not to say people don't do it. I just personally wouldn't recommend it. It's kind of a do not try it at home type of deal.
Eu acho que eu lembro de alguma coisa, mas não de dando a unha assim no escuro, não.
Cara, mas não.
Ah, contando mentira pra ele.
É. Se eu te pedir notícia, que espalha rápido.
92. Faltou uma rodinha nessa cadeira.
Fiz a mesma coisa.
Okay, well, this is a bit of a cooler, as we could see Chui opened with jacks, and Felipe has queens in the small blind. 3 bets to 92K, and Brian in the big blind with pocket sevens decides to go with it, just has 6.5 big blinds. You know, is hoping that he's going to be flipping against at least one of his opponents, but we could see that unfortunately Brian is dominated. Both players with big pairs here. Action back on Chui.
É 15 minutos de intervalo? É 15, né?
Não sei.
15.
Tira isso aqui também? Tira não. Não, é só...
How much is the opening stack?
120.
Thank you.
Is this break? Is that why everyone's leaving? Yeah.
Looks like Chui is trying to deliberate between his options. You know, Jacks is a very strong hand, especially when you're short, 18 bigs, but does understand he's facing a lot of action. You know, you saw the 3-bet, you see the all-in. That is a great fold off of that stack size. Gets away.
No, you didn't.
Huh?
No, you didn't.
You will see on the stream.
Why would you? So read.
I swear, you will see. Good luck. One, please.
So far, so good for the Queens, but that is bad news for our guy, Brian. I believe Reg is still open, looking for a 7 on the river. Can he find it? Oh, no. 5 of diamonds. And Queens are going to hold. Great fold by Chui off of the sub 20 big blinds with Jacks.
40, 32. I have 7.5 blinds. It's kind of a weird spot.
Your spot now?
Yeah.
I think it's a clear jam.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of unfortunate because we did hear Brian mention earlier that the first tournament he played, he was in for 7 bullets. And this time, you know, we were hoping for this tournament it would just be 1, build a chip stack, and he'd be ready to go into the 3rd day tomorrow. But unfortunately, does look like he will have to rebuy as players go off to break. We hear Brian still discussing that spot, just always going to be kind of thinking about, you know, maybe different ways to play certain hands. And we are so happy that you have been joining us for coverage of day 2 of the 100K from the BSOP. We will be back after this short break. I say we collectively, but really it's going to be our guy, Jeff Gross, bringing you all of the action. I will be taking a break, but I will be back later this evening to wrap up coverage from Sao Paulo for the BSOP Millions and the Super High Roller Series. You don't want to miss the action. We'll see you soon after this break.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
Brazilian economy so far, at least, that has joined the Hall of Fame. Done. I think should count as a gold plate final. Top up the well. Out there into the game, so I can't believe I made it down here. I'm so excited about it tonight. Very grateful about it. To watch Brazilian poker grow and be a part of it. So as we are on, I think we're down already too. I got to see on the board how many are left. I know it's going fast. Oh, this is carrying the action. So the point there, that is a 100K Brazilian guy. We've got a very exciting matchup here, and I was hoping to commentate on Ras, but that will not be the case. I was watching on my break, and I did see some of the play, and some of these guys playing a very spirited and exciting brand of poker, which we know people are not afraid here. They're not shy for action. We're going to see a trophy there. Someone's going to win that, as well as a lot of money, as we see the high roller series here, super high roller, if you will, carry on. Yeah, I see so many familiar faces just walking around, bumping into people I haven't seen in a while, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of great guys, a lot of great people out here. Yeah, we need some more females in there. Marijo, I know, is in the booth, and we have not seen. I haven't seen any females in this high roller, super high roller yet. But you know, there are some great female players. Ace 5 suited. Calvin Queen 9.
Exatamente 56. Tiraram o sarro da minha cara, falou que eu estava drawing dead, nati morto e vai ter que me pagar.
Ace
Quem vai
5
pagar?
there for Carlos.
Eu acho que esse empate
Not
deveria ser
suited.
só pelas falhinhas.
Aí é loucura.
Só pelas falhinhas. Chegou mais perto que eu.
All right, 2 6s. That's a real hand on the dealer button there.
Opa!
For play.
Paguem o VLJ, paguem o 30, mais 5 JJ, mais 5.
Então isso quer dizer o quê, galera? Quer dizer que as inscrições foram oficialmente fechadas, no total de R$6.000 para jogar entre entrada e entrada.
At least heads up to a flop at the minimum. Pretty fair fight, although Ace 5 suited is dominated. It is gets to do a lot of things on a lot of boards. You can see almost a 70-30 roughly matchup, but as we know, position is nice in the best hand, best position, but Ace 5 suited has real possibility, has flush draw possibilities. There is a lot of potential for this hand. Let's see what is going on as we are, I believe, waiting to see a flop, or maybe was it an all-in? I didn't see the action here. Okay, it's a 3-bet. There you go. So there's a 3-bet from the 6s, and now on Ace 5 suited. Definitely a candidate that could 4-bet, could jam off that stacked up, and he is considering. I don't think he wants to call. He's going to decide to. Easier said than done to rip it all in, and apprehensively is going to give it up. So nice play there. You'll see a lot of players flat 6s. You see a 3-bet that gets the job done and does take it down without any showdown. Nice fast start to the break.
O Leo tá na 6, tá na 6, né? E o Leo Rico, que é o melhor jogador do mundo, você tá no sensor 6. Sim.
Ele tá jogando aqui há 2 horas. Perdão, não sabia.
Okay, sorry for the technical difficulty. Believe we missed a bit of the audio to come back from the break, but you can see 25 of 56 left. We saw 6s make a nice 3-bet, aggressive move. Some players would flat, took it down, and does get the trick to, again, 25 of 56, playing to a final table or 2 a.m. Brazilian local time here in Sao Paulo, as some of the best and brightest are at this table and in this tournament. And we get to see how they will maneuver at this stage as we get fairly deep. You know, 50%, less than 50%. It does go quick. And 2 aces there. Just had to get rid of his Ace 5 suited. This is a, didn't have to stew long about it. Gets to play with the big hand, the best hand. And the ace-4 will get out of the way. Okay, here we go. Jose Carlos. Saw him get animated. I was watching on my break. I did have it up. I saw him double and let everyone know about it. Said he was having a good time, and I think we're missing that a bit in poker, the emotion, and that's something I love about Brazil in general. Ton of emotion, ton of passion in the sport, and you can do it respectfully. That's the other thing. It doesn't have to be because you're loud or celebrating. It means that you're being disrespectful, and that's something I do feel is accepted here, and for the most part is done in very good taste. As Leo Rizzo, someone who's been playing a inspired brand, was pretty active, slowed down for a bit, but is in there, and he is in the big blind. And it does look like he is going to call. So we will see a flop, heads up, 5-3 off, one of the worst hands, and is going to go ahead and call. And King 8 pretty uneventful, not much there for the 5-3 and 2 aces, although the kings are out there, is going to be in a much stronger position here with under the gun +1 and having the lead. And is this going to be just an outright lead from Rizzo? I mean, this is not conventional. Not conventional at all. I got to say that I didn't even consider on the King 8, where the opponent's going to have, you know, King Queen, who raised for under the gun +1, Ace King, just stronger hands in general out of the big blind. So I mean, honestly, if your aces here, you are a bit worried that he could have a king. At the same time, I would not expect my opponent to ever be leading a king off of when I'm short stacked with aces. So I like just call here. I don't really see any point to raise at all. If he has 8x, he's buried the 2 outs. If he has the king, you're toast anyway. And you just call. And then you have these hands like this, 5-3, less than 1%. He's running 3s, running 5s, or he is going to be good. And there's a 10. Brings it back to our flush draw as we see Rizzo. Does the jig end there? Was it just to attack ace-jack, ace-queen? Some hands, maybe he's repping, you could have an 8x. I mean, again, unconventional. Don't hate it. I don't know if this plan has a second barrel in it, though, as Mehdi Shaw is very short, 7 blinds. Okay, he is going to continue with this story. And again, if you are in the shoes of Shaoli, I'm not necessarily giving him a king, but the second barrel looks pretty strong. He's definitely not acting. This isn't a trap. He doesn't just have the nuts, but effectively, again, I think he can be very comfortable. He's certainly not folding here. That would be, seem crazier, but that would be wild. I think you just want to call again. Okay, everything checking out there. Does make the call.
O que eles fazem? Ele não tem ordem de quebra de mesa. Toda mesa é quebrada randomicamente.
All right, river card, and as we know it, has a hammer lock on the hand. Cannot lose. No club for extra scary. There is a you know, somehow Jack-9 straight, which wouldn't really make much sense. And let's see, is he really just going to go ahead and rip this in or bet again? And I mean, this is exploratory. I got to say, the triple barrel out of the big, defending 5-3. Just if he does do that, he does wave the white flag. And I think now we'll see, with 4 blinds left, it's just a matter of going all in or not, and he does do that. I like it. Leo Rizzo might give us back the time to Hollywood. I think he's got a tough decision with an 8x or 10x. I mean, it's a pretty funny picture he's got there too. This guy looks like a character, so he is gonna get out of the way and see some chips go over his way as aces hold up. Again, I got cut off there. I believe there's some technical difficulty, but we welcome everyone to Sao Paulo here. We are the BSOP, and we are on the English edition of this stream. Do appreciate BSOP bringing in Brian Rasmussen, your myself, and giving the English commentary throughout the series. Some of the biggest buy-ins in the world going on, and the biggest in Brazil's history, the 500K Brazilian real, roughly 100 US, 100K, and see how many they get for that as we see a really nice turnout for some of these 100K real. Over half the field gone, playing down to the final table or 2 a.m. A lot of play. Hard to say if we'll make it there. I think we'll probably make the final table by that time, but it might be close.
Pagou 1.3? Ah, mas era muito mais entrada.
Calvin Kerber, someone been around for a long time. I've played with here at the BSOP when I was here about 7 years ago, and I know he is a fixture at those BSOP stops.
Rafael não tá no... Felipe com la acción. Felipe anuncia race para 40.000 fichas. Por Hugo fold. Fold. Fold.
All right, King 9. Offsuit there. See Rafael Mota fold and still going here. So we are going to see a flop. Don't see the exact hand holdings as we see a 7-6 deuce 2 clubs. Don't have the graphic up yet on what players are having. This reminds me of the GG Million mystery hand. On Tuesdays, I do host that show. I got to say, I have given Brazil their flowers. They just dominated the WSOP online and won, I believe, 8 bracelets out of 33, as they have been just absolutely stamping their presence in the poker world, online and live. And every week, I feel I see at least a Brazilian at the final table. On average, I'd say it's over 1. A few years of doing that show, so this is cool to see the live edition of some of the best in the world as we see the Queen 6, King 9, 6 pairs. And King 9, a little bit equity there though, does have the 2 overs and a flusher, also could get creative with some clubs. Queen 6, definitely a vulnerable hand, not feeling fantastic, also hard to make a pair. No limit Hold'em has done that. Okay, so he's gonna go ahead and bet out.
O NASA não veio por quê? É amigo teu?
Eu conheço, mas não diria que é amigo.
Mora em Lisboa mesmo?
Não, moro em Braga.
Braga?
Cidade das estudantes.
E dos brasileiros. É a cidade com mais brasileiros.
And Felipe gonna come along. I mean, knowing that he's got a key card here, he also has some opportunity with some bluffing. And he is gonna miss, so Queen 6 has the best hand. 17 blinds, you can see the pot, you can see what his stack is.
Quero que ele faça engenharia.
And it's a bit uncomfortable, you know, you don't really know where you're at here. I think it's a tricky one. And he's also a very tough player, Felipe. So, multiple options here for Medi, and he is going to come on betting.
Para 60.000 fichas.
So a small bet, kind of blocker type bet, and this is one where you got to be careful what you wish for, because you might catch Felipe getting super aggro. Although I think a club we would have seen him get aggressive. I don't know on the 10 here as played, although he does have the 9, right? So 8-9 was already a straight, but let's see if he wants to get aggressive. Oh, he does. Wow, he does. He does it. You know, these type of players are tough. You know they're capable, yet instead of check decide or check call or maybe check and get a showdown, you go for the blocker bet, and you don't know necessarily what you're looking for. That's the one thing I don't love about this blocker bet, is that I think you're opening up the door for a very tough opponent who is willing to make these moves. And if, you know, generally when you blocker bet, you want to have a plan. You want to say, hey, I'm doing this to induce, or I'm doing this that I'm probably going to fold. But when you do it and you're actually not sure, now you got a tough spot. And the 6 is vulnerable here. I mean, you lose to a 7, you lose to straights, you lose to a better 6, although better 6 would not play this way. So this is tricky, very tricky. It's a polar spot. It just is what it is. He's either stone cold bluffing such as this, or you're just going home if you call. And he's going to show you 2 pairs, sets, straights. Oh, he hates it. He can't believe it. But again, my point is, you make the bet against a tough opponent. This isn't how poker works. It's not just best hand wins. Get to showdown. And I'll tell you what, people are fighting here. People are battling. And we are seeing a world-class river shove. I'm just curious what he would have done. I think on almost any club he was doing it. The 10 is sort of a relatively a brick, as 8-9 was already a straight on the turn. I mean, I guess he could have 10-9 and play it this way, right? He could have a gut shot, hit the top pair, decide that the bet is for a kind of blocker, not for super value, and would play a 10-9 probably this way. I think that's part of the issue here for Mehdi, because he is realizing that this player's capable to value shove some not just straights or sets. He is capable to shove, you know, a strong 7x or maybe hitting that 10-9.
Caralho, que time, hein? Vou sair fora daqui. Que time, hein?
Well, does make the call. Is that he did call? Wow. Wow. Great call. I mean, again, credit to him for making that bet and then calling it off, because that is not easy to do. And wow, high level stuff, especially when the player, this is like one of those, I know that you know that I know that you're aggressive, so are you really going to make that play? And he does carry it through. So we will have, I believe, a redraw coming up here very shortly as this hand finishes, and 24 will remain, and we'll have 3 tables at 8, and that is high level poker right there. You're seeing great bluff, great call. Sometimes something has to give.
Se tivesse passado, eu sei. Ele teria que ter fechado.
Very, very nice hand. What a hand. Great call.
Não, mas...
O que vai acontecer? Não, sim, cadê essa? Ah, vai bater agora, né?
What a high-level hand, and that will take us to the redraw. 24 left. Again, playing to the final table today. At least we'll play till 2 a.m. We should be making it to the final table, and that was, I got to say, that is one of the better bluffs I've seen, and also an amazing call. This has been extremely exciting thus far today, and we are, again, going to be taking a very short break, and then we will be back and continue. 3 tables left with 8 players at each table, 24 remain. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Sweet. Okay. Get the Wi-Fi if possible. It didn't work on the break. Oh no, it didn't. Never mind. Done. yesterday. Okay, we are back underway. There's a look at the man who took a trophy down yesterday, Jao Samao. And here's a guy, Shawi, who made a great call, take us into the break here. A lot of clubs out. Clubs would be a big problem for Ignacio. Ace-8 suited dominating. King-Queen suited, a lot of power, making straights, connecting well. Just both quality hands. Pedro Padilla, someone I see on the GG Millions stream frequently and had a deep run at the World Series of Poker main event. Oh, there's an 8. Okay, pretty good flop for King-Queen suited. It's got the gut shot to the nuts straight. 2 overs. Ace-8 after pairing the door card 8, it got a lot worse here. Kind of hard to hold on to this one with bottom pair, no real way to improve. No player flopping a flush draw as they both have 2 clubs. And we do see check, check. Okay, deuce on the turn. Problem with the 8 when you get checked back, the hands that are checking back with showdown value kind of have you in bad shape. 9x, weak 10x. You know, maybe some sort of jack, straight draw with a pair. And King-Queen is going to decide to start betting now. And does go a little bit larger here. All right, well done. It's the best hand to fold. Nice delayed C-bet, bigger sizing. Says I would have called 45K. And that was nicely executed as he did get the best hand to fold. All right, we'll see the next hand here. Ignacio making a nice play. We're not another great player. Brazilian legend in the mix, and Jao Samao needs no introduction, fresh off his trophy there. He's got the ace-jack suited. In the cutoff, and will come in playing. Going to min raise to 40. Blinds at 10K, 20K, lower right of your screen. You can see this is hand number 47. Day 2 of the 100K super high roller. And this is a problem for Jao Samao, who Pedro with a dominating ace-queen. And Jao Samao on a very vulnerable stack here. Okay, so he's gonna take control of the hand and shove all in. And honestly, the ace-jack suited, it's just one of those spots where it is a little too much hand. He is gonna call. Pedro's gonna have a dominating hand, although he is suited with the ace-jacks. So not a completely unfair fight, but dominated 70%. You see about 7 out of 10 times. Gonna win. There's chops too. Oh, diamond, and that's a decent flop for the ace-jack suited, as the king would chop. Diamond is good for a sweat. King is great. Oh, the ace, and that's another way to do it. The ace and sevens with the king kicker. So now they are going to chop most of the time, and there you go. Zhao Samao, man, gotta say, plays great, but hey, doesn't hurt to run good too. Get dominated there, get the chop. All right, well, there's a look at the chip counts. Pedro would have got a few more there if he could have knocked out the very dangerous Xiao Samao. But as it stands, 1.2 million, 60 bigs, all the way down to a very short Renan holding on there. As we see Ramos also with 11 blinds, 20 blinds still for Xiao Samao. Chips up a little bit there, and again, very dominant Brazilian flag representation here. A few outsiders from Brazil, but a very, very beautiful shot there. Sunset, Sao Paulo. As we take a look at that trophy for the Super High Roller Series. 100K BSOP. Crazy to think that I remember when I was here last, if I'm not mistaken, they might have had a 10K high roller. Maybe it was even like only yeah, I think the main was a 1K or 2,500. It was, don't want to quote me on that, but I know for the first time ever we'll have 100,000 US buy-in. Roughly, it's a 500K here. Pedro Padilla got the ace and the 5 on the button, first in. Gonna race. And Dennis Ramos, very capable player here, Queen 10 suited. Gonna call. Okay, see a flop. Relatively fair fight. Okay, the 10 pairs. King 10 for 2 diamonds. Neither player with a diamond. And, you know, this is a tough spot. Pedro just going to completely whiff here. And Dennis has a, you know, medium hand. Flop's okay, but you could be really, really in bad shape for some hands. So it is going to start with a bet here. And if I'm reading it, 7 blinds, I mean, this is, I think if you're going to play this hand, button versus big blind, I don't think you can get away from it as play, just a matter of wants to call or shove. And, I mean, there is a lot of draws out there. There is maybe some value to just shove here. Weighing his options. All right, he does go all in. Yeah, I think that's almost the only play. I think calling's, it's not trappy enough. The board's wet. You don't want to mess around. Going to have the best hand most of the time there. Your player could have a draw too. Could have some sort of weird draw that calls off that you're in pretty good shape against. So I like it. Nice play. 23 left. We have lost the players. We get moving here. 56 started. 56 total entries. Nice healthy prize pool. Renan saying needs a little luck. 1.8 blinds he had, and he knows he needs to get going quick or he will be on the rail. This is a lot to play for, a lot of money, a lot of buy-ins. You know, that's the thing. You get off to a good start or you get behind, it's a big difference. So if you can catch a cash, catch a final table, get a little powder for later, it makes a big difference. Maybe some players aren't going to play everything, or they're on the fence if they're going to reg the 500K or the 250K, and definitely helps when you cash one of these. Appreciate everyone being here. I know, again, this is a predominantly Portuguese stream for BSOP. They're going to break into the English-speaking version, so we're just getting it going here. First of many, hopefully. Two tens, queen four, going to be in a bit of a hard spot, but again, it's got potential. It's got the clubs, got the queen, got an over. Didn't notice if any queen was folded. I don't think so. It's one nice thing when you have the pair. When you're in that tens versus queen four, if you know someone does fold a queen or two, you're in that much better shape. You already have your tens. Hey, there's a four. We saw there was a four gone. The jack four just folded, so he's going to need now a four or a queen. And the 10 of clubs, that is going to lock it up. The trip 10 is going to secure the hand. No queen or four would help, and it didn't matter. Knocks it out. We're losing people quickly here. There's the shortest stack, though. He was at 1.8 blinds, needed a lot of help. Sure, we'll be seeing Renan multiple other times this week here for the high rollers. Been around also for a long time, playing poker at the highest level. So we should be at 22. $22 remain then. Seat open, and they'll play seven-handed at the moment. Again, that's one of the things about these smaller field, bigger buy-in. You do get to play 7-8-handed more frequently. 6, 7, 8-handed. You know, it's just you're going to be with 2 tables left. You're going to be with 3 tables left, 4 tables left, and not full. But when you play a larger field, smaller buy-in, you're constantly playing 9-handed pretty much the whole time until you get down to this size of the tournament. Something to consider that this is, so a lot of these players are very well versed at 7, 8-handed, 6-handed. And you have to play a lot of that. You cannot play the same hands in the same as you play 9-handed as 7-handed, 6-handed. So I think, again, some of the more aggressive players that are more studied up on the spots and opening ranges off of 7-handed have a big, pretty big advantage. They know what to play from what spot and what situation.
Padilha fold, Felipe fold, Denis com l'action. Denis anuncia raise para 90
Wow.
fichas.
Wow, this Danny Ramos on a little bit of a rampage here. He just got to pick up the check raise all in queen 10 of clubs versus Padilha's button ace 5. Then he got 10s in versus the short stack, which is, he's in a good spot. It wasn't a huge pot, but he won that. Now he's going for it when there is a open with 9-10 suited, and Dennis is going to re-raise the king 7 suited. Certainly not a mandatory 3-bet on the button. Definitely off that stack size. So a good look into Denny Ramos's game plan, his playbook. He pushes it. And I think he's just going to get it done. This is not deep enough to go exploratory to a flop. 9-10 suited, such a pretty hand, but just not the time. Sure, you get 3-bet early levels, PL flop. Go for it. Not off that stack depth at this juncture. It's just not the time to try to gin a flop.
Então posso dar mais uma olhadinha.
1h28.
Eu também vou querer.
75. Então o intervalo vai ser de 75 minutos. Como não vai ter BC, se vocês quiserem pedir, ele vai anotar e na hora do dinner break ele vai trazer para vocês.
Queria ver o cardápio.
Tá bom, já trago para vocês então o cardápio.
Medi con l'action. Sim?
Já olhei, só
tá bom. Medi fold. Padilha, fold.
All right, we'll continue
Felipe
on.
con la acción. Fold. Dennis con la acción. Fold. Ignacio con la acción. Ignacio fold.
It's so hard to make hands and hold them. So hard to get big hands. It's just, you can't just play aces, kings, ace, king suited, tens plus. You got to get in there. You got to mix it up. You got to try to get chips.
Rodrigo anuncia 6. Leoncino con la acción. Arnold Face.
Posso olhar o prato?
Leoncino fold. Para 600.
What did he say?
Rodrigo puxa, volta. Botou no
You can
Rodrigo.
order now, but they will serve it only on the dinner break. So you can order now. They will get it there.
Rodrigo, Frank Medi. Padilha com a acción.
Era diretor.
Felipe con la acción.
Obrigado.
Felipe anuncia raise para 40.000 fichas. Dennis com la acción.
Começou 400 e pouco, né?
Okay, ace jack, ace nine.
Ignacio fold.
Gets out of the way, ace jack.
Rodrigo fold.
Under the gun plus 1, 7-handed. So,
Leoncino con la acción. Fold.
and 2 8s. So, okay, we see a real hand. This is a fair fight.
Vai pegar a moqueca vegana. Tem que equilibrar o cu, né? É pior ser equilibrado, né? Porque os dois já vezes, né? Foi mal, tá?
Medi anuncia all-in.
Oh, he does go all in. So, a fairly big, I mean, it's 20 effective. And this is the exact hand you target to possibly fold. The ace jack off, king queen off. You know, ace jack suited, ace queen, probably not going to fold, but ace jack off, I think it's pretty close. And he's going to use some more time extensions. I'd say Felipe really not having a dream day. He's made a couple bluffs, got called. He's been usually the one being the aggressor and how he's accustomed to being, and he's getting put to the test here where he's kind of calling knowing he's flipping at best is not the dream plan. That is not how you want to be playing. Poker is being calling off hoping to, but as it turns out, he is going to get the flip. Ace jack to eights. Sort of good news for him. He definitely could have got shown ace queen or ace king there. Maybe he thinks ace king would 3-bet not all in, so that may be help him to call. Yeah, it could be a king queen suited, or you know, it's going to be flipping a lot. Oh wow, in the window, not much going there. It's going to need running straight. Would need the 3-4, I believe, right? The ace is not going to do it. That's going to double, well, knock out, not double up. That's going to win about 20 blinds and going to send our friend Felipe to the rail. Tough player and just not his day. Couldn't really get it going, rocking that Fury GG. Patch, shout out to Akari out there. And great player. We'll see him again this week. This wasn't his day. 22nd place, 56 started, down to 21, I believe, 3 tables of 7. Talking there to Pedro Padilla. 2 bright minds in the game.
GG, bro. Well played.
GG, well played. Good respect, man. I love the sportsmanship in general. I would say that's a staple of Brazilians. What I've experienced myself, what I've seen, just very, very good sports. A lot of these guys know each other so well. They play at these higher buy-in, super high rollers together often, and see that mutual respect. Gets to be nighttime here in São Paulo. There's a live look at the skyline as Ignacio is igniting up there. In the aggression frequency, and Dennis Ramos now playing a lot of hands, and again, 7-handed, 6-handed guys are playing a lot of. Pedro hasn't really got to play too many pots, but we know he's not afraid, so likely just the distribution there on the sample size, only playing sub 25%. But it's also, listen, people they see you on TV, they have an expectation how you're playing. It's also nice to kind of mix it up, right? People assume you're aggressive, or that's one of the things Daniel Negreanu talks about too. You need to know how you're perceived. How do your peers perceive you? You can be aggressive, but if you're not perceived as aggressive, it doesn't matter. You know, if you're perceived as tight, that's you have a license to kind of get out of line in certain spots. And Rodrigo going to raise, and Jao Simão is all in. Ace King, nice hand to do it with. Pedro, again, a hand he'd like to play, but not calling off. It's all in, and Rodrigo.
Sou uma garruchita.
Shows the Ace King, saying, hey, I'm not just ripping it with nothing. I got something. I got a real hand. That's a strong hand. Qualified hand. Feeling good. He already got a trophy. Looking to add to that collection. I put him on the Mount Rushmore Brazil live poker. I know he's just been doing it for so long and consistently there. He's had some major scores, both live and online.
O novo jogo agora tá reformado, é isso?
Reformadíssimo.
King Queen.
40. 6 para 40 mil.
Ignacio already leading the aggression count there as he does go ahead and shoot it up, and Rodrigo here with 2 8s off his stack. He's got chips, so the call would make sense. There is some version of 3-bet in, but does call. Opens the door to some squeeze possibilities. A hand such as King Jack is a possibility. We'll get out of the way. Eight, 6 off. Dennis has also done a good job kind of chipping up. And that's a hand that I do notice players kind of get away, multi-way. You close the action, but you're just dominated frequently. In this case, very dominated against the 8s. But you know, for getting good odds on your money, there are situations where it can really work out. All right. Well, Queen King got the best of this flop. 8s is going to be a little bit worried. No one with the diamond flush draw. King Queen 2 overs open-ended, although the diamond wouldn't be a clean. Clean nuts for the straight, but still King Queen not going anywhere. And King Queen going to win. Good flop there. Good at being aggressive, hitting boards, dangerous combination. All right, we'll continue on here. We're going to work closer to a final table. 2 a.m. hard stop. Believe that's the time, right around that time. So see if we can get there by there.
valores e tal. Online, gastar online é muito mais difícil de gastar no poker, por exemplo, em comparação.
Welcome everyone. Let us know where you're watching from in the world. I did fly got over last night, got here this morning from Miami, and I know Ras came over from the Rio area. Maria is remote in LA. And I'm going to be doing mostly commentary. I will try to play a bit if I can, but I'll make my focus you guys there. It's the first time with the English YouTube stream. I think we can do a lot of info out there to English speaking in different parts of the world. Grow this awesome game, and BSOP, the brand, such a strong brand. Even my friend who has never been to Brazil, he came over playing his first event. He's in the final table of the 5 card, and he was just saying how well done this is. I think this is the nicest poker room and like place I've played, and he's played a lot. So I mean, that's a strong statement. I've seen BSOP, but just not in years, and it definitely did not recognize it. All right, a couple players stepping away. 20 left. This is where, again, you give yourself a chance to win. You make it. All of a sudden at 28, you're halfway. Now there's 20. You get down to that 2-table redraw. Next thing you know, you put together a decent couple hours of poker. You got yourself a final table in a sweat at a lot of money.
Okay,
so already kind of getting close to the serious portion of the tournament.
Thank you.
And I know João Simão, I know this is a hand he is going to like to play. He's under the gun. He's going to open. Something nice about the ace-5 suit. It's just got so much potential. You get 3-bet. You got possibly 4-bet jam. You get to open. Someone calls with a better hand. You get to rep better, and you're under the gun. You know, it's the new button. I said that about 8 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe now. Time flies, but Denny Ramos looking to get involved. He's got ducks, the deuces, and not a play. Many players you would not see call. This is under the gun. He's going set mining off that stack. Not conventional, but again, showing he's willing to play. He's not just in here trying to ladder. And ace-5 suited, you know, this is a hand where people can get a little saucy. It's one of those things you go in closing the action and wow. He does. So he's effectively ripping 20 blinds, and this is the power of the play. When you're the aggressor, João Simão probably knows something's up but can't do anything. It's indefensible. You just can't do anything about it, and deuces, and that is a great result. He would have gone multi-way. The same hand as João and either probably chop or get blown off. Instead, he gets to make an aggressive move. That is a high-level play and a great hand selection to do it. Nicely done. Very nicely done.
I told him
Rocking that Brazil jersey. I think that's a throwback. World Cup, of course, coming 2026 USA, Canada, Mexico. Going to be the final in MetLife, July 19th. I plan to go to that. Hopefully it's Brazil. I'd love to see USA Brazil, but USA, I think a little bit hopeful. And Brazil, actually, I saw the favorites. I believe it's Spain, England as the 2 favorites, although long way to go and never going to bet against Brazil. I think it was 94, right? Brazil won as well in the U.S. I went to a couple games as a kid. I was in the one at Pontiac Silverdome in Detroit area. But pretty big deal. What, 30 years ago? Man, time flies. That was quite a squad Brazil had then. I remember that. That was special. Yeah, but Bebeto had the baby, scored the goal, did the rock and the baby. I remember that. It's a loaded team.
Padilla con la acción.
Yeah, what a time. And again, soccer, football, whatever you will, it's international game, and it's going to be fun. This will be a big, maybe the most electric World Cup ever. Doing 3 continents, games across, crazy too. As we see ace deuce suited with Jack 9 hits that middle pair. Does have connectivity. And ace deuce suited, he's been aggressive and he's still keeping it up. And that's the thing, he misses here. Pedro's aware of that. And Pedro's done a good job. He's been the least active in terms of VPIP, but he has got himself a nice stack, 52 blinds. And this is where he gets paid the big bucks, because he is a guy not afraid. He has great reads, great ability. And again, in a spot that this is, although we see he has got his opponent in bad shape, he doesn't know that. Scary looking board. Queen 9, 3, 2 spades. You got Jack 9, no spade. He's going to certainly, I think, continue. He does. We'll go to a turn. And that board gets scarier for the Jack 9. Ace deuce, though, with no equity whatsoever other than the ace. And the Jack 9 does know that Jack, although he only has the 9 and the board gets scarier, he does have Jack 10 here. There is a double flush draw board. That's something that, he gets to have Jack 10. His opponent, how many Jack 10s does he have? Not sure. On the button, maybe, Jack 10 suited, the combos of that. Yes, so, I mean, it's an interesting hand. This could get, if Ignacio does go ahead and put the pedal to the floor here, I don't know if this is going to work. Although at the same token, Pedro, if he's ahead and he's against a real kind of draw, some sort of spade draw with the straight draw or diamond draw with the straight draw, that's kind of the problem. You're ahead, and then you got to hold on. And Ignacio doesn't strike me as a guy that would slow down necessarily in the rivers. He's willing to fire the ace deuce with clubs on the queen 9, 3, 2 spade, turn king, double flush draw board with no real equity. Does he see through some rivers? I think the answer is yes. And I think Pedro is weighing on this, also understanding that he could kind of bluff with his hand. He gets to have Jack 10, and he is going to lay it down. Is that right? He laid it down. Great hand. Ignacio playing lights out right now. Just a completely. Yeah, that's a man that's bluffing. The smiles, the. Oh, did he show it? What happened there? Did he show his hand? What happened? Okay, won the hand, but did he just show it after? He was just saying, "Hey, I made a play." I didn't see what happened there, but looks like he did table his hand. I don't know if that's what I'd want to. Maybe that's a respect kind of fun, but if I'm not trying to tick off Pedro. Not sure what happened, but either way, I'm sure it's all fun and respect. These guys look like they know each other and having a good time.
Padilla con la acción. Ok, obrigado. Dennis con la acción.
Okay, Jack deuce, not much going there. Queens, hello. Danny Ramos been active as well. He's got 20 blinds on the dot. Nice hand to find on that stacked up.
Rodrigo con la acción. Encierro 40.000 fichas. Pobre.
King, queen suited versus queens, as king, queen suited. And a call. So again, queens, nice spot, but king queen suited, powerful. It's in position, tricky hand to play here. You know, an ace comes out, you're not loving it. King queen, if it hits, could get you pretty good. And there is a pretty big board there. A lot of paint, Broadway, all Broadway, 2 overs. I'll tell you what, when you have queens and you get 2 overs to the board, that is a below average flop. I mean, yes, you block queen 10. Yes, you have a diamond. Okay, but yeah, you're not necessarily giving your opponent a better hand either. He could have some lower pairs. He could have hands that you're beating. You know, jack 10 suited, but you start thinking about it, it's just not an amazing situation. And king queen here also is like, feels good, but not great. Your opponent raised off 20 blinds first, and he could definitely have ace king or ace x, or, you know, this could get interesting. Let's see. And it's going to start out with a bet for Dene. Ramos going to bet in. And yeah, we'll see a turn. Both players are enrolled in the hand. They both like it in some capacity. No diamond for a little extra sweat here, as king queen has queens buried if it goes to showdown. But let's see what queens has up its sleeve. I mean, this is again not a great spot. A lot of better things could have happened here. As it stands, 11 blinds in the middle, 16 blinds in a stack, and close to the SPR, stack to pot ratio 1 territory. And it's got a decision to make. Doesn't look like he loves it. And he's still coming along. And I'll tell you what, king queen, you got to respect this. You can't just think that your opponent, there's not many hands that you're doing fantastic about. You know, if you're in there, it's just it's not a great spot. You could be in you could be really behind here. So I don't know how to play. I think call does make the most logical sense, right? You beat some hands. You are also drawing to a 10 for the nuts if it's a non-diamond, and you can improve with certain cards. So let's see the river and a brick. So all right, so now you have queens that are behind, and let's see what you do here. 12 blinds. I just don't know what the play is here with queens as played. Bet flop, bet turn, get to the river, and I just this is a little bit unfamiliar territory. You know, I wouldn't have probably played bet, and now I just I mean, I don't know. If I'm Denny here, I don't love it. Oh wow, he's gonna ship it in. I'll tell you what, this might work. This might work, and he's bluffing here. I think he's turned his hand into a bluff, and I gotta believe, man. If you're Rodrigo, this is I can't imagine calling. Actually, I just can't imagine calling. Yeah, okay. You have the board pairs. Your opponent goes bet jam. You don't even have the ace. Like if he has ace X here and you're chopping with ace king, but that's not the case. You lose to any ace. This guy's impressive though. Rodrigo, he's on him. He is on to him. He's thinking about it, and it's just got to work. It's just a great bet. Well done, Denny Ramos, man. This player is a fighter, and I like it. I think he did it. I think he knew he's bluffing there. Wow, that's high level poker. I'll tell you what, I feel safer in the booth over here right now. I don't know, Brass. You might just be out there taking your shots, brother. I might just be in here calling it, warming up, tuning up my game, because these guys are playing. This is a look at the featured table that we are here. Jao Samao down to 18. Did get a little bit of free life, free roll, if you will. He did get it in versus Pedro with ace-jack suited, ace-queen. They chopped, fresh off his trophy. Denny Ramos playing hard, 30 blinds. Ignacio in there often. Highest VPIP we saw earlier on that graphic, and this is now nighttime in Sao Paulo. And we're here with you. We're playing. We're going to go to at least 2 a.m. or a final table. And I got to look at the total players left. I know we were down to around 21, I believe. I think we had 3 tables of 7, if I'm not mistaken, as we are going to go ahead and continue on here. Brian Rass will be joining us at some point again. I think Maria Ho at the end, too. I'll be with you for for at least a few more hours. This has been a blast, and I do feel like being able to be in the booth and then go to play a little live is sort of a great combination. I've seen this time and time again. People come into, I host the GG Millions every week on Tuesday, and I've my guest records after being in the booth is pretty prolific. Just saw it again recently. So listen, I'm happy to be here. I'm also love to play a little bit, maybe do a little both. And here we go. These guys are just chop brothers. Ace King, Ace King. Ace King suited though for Zhao, and Pedro thinking with his 16 blinds. Yeah, he probably just wants to jam, right? Instead of 3-bet. I guess he could 3-bet, but just jam and then know that he's gonna call. You know, Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace Queen, a lot of pairs. Thinking if there's a reason to 3-bet non-all in. He does raise, looks like non-all in. I think with the Ace King off, it's, yeah, that's short though. His opponent short. It's one thing if his opponent had a lot of chips, but he's trying to induce, it makes sense. And Zhao Samal is gonna know his opponent is capable with much less holdings than the same Ace King. So he's going to go all in. It's going to be a quick call. Going to see the news. 2 flush draws to 1. Ace King suited in the lead slightly, but they're basically flipping. It's very close. And obviously, you could say, argue, people joke, 2 flush draws. It is better to have the Ace King suited slightly, but fair fight.
Vamos dividir de novo?
Little drama. How about a sweat? I don't like to see these go down where someone wins, but I wouldn't mind seeing a little. Maybe 1 spade, 2 hearts on the flop. 1 spade, okay, so the spade. There's the reason why you want to be suited, because now the Ace King of spades can win. Ace King off cannot. There it is. Okay, we got the sweat the hard way, the back door. Zhao Samal, this man, I'll tell you what, tough player, but he runs good. How about this? Is it the slower repeal? They just rip it off like a Band-Aid. Okay. All right, what did I say? 2 hearts, 2 spades. Fair fight. They both got.
Se eu perdesse essas aí, eu não vivia do jogo.
Tentei todas as mandingas e não deu, velho. Caramba, mas pô, o short stack pegando só mão prêmio, você tem que dar um jeito aí de estar melhor ou empatado. Aparece com um as de 7 off aí de vez em quando, cara.
De jeito. É que esse não aparece, né?
Acho que ia bater, mas eu me emocionei demais aí. Tirei a espada do
ter pensado numa outra mandinga pro River.
É.
Você fez a do
Foi muito repetitivo, né?
Foi muito confiante.
Okay, Ace 9 suited. Ignacio going to keep that V-pip up. He's getting dealt in. He's also playing. He's playing some poker, but he's also getting playable hands. And 6s for Zhao. 18 left, so we have lost a couple quickly here. We're getting close to that 2-table redraw. Zhao Samal on that stack depth does have a lot of all-in jams, and Ace 9 suited is close, but you know that's the problem. He's playing a lot of hands. You get shoved on, and you're kind of like not doing great against a lot of hands. Like you're flipping against these type of hand class, King Queen, you're slightly ahead, you're dominated often, and he's going to get out of the way. Just doesn't want to double up Zhao.
Flip. Quería hacer descuento ahí.
Dos acá, um lá. Alá, alá. Alá, não, alá.
25, cambio de dealer.
And I believe we will take a quick break, or there will be a message, a video, if you will. Okay, I think we're going to hear from the CEO of the BSOP, Rafa Marias, here very shortly.
Ela tava 18 ali.
And it should be about a 90-second video.
Mais 2 horas não, velho. É foda.
Okay, so 18 left. We are taking that short break.
Digo, não tem um super partido, não é esse aqui. Não tem contra. Não, você é Polônia, não? Tem um pouquinho mais.
Should have that for you any moment here.
Boa noite, pessoal. Bom, eu vou, meio que parar um pouco a nossa alegria, os flopinhos, mas para a gente contar um pouco dessa mudança visual, esse futuro do BSOP, que todos vocês estão vendo, né? Foi uma mudança realmente muito grande, um trabalho de meses e meses em que a gente está guardando isso a 7 chaves entre todos os colaboradores, e não podia ter um momento melhor do que o BSOP Millions para a gente entregar esse evento lindo, esse evento diferente, mas esse evento que continua com a cara e a alma do jogador de pôquer brasileiro. Então, a gente marca um capítulo importantíssimo no processo de evolução que estamos construindo nos últimos 18 meses. É a continuidade de uma transformação que vai muito além da nossa identidade visual. É uma nova fase, um novo posicionamento, uma nova forma da gente falar com o nosso público. O BSOP, ele existe há quase 20 anos. É uma marca que evoluiu, cresceu e fez parte do crescimento e da consolidação desse esporte da mente. E a gente acha que depois de tanto tempo, da busca pela credibilidade e legitimidade no Brasil, a gente chega a um novo momento, muito graças ao trabalho que foram feitos durante esses 20 anos com a liderança do Igor Federal. A gente chega num momento de expansão e de crescimento. Uma época em que há plena segurança em todos os aspectos para se jogar pôquer. Agora, chegou a hora de mostrar uma nova identidade. Uma identidade mais moderna, que mostra o futuro e para onde o Brazilian Series of Poker quer ir. E para a gente apresentar oficialmente essa nova cara do BSOP, chegou o momento que estávamos esperando. Com vocês, um vídeo que mostra a nova marca do Campeonato Brasileiro de Pôquer.
Tudo começa no silêncio. Uma respiração, um olhar, e então escolha. Cada mão é uma decisão, cada mesa um palco. E a cada carta que se abre, um legado é escrito. Viemos para sentir, para viver cada decisão com intensidade. O BSOP não é só um circuito, é o jeito brasileiro de viver o poker. É uma comunidade viva que pulsa a cada barulho de ficha, que vibra com a virada de uma carta, que se emociona com cada leitura e grita com a coragem do homem. Aqui celebramos preparo, foco, raciocínio, capacidade de decidir sob pressão. No BSOP todo mundo participa, mas só faz história quem entra de verdade, de corpo inteiro, com a mente e o coração na mesa. Aqui a emoção não grita, ela arde por dentro. BSOP, we are all.
Antes de eu terminar, eu queria agradecer a todo o time do BSOP. Vocês não têm noção, galera, o quanto é intenso, o quanto é difícil, o quanto é doloroso levantar esse prédio todo. A equipe de produção, a equipe do marketing, a equipe do financeiro, todos os freelancers, dealers, muito obrigado. A gente está vendo o esforço, a dedicação, o suor, as lágrimas, que não foram poucas, vocês não imaginam as dificuldades que a gente teve para a gente chegar aqui. Então, eu queria uma salva de palmas para todos vocês. Obrigado. Que seja BSOP Millions inesquecível para todos. Bora pro jogo. Boa sorte, galera.
All right, well, there you heard it. The CEO of the BSOP Millions, that's Rafa Moraes, a friend of mine I've known for a long, long time, does an amazing job, amazing player, and great ambassador for the game. Awesome to hear and see they talk about the new BSOP Millions, the new brand, the new face, and it's a very apparent here with what's going on. So very, very cool.
Bruno.
To see.
Bruno,
gotta say,
don't
very
spew.
impressed.
I want you in final table. Huh? I want you in final table. Don't spew. Okay. Don't spew. Huh? Pardon.
Yeah, new direction for the company, and just amazing where it's at. It's almost been 20 years for the brand. So pretty incredible to see. I think 2006 was the first year, so coming up on that 20-year mark. Revealing the new identity here. More modern, reflects the future and direction Brazil is headed, and I think they've done a great job. That's what the video is showing, and what is happening here. There we see a 18-player field, so 6-handed, 8 tables, 8 gonna cash, just got sent the payouts. And 1.575 million reais, so divide that roughly by 5, very nice payout. 8's gonna take 210,000 reais. And I gotta say, Mahdi Shahoui, if I'm pronouncing that, from Morocco, is our chipper. He made that excellent call with Queen 6. He bet decent size on the river, got shoved, had a fair amount, enough chips left to play, and he did bet call the Queen 6 against Boykin, and he was correct. So here we go. Rodrigo with queens. He's got a lot of chips. He's doing well. This is, I'm sorry, queens to ace queen. And there is Rodrigo with the queens. So ace queen dominated. Maybe July's had quite a ride. He's back in the game in a big way. Again, a hand dominated. Tough to play post flop a bit queens though. Still going to be an overcard often, and as we saw last time, queens barreled their way out, got king queen to fold on an ace king queen flop, went bet jam on the 6-6 run out. That was an impressive hand. And here is the 6-8 king monotone, all spades. And Mehdi's got the queen of spades, got the best spade draw. Ignacio in there with 8-5 off, maybe a little wide to complete, but we know he likes to see flops, play poker, post flop. And a bit of a pesky flop for queens with no spade. You see 1 over and spade, so immediately you can't improve. Could be drawing dead. You're ahead of a hand such as ace queen, but it has the over and the spade, so not the dream flop.
Você sai que dia? Vai chegar lá que dia? Essa jogada, cruz atrás tudo, né?
Okay, so we'll go to a turn. There it is, just no waiting. Got the second nut flush, 5-7 of spades, straight flush, but for all practical purposes, second nut flush. And Ignacio, 8-5 off. Let's have a gut shot straight draw. Double check his card, see if he has that gutter ball straight flush draw. Does not have a spade. Yeah, this is less exciting for the queens now. They go from potentially winning, no king and no one with a flop flush. Now any spade they're losing.
Lá o field é bom. Deve ser o melhor lugar.
7.5 blinds in the middle. 18 remain, 8 gonna cash. 100,000 real buy-in.
E nem deve ser todos reg, vai pra lá, né?
Melhor ser disparado de qualquer tempo.
All right, he's gonna bet. 45K, affordable pricing, but
vocês 4 vai jogar, tá?
Shed 1.
sei, acho que o Alisson e o Tavares chegam mais tarde, gente. Olha mal nessa.
Again, in poker, it's nice to be the aggressor, nice to have the lead in the hand, and this is one where, you know, you got queens. You just kind of say what could have been. But, okay, so he is going to call. I mean, it might look a little wide, but yeah, there is some hands your opponent's bluffing with. I don't love this. I think it's a little too speculative, but.
O Alisson no levanta. Você jogava desde quando você tinha 5 anos, né? Você jogava desde quando você tinha 5 anos.
So the question here is, do you get called by worse? The answer is probably sometimes with like a jack or a 10. Do you value cut yourself? Do you ever get, you know, put in a tough spot or bluffed, or? I think you, yeah, I mean, as played, I like just got in having a bet.
250 mil fichas.
The fact that Rodrigo's taking time to think about it, let alone that he may call, I mean, it does show you that I think he believes Meta is up to no good sometimes. That's apparent. Some trust issues here with this particular player. I'm going to burn a time card. He's really stuck on this one. Okay. Ace queen flush. You get called there. Big pot. Big pot. There he is. Make the call of the tournament, at least that I have seen. And he is off and right. He did call him. He did pay him off there. Pretty big hero call gone wrong there. Don't say I'm not in love with that one, but again, it's going to look really bad when you're not right. When you're right, you look like a genius, and he did not get that one correct.
Bota certo ali. A gente vai ter que pedir pra arrumarem.
Bora jogar aquela mesmo, já dá tempo.
Okay, here we go. 18 left still.
João. Então, a nossa tela aqui de trás, ela tá.
Okay, João Samal still in. He's got a couple of chops today in big spots, and he's looking for another trophy. He's got that confidence going.
Aqui foi João e médio fold e essa
Tough player. Get some good hands. He hasn't played a lot. We saw that he was on the lower end of the tip or voluntarily putting money in the pot, but he's gotten good hands when he is playing, and he does play them strong.
Quando você joga aí pode ir.
Comecei com 985.
Could be unraveling a little for Rodrigo. I wonder if he's thinking about making an aggressive move here instead of just calling.
140.
Oh, he is going to do it. He's going to do it. And again, we saw him with ace-5 suited make an aggressive move. He did it here. He made an aggressive call with the queens on that flush board, and he is betting right into the top of range of Pedro. This will not work for him. He's thinking how to play this. It's just all in or click it back.
All in?
Yep, all in. Oh wow. Okay, took it down, right? I was not. I thought he just took a stand and said, I'm going for it. Okay, so he did fold, 3-bet fold. Again, I actually prefer that than call. It may look again like he's tilting, but to call ace-3 off there, out of all the options, I think I'd prefer the go fold, raise, so fold 3-bet, and then call last. I think would be the worst option. So don't blame him for that. Bad timing. Poker's such a mental game. You can definitely feel like you're up stuck or unraveling. It's important to kind of reset when you feel things going sideways. These are not tough opponents here. Here with a6, going to get out of the way, 6-handed.
Hazy.
This man can really do it. He is a guy that attacks. He just goes for it. Yes, king 4 off on the button. That's not crazy, but he has played a lot of hands. And Rodrigo with the ace-7 in the small blind, 17 bigs. I like the shove here. It's a little aggressive, but against this player profile, how aggressive we've seen him, I think it's a very reasonable play. He does do it. Nice recognition. I gotta say, other than the queen's call, I think Rodrigo's played phenomenally well. And to be fair, I respect that he goes for the queens, knowing he's not going to be good a lot of the time there. He really felt like he had a read, or just thought his opponent didn't have it.
I don't shuffle here.
No, you can, but just a little bit over because that you throw the shards in.
No.
I want to thank everyone who's tuning in on the English edition of the stream. As we know, the Portuguese has been a fixture. People love to watch in Brazil and all over the world in Portuguese, but we are starting off with a first ever English edition. Just be growing from here. Okay, Jack 10 suited. That's a hand everyone loves, but off 20 some blinds, it is hard to play. You put some tough spots. Raising first in, though, I do think that is mandatory, so I like that. 6-handed. 8 gonna cash, so still a ways to go. And man, Jalsamal's literally had chopped situations in many spots. This is one where he could just go all in, and that's the difference in the aggressive maneuver versus opening here is, yeah, you don't want to call off with Jack 10 suited, but going all in is nice, and it's like it's gonna pick that up. A little frustrating probably for Dennis. Hand he wants to play, but not put all his money in here. Call it off. I'll tell you what, though. I think it's not 0% he calls. I think it's close to that, but this guy goes for it, too. I could see him just saying, you know what, let's roll the dice. But all right, he gave it up. He gave it up. I thought there was a slight chance, although good discipline, and I would like to see the fold there. Continue on. No one has gotten knocked out for a little while now. I think everyone can sense that two-table redraw, and then they're 50% of the way home for a cash at least, playing for a huge first prize. There's definitely inflection points in tournaments. You know, you start out, It's a little splashy. People get knocked out. They're trying to get chips, rebuying, right? You're down all of a sudden 40, 35, 30, get halfway. You saw 28 to 20 went pretty quick, and now we're getting to the, I call the serious, the outer bubble, right? The outer sort of, you're in it. You are very much in it. You're less than a third, 33% at, 54 would be entries. There's 56, so it's less than that. And now you're kind of in that last section of seriousness before the bubble. Yeah, Meji with some confidence. Got a lot of chips, made a great call for his tournament life, and now Pedro with the real hand. I'll tell you what, Pedro has gotten absolutely hit with the deck today. I've seen him with ace-king, ace-king, ace-queen suited. Got an ace-queen off versus ace-jack suited, chopped that one. Chopped ace-king, ace-king. Had ace-king again. Got to jam on the four bet jammed on the ace-3 3-bet. And here now he is going to go ahead and pop the limp.
Olha lá, era mesmo.
Tem que entender, o baralho ele vai te contando uma história, você vai lendo, aí...
Se fosse fazer um filme,
a pessoa pergunta, o que fala no capítulo 3? Que Padilha no Big Blind você não mexe. Aprendi.
Be interesting to see the stats on the aggression. We did see earlier that Ignacio was leading the table in VPIP. And Pedro was in the caboose, although he has gotten a lot of hands since then, so maybe that's much different. And again, card distribution doesn't mean too much in a short amount of hands. People's VPIP.
Não, acho que é a mesa final, mas... Ah, é a mesa final? 8, então, né? Acho que é com 8.
É, parar com 9 é loucura, né? Nossa.
Pra mim, tanto faz voltar acho que líder mesmo, não tem estresse. Tô muito largo,
So hard to get something and hold them. It really is six-handed. I mean, look at the hands. Just hard to make a big hand. Get a big starting hand. There it is, though. There's jacks on the button, and this is gonna potentially be great for Mehdi, as he could get someone with, some sort of worse ace-10 or a lower pair that could play aggressively against him. Queen-8 not going to be the one. Let's see the big blind. That is not it either. As 7-4 though. See if he's going to defend here off his 18 blinds. Okay, he will defend. Got a nice blackjack hand, 7-4.
I start for 80.
So he could have a big problem if he pairs just that, but if he gets something else, okay, so the 7, Queen 10, less likely to be such a big pot. Jack's also not going to be amazingly thrilled. They'll be fine, though. They're feeling still fine against one big blind call. Definitely going to have the best hand the majority of the time. He is going to bet. Get some value from a 10, maybe a 7, some draws. And look, this is one of the reasons you play the 7-4 off. It's problematic. You get, even a 7 high would have been a big problem, but here a 7, you hit the piece. Board now the 8. 2 flush draws, some straights out there. That's a good check. Board gets more congested. Does block Jack 9. Thinking this is a 2 or 1 street hands.
Check.
Okay, so the back door flush completes. The ace jack is a straight. 2 jacks with a diamond in the hand for Mehdi. Pretty like, as played against the big blind. I think he's going to be still fairly confident, but Hearts miss, 8-9 pairs and misses. He blocks Jack-9, Ace-Jack, blocks flushes, and I think he's going to feel confident to, as played, call if there were a bluff. But honestly, I think, you know, Dennis, this is a difficult hand to play pre-flop calling, and then the board is pretty ugly for the 7-4. I'm curious if he's going to try to lay claim to this pot or just check and hope that somehow his opponent has like an ace-X and just checks. But the board got worse and worse. All right, he is going to do something, and it is going to likely just get called, I imagine. Although, yeah, 55, I think I think he's just got a call. Can't check back, turn, fold. I mean, listen, you do lose to, there's Queen X, King X, but I think you just, yeah, you're going to call here. I like the play. I like the pot control turn. They turn it into 2-street hand, end up getting the betting done for him on the river. Well done. Nice hand. Bet flop, check turn, just call river. I like it. We are going to get to 16 and do a redraw. I think we still have some more action ahead right now, but once we do hit 16, we will take a break. We are still with 18, still 6-handed. When we go to 16, it will be 8-handed again, then down to the final table tonight, or 2 a.m. But I think we're going to be in good shape to get down to final table before that time. You never know, though. It is a very intense time of the tournament. The money bubble as well can take a long time. I love Brazil with the no R's. Hayes, not Rays. Hayes, says the dealer. My wife's Brazilian, so I always, she tells me you can tell Brazilian, tell them to say squirrel. They have a hard time with the R's, or they don't say the R's actually. It's not even they have a hard time, they just don't say them, so. I gotta remember that, but here we go, Jacks. Hey, looks, Ignacio's confused. He's like, hey, I play so many hands, I'm opening whatever, I'm defending whatever. I actually have real hand. What do I do? Okay, I'm going to raise. There's a raise into me. And also understanding that the Medi's been collecting chips. Going to be opening a little bit wider. In this case, very wide. 6-5, wide.
680. Vale, gracias. Nada. Tá bom?
Fold. Fold. Yeah, Medi, get out of the way. No point, again, not the stage to be peeling 3 bets out of position. Just gets out of the way. Hopes to open, get against the blinds, you know, the big blind defend, or get flatted, play post flop, or just take it down. Best yet, but no, got 3 bet, get out of the way. Next hand. Okay, the redraw. Look at that, 16, 56 down to 16. We will be taking a redraw here, and these final 2 tables of 8, which means with the redraw, on the redraw, we will have a new feature table. So that's going to be exciting. That's going to be us taking from 16 down to 8, which is the money. We will have the bubble. We will have a new feature table. Some players obviously from before, but we will get a new seating assignment, and we will take a very quick break. We'll be back very shortly. Eight. We are back, and we are at 2 tables. That's right, 8 going to cash, 16 are left. So 8 will not, 8 will. It is that time. We will have bubble action tonight. We will play at least, well, till 2 a.m. or to the final table. Likely the final table going to come in that duration. We just had an amazing bit of action there. That was a very, very intense last 28 down to 16 here, as we are going to see our new featured table. And 1,575,000 reais going to first, 210,000 for 8. So the big bubble coming up, that is everyone's favorite time. And this is sort of the outer bubble. I think this is when things really do slow down, and you know, it's intense.
Hard.
Players, and now you know there is going to be cash will not. So let's see our table here up to 16. We'll
Mas lá já começou?
We are going to be in for a treat as we see some of the biggest, brightest stars jockey for position to get to that final table and make the money. We're getting the queue up here. I'm going to just get word that I think we're going to toss it over and see the action there. I do again welcome everyone to our English broadcast as the BSOP is making history with that, as we have had a Portuguese dominant only broadcast in the past, but that is a big step for the series BSOP. We saw Rafa Marias did come on and give us the kind of breakdown of the new version, the new branding, the new BSOP Millions, 20 years in the making. Just shy of that, coming up in 26, that will be the 20-year anniversary. And there is a look now at our new table. It is a redraw, so we will see some of the same players, obviously, with 16 remain. And we had 6 there at 3 tables, so we do get some of the same players. I see Pedro there, Padilha, as well as, I want to say, I think a couple more players, same we saw before. We're going to look at the exact stacks as well as the names of all our players here. And intense time for the players.
Mas fica tranquilo, eles vão salvar o nono, Zé.
Vão salvar o nono?
Oh, is that Rafa? Is Rafa Marias still in here? Is he at the feature?
É esse que eu uso? Ou esse? Esse não.
O Diego, o Rafa vai usar. Tá, é esse mesmo, Rafa.
Oh, there's Ivan Luca, who just took second. Oh, there's Rafa Marias. I believe also Masato Yokosawa, who is one of the biggest YouTube stars in the world.
Yeah, because there are 9 spots.
Yeah. Ziska Sekia from. Oh wow, what a final table we have here. This is a treat. And Jao Simão will stay with us as well.
Give me 1 month and I speak fluent Portuguese. 1 month and one month and 1 girlfriend.
It's a little bit harder than Spanish.
Yeah, the pronunciations are
But like if you,
but I speak Arabic, and we have also like some pronunciations like similar to Portuguese.
If you hear like Portuguese from Portugal and Portuguese from Brazil,
it's different.
It's way different.
Ah, okay.
Like sometimes I speak here with Brazilians
and they don't understand.
No,
you?
they answer me in Spanish or English,
ah, okay.
and I'm like, oh, I'm speaking Portuguese.
It happens a lot. I don't know why. Even with me, I think because you are from Europe, so like okay, like I can't like use Portuguese to talk with you. You know?
Okay, well, all in right away. A7 suited, ace jack. As the A7 suited gets a little bit of life. A little bit of life actually in the A7 suited is covering, I'm pretty sure. That's the case. Pedro allowed chips. There's a 4 on the turn, so now needs a 10, 7, or 5, or else we will see a knockout, I believe. And that is the queen, and ace jack gonna hold up. Unless it was reversed. Is that a double? Did I see it? Did we have it backwards?
Bruno is still doing good. Bruno is still doing good.
The Portuguese.
Yeah, you're fine.
I guess that was A7 suited for Pedro. Okay, that's right. So it was a double up there. A7 was Pedro Padilha versus ace jack, I think.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Like it didn't.
It was a hold.
Yeah, I saw it. It's like ace 4-2.
Ace 4-2. What position?
While I have check call, it was like small blind for slow check. Turn 8, double flush draw. While I have check raises against the peak sizing, then champs the river. He ran into 4s.
What was the river?
The river was a 10, the backdoor flush completed.
Padilha.
And what did he have?
Five.
Like pocket five.
Five,
Pocket
yeah.
three.
I don't know. He didn't show. He mocked.
Oh, really?
Ah, he
Yeah.
mocked? Russians not giving information, huh? They come here and they want to... Okay, okay.
Case. 275 mil fichas.
Caramba, exatamente o que eu tenho.
Fold. Tudo fold. Med fold José Pérez. Fold. Ultimar fold. Captain.
Okay, Ivan Luka here. Gonna open up, basically all in.
That's what makes it.
Shoves, takes it down.
I mean, 5 is might raise the flop.
Mas não tem pra trocar.
Depends on the...
Botão Ultimar, Rafa Small e Padilha B.
I don't see many other things than this deck.
It is 7-8 suited.
Yeah, 7-8 suited maybe.
Players being talkative, having a good time.
I like the check raise in the turn.
Ivan Luka, though, he just got second to Zhao Samao, so these guys are
very ambitious.
In good form. Final two tables looking to get it going here. He needs some help, though.
Fold. Rodrigo fold. Hugo. Fold. Médio.
50.
Raise 50 mil.
All right, Mehdi Shawi going to get back to work.
50. Seu do Brasil.
Português,
Seu do Brasil.
Brasil.
Fold.
Speak português, não.
Obrigado, Pedro. Não, I felt it. Obrigado.
Pedro, king 4 off.
For you, my
get out of the way. So Mehdi will chip up there.
I take it. Bottom range, I take.
The Moroccan flag, that is a flag I don't see much of in poker, let alone in Brazil here. A lot of Brazilian flags, of course, but chipping up, having a good time.
O 500k dia 1 é quando, Rafa? Não lembro.
Dia 21.
Vai cair que dia?
Que dia é hoje? Sexta, né? Sexta.
Rafa Morales, someone I played a lot with back on the day on online poker. GM Volster online.
É. Se passar, não pode jogar.
Só se ele tomar cartão amarelo no jogo contra o Mirassol.
Ele tá com 2?
Tá.
Obrigado pela informação.
Não, mas tá louco.
Cacete. No...
Imagina, aí parece, né? Jogadores do BSOP falando de...
E Neymar ia tomar cartão.
All right, Mehdi Shawi again, getting to open first in, Queen Jack. Gonna go Queen Jack offsuit. Comes in for a raise.
Mas tudo é possível.
Sometimes just how it goes. You get momentum, you get chips at the right time, you get to start. Players can't really play back. They don't get much to contend with, and next thing you know, you're running away with the chip lead. And Pedro with the playable hand, A7 suited in the small blinds. 40 blinds, bit of an awkward stack. Knows his opponent's raising a lot. Does he want a 3-bet here? Or just call?
Demais, principalmente pro Flamengo.
And Ivan Luka.
Então, o Santos saiu da zona de rebaixamento.
3 jogos.
A little surprised Ivan Luka off that stacked up, gonna call, gonna be dominated sometimes like this. At the same time, risk premium so low, looking to get favorable flop, make something
happen. A gente pode
happen.
empatar um jogo que ainda não perdemos a liderança.
And that's an eventful flop. We got top pair versus the bottom
Esse
2 pair.
campeonato aqui também é
Ivan
feito
not
com
gonna
as
be
regras erradas. É o único campeonato do mundo onde confronto direto não é critério de desempate. O Flamengo ganhou as
Very
duas
wet
do
board,
Palmeiras.
2 spades,
E se terminar
straight
empatado
draws
no número de
possible.
pontos,
São vitórias.
É, número de vitórias, o primeiro critério de desempate, isso não existe.
10. 60 mil. Tadinho.
campeonato do Brasil não para
Go 60K.
para as seleções, não é?
Não, depende. This is one of the downsides of calling in the small here, out of position.
Foda, o Flamengo também. O Flamengo tinha
modest ace. It is suited, but you get this flop and you can be just really bad shape, dominated by an ace or some king 10, queen jack like this. And there's a 10. That might slow things down for everyone.
Só estrangeiro parece que foi 7. Foi a 3 do Uruguai, Colômbia, Paraguai, Chile, 2 do Brasil.
Now look, Medi was opening 6-5 suited before. He's also opening, he's opening pocket pairs such as 8s, 9s, worse. So ace-7, although there's a scary board here, 2 pairs, Broadway now, better aces. It's not a given that he has, as the chip leader at this table, one of the chip leaders, that he's going to have a much wider range, and this is going to make it more tricky. And look, all of a sudden he's got a chance here. 10. Okay, so the 4 is going to come, and that is going to still hold. Queen Jack will be good. This likely, very likely could go check.
Não consegui comprar ingresso lá, lotado.
Mas essa não é a maior rivalidade. A maior é o Benfica e o Porto, e o Benfica e o Sporting, e só depois é que tem o Porto e o Sporting.
Porto e Sporting. Eu acho que o maior lá é Porto.
O Benfica-Porto, nos últimos anos.
Okay, you see a check and check back. So Queen Jack going to see another winner go his direction there. Yeah, could have been different runouts there. If that's the 4 on the turn, instead 4 hearts on the turn, you might have seen.
Nunca fui
bet call, check back call.
Mas tem estourado,
but as played.
Agora lá eles não matam o boi, não.
Check down.
Não matam boi na arena. Em Espanha eu acho que sim.
Na Espanha mata, mas lá em Portugal não mata não. Eu quase que fui assistir uma, mas aí a galera que eu tava não quis ir, mas a próxima vez eu vou.
Gotta say, it feels good to be part of history here as breaking into the BSOP English version. I know not too many of you on right now, but again, this is the first time and we are gonna be building this and looking to have this be a fixture here for the future. And very high level poker, super fun to watch.
Os são loucos, né?
And I know Ras maybe wishes he started tomorrow, not the last 2 days, had a tough start, but
como é que é o nome lá do
I would
local
bet
que
against
tem lá
him
em
to finish in the black this week.
Campo Pequeno, pronto. Foi lá no Campo Pequeno que ele morreu. Morreu no Campo Pequeno.
And again, as I expect, this is that stage. You see, we went down from 28 to 20 pretty quickly, down to 18. Then it took a little while to get 16. Right now, everyone, this is very real. This is real money. It's a lot of money. 210,000 reais for a min cash. So players put up 100,000 reais. So it's a big moment here. You know, all of a sudden you get down to 13, 12. You got the bubble comes up. Anything can happen. Why it's nice to have a lot of chips. You can put pressure at this stage. If you're really short, not a lot of pressure, you just kind of go all in. And such as Ivan Luka try to make something happen. But if you do have a middling stack, 20, 30 blinds, 15, 18, 30, 25 blinds, it's tricky. You don't want to be too passive, but you also don't want to, you can taste that cash.
Problema dela é que a gente considerou bastante é que se tiver algum cara muito gordo, não consegue sentar.
Aí troca, né?
Mas não tem ninguém.
Adamar Ladra, by the way, a very regular on the GG Millions. I see a lot of him. I play, host that weekly, and I see him there frequently. Very tough player. Rodrigo,
fica pouco mais apertado, né?
Saiji as well. Been in some tricky spots. So we got a fun table for you.
Bem folgado, né? E joga em 9 pouquíssimo tempo também.
Também.
É só na mesa final quando forma em 9.
Só esse tempo mesmo.
Reise, 50 mil fichas, Zé Carlos Fold, Otomar Fold, Rafa Fold, Padilha Fold, Ivan Fold, Rodrigo fold, Hugo com ação.
Na escura.
Hugo, dois jogos. Hugo com ação. Check. Médio.
Okay, go to a flop here. Get a look at that aerial shot of the table. Try to make out what we got. How many players there? The Jack 5-5 turn Jack. Not seeing. There we go. 7, 3, and 8. So 8's has this hand locked up. I guess a Jack would not even do it. No, it has a hand locked. It says 2% chance with the 7-3. I'm not sure that the 8's have a win as long as they can get to a showdown. I guess I'm sorry, the 5, right? A 5 would be 5's full of Jack, so that would be the way that they could chop. But other than that, 8's going to win if it gets to showdown.
Já sabe qual vai ser a data? Você vai poder falar aqui depois eu pergunto. Do BSOP Millions.
And there is a river, looks like a queen.
Aí a gente vai perder vários profissionais que vão estar em Bahamas. Vamos. A gente ia fazer 22, 23, mas aí antecipou o Brasileirão e tal, né? E não conseguiu fazer um pouquinho antes. Você volta quando? 19.
10
Certinho. Bom, se der ruim, conseguimos voltar.
And there's a 110K bet, so the 7 high turns into a bluff. And I mean, if you're Medi, you know, you realize you lose to a Jack, you lose to a 5, you lose to now the Queen. He does call, and going to get to see the good news for him. He is on a roll. This is a man that made the hero call to stay in the tournament. Now he is cooking with gas. He is absolutely chipping up. And there is a look at that beautiful studio. Day 200K underway. Super high roller here in Brazil, Sao Paulo at the Sheraton WTC. Been on with Brian Rast and Maria Ho. Isa as well. Maria will be back later. Brian should be back later. I will be here for a while, and we are going to play it down to the final table.
Site? Projeto que estou começando com o vovô e com o Celu.
Mas é um site?
Não, é tipo time.
Achei que era um site de, sei lá, treinamento, sabe?
É, um pouco disso.
De onde veio o Orca?
Pior que a gente tinha escolhido aleatoriamente, mas depois o Celu começou a procurar sobre a orca e tal.
Tem umas curiosidades.
E ela come tubarão. Não sei se já viu, depois procura uns vídeos dele. Orca caçando tubarão. Maravilhoso.
Entendi, porra, muito legal daí. Aí vira um negócio
e
muito
aparece
maneiro.
uma baleia. Entendeu?
Entendeu?
O mais bonito, tomara.
A história, a narrativa é boa.
Okay, Ace-10 versus Jacks. Very favorable spot for Jacks with the raise, and now Adam are deciding what to do, if he wants to 3-bet or flat.
140.
He is going to 3-bet.
140 mil fichas raise, Rafa fold, Padilha fold, Ivan fold e Rodrigo fold. Hugo fold. Média. Fold, Zacato.
And Ace-10. Not a fun spot. You'll see some players flat jacks. I like 3-bet again. Sort of depends what you put your opponent on, stack size, all the various factors. You know, you got to be. The problem is if you're going to 3-bet, you're not folding. So Do you want to go for a flip or not? And there's our guy, Jose Carlos, who's been animated. He raises ace-10. Adamar Lava, very comfortable Estonian, tough player. Fixture on the GG Millions weekly. I see him very often. He's got a very impressive resume there and looking to show his stuff live. Has a great live record already. Okay, keep on rolling here, the BSOP. 16 left, other table going on. This is a feature out of the 2. Rafa Moraes, that is the CEO of the BSOP Millions. Hasn't got dealt in yet. And Rodrigo will come in for a raise. Got a playable stack, 19 blinds, gonna open for 2.
Zé Carlos com ação.
450, 465, né?
Jose Carlos, 9 deuce soft. That's not the right table game. You're not looking for that in poker. You guys know what I'm talking about. Game that's for. That's a double down. That's not look so nice in poker. Everyone realizes they're here. It also goes fast. Sometimes it's 16 for a while, then it's down to 13 quickly, and then all of a sudden you get down to that bubble. But lots to play for, and gotta believe this is gonna be a fight here. No one's just gonna bow out. Ivan Luka very short. He's already been in a few times.
Tá rolando uma transmissão gringa. E é no PS?
Não. A gente criou um novo canal, BSOP English.
Ah, é? Pô, ficou muito legal a identidade visual.
Gostou? Tô muito feliz também, mano.
Cara, a hora
foi
que
meio revolucionário, né? Por isso que assusta, né, um pouco, né? Você fala?
Ah, tá mais moderno, né?
Sim.
Bem legal.
Reis, 50 mil fichas, Padilha fold, Ivan fold, Rodrigo
Você viu
fold.
quando, só quando você chegou?
Não, quando eu vi a primeira vez no anúncio do Instagram ali, eu olhei e falei, tipo, não curti, mas aí quando cheguei e vi, tipo...
All right, there's a guy, Rafa, coming in for the Queen Jack suited open.
Contente.
Eu achava que a antiga tava um pouco assim, mais old school.
É,
sim. Fazia muito
Easy.
tempo também.
No resistance, just picks it up.
Eu não me apaixonei de cara nela também.
That's how poker is sometimes. Sometimes you open, you get 3-bet or play back at or go multi-way. Sometimes you just pick it up. Sometimes you want to just pick it up, sometimes you want action. That's just the way it is. Every hand's different. That's why it's such a fun game. So many different iterations at all times. I mean, I've watched and done so many foul tables or commentary, and it's just almost always different. You're rarely going to see the same situation. Sure, ace, king, the queens, but you know, everyone's different stack sizes, different player profiles. It's a lot of fun.
Mas essa foi tipo a primeira opção, você já...
Não. Eles mandaram... Tem um trabalho muito foda, cara. Tipo, de tom de voz, de o que nós somos. Fez entrevistas com fornecedores, com jogadores profissionais, jogadores internacionais, com todos os sócios.
Entendi.
Seen this ace-jack, ace-9 matchup a lot today. So here we see a raise and ace-9 suited middle position. Kind of awkward stack to play. Might suggest getting out of the way, but could also 3-bet or flat. Also, all options I think are reasonable. And he does 3-bet. I got to say, Rodrigo's impressed me with his aggression. He's really chosen nice hands to be aggressive with. I think I prefer 3-bet than flat. I actually really don't like flat off his stack, so I'm glad he 3-bet first, but I think, you know, folding is reasonable too, and going to put a hand in a tough spot. Pedro has sort of that perfect imperfect hand. You're dominating, but you could be dominated. And off that stack size, yeah, this is just going to work. Well done. Got the perfect spot there to get the better hand to fold. Ace 10, ace jack. Not going to get ace queen to fold, but I think Pedro was suspicious there. And to be fair, Rodrigo's done a lot of raising.
Como que eles criaram a imagem do... Sempre tem tipo um personagem que usam, né? Pra definir essas coisas, não tem? Quem é o BSOP?
Não, tipo, assim, um pouco, mas foi mais persona, assim, quais são os tipos de clientes do BSOP, entendeu? Tipo, o cliente low stakes, high stakes, cliente recreativo, ou cliente internacional. Mas o principal, na real, para definição disso foi, tipo, o que nós somos mesmo, sabe assim? Tipo, nós somos um evento brasileiro, com raiz brasileira, que quer conquistar o mundo, né? Tipo, a gente não pode sair do Brasil, a gente tem que ter uma cor forte, mas não uma cor que seja também...
All right, we're down to 15. It means we lost one at the outer table, and Ivan Luca again getting very short here under the gun. You can see... Oh, yes, I'm sorry, he has 10 blinds, so did double that one before. He's still okay. Right, he did double, I think, ace jack, ace 7 suited.
Reutilização da bandeira, né?
Sim, sim.
A ideia principal é essa.
There he is, our guy of the hour, Medi. Dowdy, not him. That's a player from Portugal, but Medi with the ace 10 suited. Gonna go ahead and raise. Jose Carlos been patient. Saw him animated double earlier. And Hafa with the very favorable spot off his 10 blinds, and he's gonna get action here. Or he's gonna get all in and probably have to call, right? He's big stack, ace 10 suited. They're gonna flip a lot. Yeah, it's 10 blinds.
250.
He's gonna call it. He's gonna love to see jacks there versus ace 10.
Oh, total.
250 quickly can be 500 plus. This is a big spot for everyone involved. We'll either be down to 14, lose the CEO of the BSOP Millions, or stay at 15 and see a very dangerous player with more chips. Healthy stacking. Medi knows that this is important, although he is behind. 60-40, not crazy.
Fala francês, Marcos.
Ah, sério?
Bonne chance.
Bonne chance, but it's in French, it's not Arabic.
Okay, pretty clean, no spade to fade, but he does have backdoor queen 10 or backdoor 4-5 or an ace.
I don't know why, but I can't think of like how
It's clean, no backdoor sweat, just the pure 3 outer, 7%, give or take. They have it at 9, it's like 7 point. Ooh, scary. 2 overs come to the jacks, but the ace 10 is good. I'm sorry, the jacks is good. 2 overs to the jacks, but that is not one. The ace was not it. And
sem sofrimento.
Pô, sofri até o final, pô.
All right, dangerous player. Getting chips, doubling up there. Tough for the field too. Everyone's looking for bust outs here. Of course, when it's a great player, more so. But either way, you want to be down to 14. It seems like a long way to 8. 15 left. Although you're more than half the players left will make the money.
Já usou o seu, Zé? Não se aguenta?
Já usei, não me aguento não.
Tô guardando aqui, ó.
Eu também.
É um torneio inteiro?
Eu acho que você viu usando.
Por que? Você queria mais?
Ô, Rafa.
Saber, a gente podia ganhar mais, né?
Rafa, você viu usando. Usei na mão contra o crema, rei dama.
Ah, ontem, né?
Hoje.
Então eu não vi.
Tá, nós não jogamos ontem não, pô. Nós entramos hoje.
Verdade, viajei. Pra mim foi ontem. É que eu caí, fui pro quarto e dormi meia horinha. É verdade.
Rodrigo, fold, tudo.
Mas isso aqui eu achei muito maneiro, cara. Isso aqui tinha que ter no mundo inteiro, cara. Muito legal.
O outro usava pra isso?
Uma vezinha, né?
Raise, 50 mil fichas, médio, fold.
Eu só esqueci de usar,
Lembrou de uma agora que você queria ver?
Teve vários. Fico meio bobo assim.
2 sevens. There's our man from Portugal, also, of course, speaking Portuguese, the country, but not a lot of Portugal flags I've seen here. This series so far.
Qualquer um pode utilizar.
Qualquer um
pode utilizar.
Se você quiser usar, você me fala.
Eu usei uma certeira agora há pouco.
Sério? Era o que, blefe?
Não, mas aí blefe é ruim, né, bicho?
Por quê?
Se é blefe,
Tem
se for blefe, você
informação,
ia
pô.
pagar, né?
Não, mas às vezes é informação, né?
Não, era
Às vezes
Tânia, era
o
num
cara vai
Tânia
ter
ainda.
mão sem... Ah, entendi.
Era num
Pô, tem umas informações legais.
Ele muda um pouco.
É. Aí você encontra uma mão lá que você não esperava, você já muda, a percepção
De um
do
cara
do
que
cara.
não tem nenhuma informação.
Mas era mesmo da TV? Ah, você ia saber de qualquer jeito.
Ah, mas eu queria saber, queria saber pra próxima mão.
Na mesa da TV dá pro cara esperar 30 minutos.
Em meia hora muita coisa acontece.
Pode
Muita
acontecer.
coisa acontece. Muita coisa acontece.
Very intense time in the tournament, although they're having a good laugh, having a good time, speaking some Portuguese. I do understand a bit, although we are on the English-speaking stream, so try not to talk over them, but at the same time realizing that you at home watching probably don't know what they're saying. I barely know what they're saying, or a little bit of it, but yeah, we have a talkative table. Adamar, though, not so talkative. He's been very focused. Did get a 3-bet on with jacks, took it down versus ace-10. Saw it pained Juan Carlos. And Hugo Machado under the gun, ace-5 suited. We see that hand been very popular today. One of those hands in poker, again, sort of a, if you want to balance, it's a great balancing hand between sort of a weak, powerful hand and a middling hand, right? You have potential, you can make flushes, you can get that wheel with it, and you don't want to do it with, it's just nice because you don't want to pick all the ace suited, so having that extra wheel draw is nice. Also against like 4s or 3s, you're doing better than if you have ace-2 suited. So some reason why ace-5 suited a little more powerful, but here's Rodrigo with the real hand. He's 3-bet a lot. He's been aggressive. This time he has a real hand, and I wonder if Hugo's watched some of the stream or has got intel that he's been aggressive. And, you know, honestly, that's the one where you can decide, and it's a little less appealing to do it when you're so close to the money, but you do cover here too, right? And do you think he's going to make a light 3-bet off of 20-ish blinds? So the good news is, if you do make the aggressive move and you're wrong, and first of all, you could get there. You also still have 15 blinds, although then you're one of the short stacks. If you just move on, you're probably in good shape to cash, or still in favor to cash. If you don't, this is what's going through his head. If he had more, it might feel like stronger to do it. Here it feels like he's kind of committal, and he is he gonna do it? He did do it. All right, and the percentages are saying 60-40. I mean, I think that's, not sure that's right, actually. I think it's not 58-42, but ace, king, ace-5. Ace-5 suit definitely has equity, 30+%. Kind of double check the stats on there, but it's a suited ace-5, has the 5, has the clubs, has the wheel, ace-king off. Looks vulnerable, but it's ahead by a lot.
Esse negócio de 20 segundos da brincadeira não, bicho.
I've been playing so much PLO lately. Got to double check my odds. I do believe it's closer to 70-30, or 2-1. As we see the wheel draw come in, backdoor clubs working, so we got to sweat here. 4 ends it, 5 puts in the lead. Club makes it sweaty. Oh, it's just no waiting. It's just immediately. There's the turn, and that is the bad news for Rodrigo. Nothing to do here. Needs to hit a 5 on the river to chop. That is quite a turn of events. Oh, a 6 there. Looked like a close. Good game. Honestly, Rodrigo, I think, made one misstep calling with the queens on the river, but to be fair, it's not crazy. He hero called, there was 4 spades, lost ace-queen, and then he had some really nice aggressive plays at times where he didn't have a good hand, and go figure, he gets it in way good and gets got. So that's going to feel a little salty. I thought he played exceptionally well today. Can feel good about his play, and look at the skyline there, Sao Paulo. There's your stack. 70 blinds, Medi. Maybe the story of the day. Hero called for his life in a tough spot, won that, propelled him into a big stack. 1.8 million, about 70 blinds. Ivan Luca below 10. He needs some help. Pedro Padilla getting put to the test in a few spots. Adamar Ladva, been quiet his words, but has shown us his 3-betting and table presence already. And there's Hugo Machado, the benefactor of that aggressive ace-5 suited 4-bet jam. Took down the ace-king, came from behind, hit the wheel in the turn, sealed it. I'll sponsor V-Bet there, and the trophy, super high roller, 100K reais. What a day. PokerStars V-Bet on there, and what a absolutely electric atmosphere here on the BSOP from the Sheraton WTC Sao Paulo. Said I was here about 8 years ago. Feels very different. The design, the everything, just everything, really.
It's too good. We cannot open.
Yeah. It's currently 8:52 local time. Yeah, I would say we're a big favorite to hit the final table today. Be shocked if we don't. We do have a dinner break coming up very shortly, however, so that'll take us a little deeper in the night. But I mean, I shouldn't say that. I guess with the bubble, you know, it's a 200,000 real bubble, so that could take in itself a while. It's always, I think, the most exciting and stressful time of a tournament. So yeah, we'll see. Either way, we'll be here for another at least 4 hours of play. We will have a dinner break. I don't got to get the confirmation of how long that is, but that is coming up here very shortly. Okay, so it'll be a 75 minute dinner break, I am told. So that'll take us to at least coming up basically now. So we'll get us to like 10 p.m. breaks. Yeah, about 4 levels of play, or the final table.
Reis, 50 fichas, Rafa, fold.
Adam, we're going to raise, and Rafa not interested in the 3-bet possible spot. Does pass, just got a fresh double himself.
Padilha fold, Ivan fold, ação comigo. Ivan fold.
Gente, precisa tirar ou não? Ou pode ficar?
6-4 off, chip leading, but against a tough opponent. Let's see if he does want to play. He covers, and they're fairly deep. So I think again, oh, he's suited. Yeah, he's gonna be playing. 6-4 off, not guaranteed. Probably wouldn't even call. 6-4 suited, yes, that's gonna make it into the calling range. A fairly fair fight. As we see a ace, deuce, 8, 2-heart board, and this is a hand 6-4 suited. Does have some pretty good turns on certain runouts. Queen Jack with no heart, not the best flop, but you do want to sometimes just bet here, take it down. It is the chip leader. Gonna expect a small C bet.
We didn't fold pre-flop. Let's say that's 2 minutes.
It looks like he did do that, and that will end that hand. Although could have got saucy there. I think he decided to leave the spice for dinner, as we are going to welcome you guys here to the studio here, the beautiful BSOP studio at the Sao Paulo in Sheraton at the, again, English version. We're bringing it to you. We got the Portuguese version. That is a standard thing you can expect. With the English, it's the first time. Riho, Brian Rast, Isa helping on that. We will take the dinner break. We will see you back in 75 minutes. Okay. be playing to the final 8 today. Rest. We are at the exciting time of the tournament. You're not in the tournament. That's upsetting, but we're gonna get that out of the way, and we are gonna dive in, and you are gonna have played with some of these guys. So let's get that out of the way. Yeah, well, we've got our final 8, and we're going to play to the final 2 more levels. We should get to the final table. 8 cash, 16 total left. 8 will not cash. That is where we are at. Actually, I think we're down to 15, Rast, and we are going to get to play with and see some of the most experienced and best players that Brazil has to offer. Of course, the highest buy-ins in the world right now going on in the world, and we are seeing that on the Brazilian Series of Poker. Going to have the first ever 500K that they have hosted, and this is warming up to that. It's 20K US, give or take, and of course the 250K, which is 50K US, comes up. But Ras, what do you expect to see at this stage of the tournament? Obviously, the money bubble coming up. It's kind of tough if you're short or middling, and if you have a big stack, you get to go to work.
Yeah, we're at
2.
Yeah. So I feel like these fields are a little bit shorter, so the money bubble is not as like
True.
field events. Because it's kind of like, sure, you're at the bubble and it's nice to cash, and I'm not saying it's not going to change play. There's a risk premium going on, but it's like once you cash here in this one, it's kind of at the final table after not that many more people bust, right? Whereas, you get 1,000-person tournament and you're cashing 150, and all of a sudden it's like 100 people can bust and you like don't even double what pays out, right? Totally different situation. So I think we can expect to see, it's all very situational, but maybe a little bit less extreme bubble play, I would guess, than like a larger tournament.
That's a good point. Well, we got guys that are going for it. We've seen some very adventurous play. We've seen some people go for it, and I got to say this has been fun to watch, and looking forward to diving into the action as we will take with, again, I think 15 remain, and there is 2 tables left. We will have a feature, I believe the same feature we had before, some of the best players in Brazil that we get to see, as well as some other players from around the world. I know Ademar Latva is there, as well as Ivan Luca, who just took second to Jao Samao. I know we're waiting. I hear the Brazilians are fired up. I'll see if the action's going. I can hear in the Portuguese stream, they're going nuts already, and the action hasn't even started, but we are going to get you on that feature table. And Brett, are they the most passionate country in the world in poker, at least is Brazil?
I mean, a lot of passion, man. You got to respect it.
We got Brazilian wives. Yeah. We get it. We get passion all at the poker table, off the table, passion everywhere, and we are excited to see. And I don't hear the word on how long until we actually get back underway. I know we just took the 75-minute dinner break, and Maria Ho will join us after the next break from LA. We will have her remotely there, so that'll be fun. And I think we're diving into the action, Rast. I don't know when we're starting. I'm looking. I think they're underway.
Listen, Jeff, you touched on something I think we shouldn't just gloss over, which is an interesting point, which is, I think we shouldn't just classify, Brazilian. Listen, Brazil's a country with 200 million people.
A lot of people.
If you don't know, it's a big country.
Big.
Both
50% of Latin America,
people.
I think. The whole Latin America.
Yeah, I think it's like the 5th biggest country in the world as well by land mass. But it's just like, and just as I'm saying, it's a big country, it's a wide range of people. Maybe you can make a generalization about aggression, but it's like there's there's some amazing Brazilian pros, like really top level guys, especially in No Limit. And then, as with any large group of people, you go down the ranks and maybe people that aren't quite so good and clicking some buttons.
I'm not talking skill level. I'm talking passion.
Okay.
I said on the passionate scale of poker. Listen, this is true that I've seen.
Passionate scale. I haven't seen this scale. How does it work?
Listen, it means at a World Series final table, if a Brazilian makes it, there's people from the Las Vegas area show up. People you'll talk to who are you here watching, they don't even know. They're like, yeah, my cousin said my friend made the final table, and they're there cheering. That doesn't happen for a lot of the other countries. So again, generalizations, but Brazil, great to see BSOP in such a healthy place. Super high roller series, setting records in a lot of different categories. Passion is not a fight to argue. You could argue on that, but on the actual numbers, they've never had a 500K in the history of Brazil, so that's a big deal.
This is going to be the biggest tournament.
This is the first
what
ever.
It was before?
They had a 250 in Reais,
which they're going to match basically right before.
Yeah,
because they're having a 250 here and then the 500.
Yes, so history's being made, and again, the numbers are impressive, and the venue is great, and
that kind of makes me want to play it a little bit more.
Yeah,
actually,
historic.
You
bust a bunch early, and then you just come in and ship it. I got to see. There's no U.S. players, I don't think, in the high roller that has played yet. You're the only one, I believe, that I saw so far. So
yeah, which makes sense. I don't know if I've recognized anybody coming over from the U.S.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, if no one's here yet, maybe.
They might be showing up for it's the heavyweight. I know Mustafa Kanit supposed to come. He is you can't really, I guess you call him, he's Italian, but he is he's plays a lot of American.
He's not American.
Okay, fine. So I know.
Does he play out of America now?
It's a good question. I think no, because Dario is number 1 and he's number 2 in the all-time list. But either way, there's some internationals here, and we're going to have the first ever English stream for the BSOP, which is really cool. Also, so that's historic.
Martin's here, international.
He is international.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a few. And Adamar
Listen,
Lafa,
all I got to say is at the first tournament, Martin played. It was the Invitational. He was apparently on the VIP side.
Whoa.
What do we think about
that's interesting.
I was over there. I'm there. I'm like 44. I'm pretty sure at my pro table there was nobody within 10 years of my age.
Really?
And yeah. I don't know. They all seem pretty young.
I've seen a couple guys.
I mean, you can never tell exactly. Like maybe somebody was like 38, but I would be surprised if somebody was.
How old are you now?
Over
44?
40. I'm 44.
44.
I'd be surprised if anybody at my table was over 40. I'll say that.
Today there were some guys. There's some guys that we're going to see right now, actually, that are definitely over 44, mixing it up. So this is a big buy-in, 100K Riai min cash, just to catch you up, Ras. 210,000 Riai. That's 8, and first is 1,575,000. So pretty big. You know, it's a good payout. Good.
Would have loved to be there.
Hey, listen. Again, great to have you here. Always root for you. On the table.
Actually, I didn't have that many interesting hands to play. I told Jeff. I told them to Jeff. You know.
Listen, Ras, it's early. It's early here. We're warming up, and we are very excited to have you all. And again, this is historic for the first ever English stream. So we got asked to come down here. We took part in this, and this has been a very, very cool experience. And again, we're going to be growing it. We know
let's talk something about Brazil. I want to do
let's
a cool
go
Brazil
do a little
story.
Brazil stuff.
So I've been in Brazil, like kind of had a house here for years now, or staying in a place. And I was down here in one of the World Cups. I think it was the one before the last one, I believe, in 2000 or whatever. Dude, I got to tell you.
Wait, 2000 at the World Cup in Brazil?
No.
No, because they had. I think they had 16 in Brazil.
It was 16. It was the next one at 2000, right? Or maybe they didn't have one because of COVID and it was 21. Whatever. It was that one, but not the last one that just happened.
Okay.
All right. So I was down here during the group stage. Not even when you're in the elimination part. The group, when you have the 3 games in your group, right?
Yep.
Listen, I have never seen. There's nothing even remotely close in the U.S. to how locked in everybody is for a group stage World Cup game.
Yeah.
Okay. In Brazil, this is for everyone out there. I know the Brazilians will know this, dude. People either don't work or get off work early,
national
or
holiday.
They don't go to school. It's like a holiday.
It is.
Not only that, you go down to like somewhere where there's a bunch of restaurants anywhere in the city. I'm in Rio, because we went and had lunch somewhere. All the restaurants have special TVs out. Actually, on the beach, they have these like 20, 30-foot tall TVs that they install just for people to go like, like massive TVs on a stage, and like people go and you've got to buy tickets, and it's like you drink and watch the game at the beach.
Pretty big swing for the country.
There is nothing. It is 10 times bigger than the Super Bowl for a group stage game.
Yeah, that's wild. Next one though, there's 48 teams, and it's going to be in U.S. MetLife 19th.
Dude, it's actually great. I love it. I love the energy. It's like everybody's kind of like on the same wavelength of like, let's fucking go, let's win this game.
Yes.
You know.
It's a real camaraderie.
Yes.
It's
pretty cool.
I don't know if we'll ever get that in the U.S. for soccer, but
I don't think we're gonna get that in the U.S. for anything.
Yeah.
For what, like.
Well, shout out to the U.S. Shout out to the final 16. We're going to go over there and we're going to watch the final 2 tables. We will see a feature, and we're going to look at those players and see if we do find a above 44-year-old here. I think we do have a couple guys that are mixing it up, but we just got a new feature before the break. We did a redraw at 16, and Pedro Padilla went deep in the main. Here's Ace Jack. There's Ivan Luka, just took second. We haven't seen a ton of crazy setups so far.
Pretty nice little spot.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, well, he only has, he has like 3 big blinds, or, remaining.
Yeah.
So he didn't go all in. He's leaving 2 blinds behind.
All in?
Wait, what just happened here? Did he say all in? He's not on the screen, his hand. Or he's... Oh, there it is. There he is, though. Now he's there. Okay, now we got real stuff happening. We have ace, king, queens, ace, jack. Pedro's going to be able to get out of the way here, certainly.
Yeah. 1.7 is a lot of chips, too. It covers him. So.
Vamos botar ainda. O rapaz não tava ali.
Seems like for 27 blinds, yeah, pretty.
He's never
easy
calling here.
fold.
He folded to a 3-bet earlier when he got 3-bet by ace-9 suited. He had ace-jack. I mean, it is a little different because the guy's so short, but still,
No,
I'd be
he's
shocked.
He's never putting it in.
Yeah, I'm actually. Okay, here we go. Ace king to queens. Very fair fight. I mean, Ivan Luka's extremely short.
Yeah, so we can see that only a small portion of the small blinds stack is in play. Only, it looks like about 200K each.
Oh, there's the ace. My man is having a day. He made an amazing call earlier. He kind of blocker bet the river, but put a middle sizing, got asked for all his chips, and he called it off with just a 6 on a pretty scary board. Oh,
wow.
Don't blink, hello. There's the lady.
And this hand is over. There's no
Yeah,
card.
that's
ace
it.
king can
Dealer rip it off. What a man, Ivan Luka. This guy's cool as a cucumber. Doesn't even get phased. He wasn't really concerned about the queen coming on the turn of river. Just thought it would get there. He did, and he's back. He's not out. 14 left. 7 and 7. 2 tables.
How many cash?
8.
We're still a ways away.
Yeah.
75. Eu coloquei 75 e...
That one hurts. I mean, listen, you're at the table. You want to see bust outs. It's a big difference. It's hard to lose people here. You get down to 13, he's a tough player. Yes, he's short, but he's hovering around. You got to be aware of it. Where's São Paulo rank in your cities in Brazil? Rio, obviously, you're biased. Where does it rank in your power ranking cities?
You know, unfortunately, I haven't been to really enough cities. I mean, I definitely have Rio ahead of Sao Paulo. I've been to a couple other cities, but I need to travel, considering how much time I've spent here, I need to travel more around Brazil. Like, I haven't even been down south.
I've been to a fair amount, actually. I think I've done the opposite. I've been to a lot of places and not so much so often. Been to Trancoso, Bahia, Fortaleza. I mean, I've been to a lot of random cities, too.
I've been to Salvador Bahia once.
I haven't been to Carnival.
Oh, you've never been in Brazil during Carnival? Okay. I generally don't like staying here during Carnival anymore, but I did participate, I think maybe twice, many years ago when I was a little bit newer in my Brazil time.
There you go.
Yeah. Right now I just feel it's like, wow, it's like super busy, and I prefer when it's a little bit less. So.
We're getting older, Ras. Let's just call it what it is. Let's just say what it is.
Yeah, we're older, we're married. Carnival's not
Yeah,
nearly
it's not
as
necessarily on the first thing you're doing, but let's see what we got here. There is a guy. He's over. You don't think he's over 44? Jose Carlos?
Oh no, certainly. He wasn't at my.
Fair enough.
He wasn't at my pro table on the first day of the invitation.
Not saying he looks old. I would take the over 44 by a hair.
Oh, I'm not saying. No, I didn't mean to imply that nobody over 40 is playing. I was talking at my table.
You have participated. You played
at my table. No. At my table on day one of the invitational, when it was, because they had it separated. It was the pros only.
Got it.
And this.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
And I heard these young 20-something-year-old guys talking about how it was late. And I'm like, all right, cool. Thinking to myself, you guys are pretty young. Where's the stamina? When I was 28, I could play 48 hours straight.
These guys they're on health kicks now. They're up at 9. They're doing cold plunge. They're hitting
no
the gym.
drugs, bro. Just coffee, no problem. 2 days straight at the poker table.
The poker community's gotten a lot healthier.
Yeah.
A lot better. I saw this push to start at like 10 or 11 a.m. for all these events. Did you see that? Seth Davies talking about that? What do you think of that?
I don't know about 10 a.m., but like at noon it seems reasonable.
No, they start at 11. They start at noon already, a lot of them, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like they're saying like 10.
No, I think noon's good.
Yeah. 11 and 1 somewhere. All right, we don't see the cards here. We got a little mystery hand, but we don't see
I
the
never
board
start
yet.
tournaments on time, Jeff, so it doesn't matter that
Yeah, it might
much
actually be better for you. Just end the day earlier and you go maybe a little earlier. Could be better. This is the guy I see a lot of online. I mentioned before, Adamar Latva.
this
Yeah,
guy?
he's from Estonia. He's a regular on the GG Millions. Has won 4 to 5 times.
Oh, really?
And he's got a lot of final tables.
Oh, so he's kind of an online attorney crusher. Okay.
He came a long way
Yeah.
to get this done. He's not here to get 9 to 14.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. See, this is why I need you here, because I have no idea who anyone is. So, guys,
I got
at
some
home,
info.
Jeff's got us. Jeff's got us covered.
Oh, we got action. We got mystery action.
Yeah, the graphics aren't perhaps telling us as much as they could about what's happening.
Multi-way. Okay, they're working on the graphic, and we're looking. I guess there was the multi-way, so Adamar has a decision, and then.
Well, he's got the button in front of him, and I'm pretty sure that's the all-in button. That little like square.
Okay.
I remember it from playing. You guys can see at the bottom of the screen, there's like a little clear thing with yellow on top. I believe that's an all-in button.
Well, the guy to his right just folded, Juan Carlos, and or maybe someone else was all in, and then he's deciding, because I think it's on him. Are you saying that right there in front of that little?
That's what I think it is.
Or is that the button?
No, I
All right, we're.
No, it looks like Juan Carlos. Oh no, those aren't cards. Those are.
Oh, maybe you're right. Did
Yeah,
he?
Juan Carlos
Okay.
has cards. Yeah, he's all in. See. Okay, there we go. That was on the flop. We had top pair, and Jose Carlos was thinking about bottom pair. Got away. Yeah. So he was all in. See, that is an all in. I remembered correctly.
You're locked in. You were right.
Trust me, they put that thing in front of me a bunch.
You were-
it never.
You know
like
what
no
that
chips
looks like.
came back.
Got it.
I
We
was.
We're dialed on that.
My all-in EV is in this is like a red line to Hades. Got to turn that around.
I will say this is a very tough table. Pedro Padilla, great player. Ivan Luca, great player. Rafa Marias, who's the CEO of BSOP Rest. I don't know if you know that. One of the founder CEO. He's there with the glasses on and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or whatever, then directly in front of the dealer there to the right. And then also the player. I mean, I recognize a lot of these guys. The only one I'm not familiar with is Carlo.
Do you recognize the guy to Rafa's left in the black shirt?
That's Pedro Padilla.
Okay, that's one of the people you
He went
said.
deep in the main this last year. I think he got like final 2 tables or 3 tables. Very tough player.
He was at my pro table, and somebody was like, said something about how he thinks he's the best Brazilian player, and I had no idea. You know, oh, are you joking? Are you serious? But maybe he was being serious.
He was being serious.
Yeah.
This guy also very, very tough. And Mehdi, this is the one who made the call earlier with Queen 6 on.
He was at my pro table as well.
Yeah, he's from Morocco. Got the Morocco flag. So actually, it's something rare. There you see a Morocco and Argentine flag. The rest Brazilian, I believe. Oh, I'm sorry. Adamar is also Estonian. So, okay, we have a little international group here out of the 7.
Decides not to call with Jack 5 suited.
I've seen some pretty light big blind complete multi-way here today. That's one thing I would say, like surprisingly light, like 8-5 off, and
yeah,
there Jack 5 suited you see getting out of the way. A little more standard.
60.
Fez raise para 60.000.
Looks like Luca took a stab.
O relógio está parado?
Ué, 60.000.
It's interesting. Ace Jack suited, 2 overs, no backdoor.
I kind of think you, oh yeah, to like be 30, you've got to continue, even with no backdoors, I think.
Yeah.
You're just ahead too much. but a second barrel could get this done. Would be tough to find with king 10 off here, but you almost never have the best hand with king 10 off, but a lot of incentive to maybe try to get ace high to fold. Probably hard to get anything better than ace high to fold if somehow Mehdi has like a pair, right? But yeah, he waves the flag and kind of save those 13 blinds, which seems pretty prudent.
It's interesting. He actually still gets a free pull at it at the river. It looks like. I think it did go. Or no, it's got the option, so we're not sure yet. But he might get to see it.
I mean, this is a spot where Mehdi kind of gets to bet quite a bit, but like his particular hand is one of the hands that probably doesn't want to very much. You don't really get better to fold.
Ooh. But as played with then the king of clubs in his hand. Ivan Luka, one of the toughest customers out there. He really is a great player.
So now's the spot
Oh, wow.
if he wants to bluff. Yeah. Where you're gonna see it.
Bet pretty quickly.
What was the bet? There's 315 in the pot, so he has 390. He does have the king of clubs. Oh wow, pretty small. It's exactly targeting stuff like ace highs
He
or
did
better
call.
king queen.
He's been so sticky today. He's been right. He's called so many times, and he's just been right. This one a little. The price is
a little.
Bob
too-
Barker, yeah.
Yeah.
It's in there. I think it's not like the craziest call by any means. Ace high.
No,
gonna be
not at
good,
all.
but-
Getting like 5 to 1.
But he did call for his tournament life in a spot, which was very difficult, and Bet called it off on the river with just a 6 on.
I think it's a spot where, as Luka, you definitely need to bluff sometimes, especially if you have worse than king high. The king 10's probably a king high that wants to bluff and get king jack or king queen to fold at least. But yeah, probably can't do it every time, or you're bluffing way too much, especially for a small size where you're giving your opponent 5 to 1 or
Yeah.
whatever. So kind of interesting. Probably prefer to do it slightly more with the king of clubs. I mean, again, like when you're betting 75K into like 315, it doesn't need to work very often either. You know, it only needs to work like 24% of the time or whatever it is for the bluff to be break even.
And now all in with 4s for under the gun, but 7-handed. So gonna risk it here.
Under the gun 7, this is, I'd say this is on the loose side, maybe even for chips, but almost definitely with any kind of ICM. For 10 bigs under the gun, I would guess the solver is mucking 4s. But it looks like he's going to get it. Nope.
Pedro's really had some big hands today, but a lot of times he's chopped ace king. He got it in ace queen, ace jack suited, chopped. And here it's sort of a fake flip, ace king to force. And Ivan, who just took second in the 10K Invitational, there's the king. Needs run in. He's got a couple runner options. He just got there last time with a queen in the same spot, turned a queen. This time needs a 4, a 5, a oh my!
Wow, we just saw this.
He just did it. This guy is dangerous.
Did you feel it this time?
I mean,
Just no like sweat, even
like,
not like the
I had
runner.
something like, okay,
He doesn't even. This guy is.
for him,
Look at this
and
guy,
then I
man.
said to myself, okay, stop thinking like this because you're gonna start believing in
That's
it.
the
you know
scary
what I
ones.
mean?
That's the guy that's drinking herbal tea, not coffee.
Exactly. I thought about
Afternoon.
the 5, and then I said to myself,
It's
stop
just
thinking
locked
like this
in.
because after you're gonna make like irrational decisions.
Pedro's been there before. He's seen that run out. Also not faced.
Do mesmo jeito.
I do respect. I mean, it's not just that there's no like rise of emotion. There's literally 0 change on
Either.
on either guy's
Either one.
face.
Those guys are
You
scary.
couldn't even tell they were playing the pot.
No, I do
actually.
not want either of them at my table.
They look like they might be doing something else, or
Yeah.
some other guys are all in.
Yeah. Yeah, if you just tuned in, you would be. You'd think the camera had the wrong guys
Yeah,
in that
you'd
hand.
be like, oh, this guy's not all in, actually. He's like looking away, kind of not interested.
I respect that. That's just not who I am, but I do respect it. This is a bit of a tough shakeout, honestly, for everyone involved. Like, because we would be down to 13 almost always. Now you got Ivan, who's got ammo. He's tough. He's got 20 blinds, right? 22 blinds.
Yeah, he's been turning some sets, you know?
Yeah.
Why not? Someone's got to do it.
Someone's going to win chips. You know, he looks like Jaws a little bit, Ivan, from James Bond. You know what I'm talking about? The character?
Oh, yeah, maybe
like
a little.
Just a little bit. He's intense. Like, he looks intense, but he's a super nice guy. We got cards on their backs. Jack 7 suited and 10s. And all in is Jack 7. And so Pedro now needs help.
No trouble.
This is a rematch. Someone's got to show. So whoever shows a motion first might win. 10s to Jack 7. There is a good flop for 10s.
Jack 7 deserves some equity, though. A Jack or a 10 to win.
Oh my goodness, and then there's the river possible sweat, the actual most action in the deck. This is where people say online things are rigged. Don't you dare. That is a crazy turn.
Yeah.
This has been crazy turns.
Oh, bricks.
Bricks. Pedro, never worried.
Scotty just turned sets even when he doesn't want to.
That's
the third all in a row.
It's a wild one.
But maybe it's rigged this game. I know you run it, but
That's actually that's an insane run out. How many blinds was that for?
3 trincas no turn, seguidas.
Fiquei confiante do jeito que ele tá brincando.
No turn, né?
When you sold the flop, okay, you won.
Quando veio esse flop, o já tinha certeza da vitória.
This wasn't recorded, no one would believe.
Que loucura.
Caramba, essa foi bizarra, cara.
Imaginação. Depois de equalização. Equalizar ou tomar fold.
Yeah, I'd like to get an update if we can on the stack size on the other table. And here you see, we're seeing everyone, but this is, again, the feature. 2 tables of 7 left. And 10s again here. 10s to 5s. And there's an all-in rest again. 5s to 10s. Okay, 7, 4, queen, pretty innocuous. It's Jose Carlos is all in, needs some help.
Yeah, not
6
a very
is interesting. That is not
no
so
help on the
interesting.
turn. Nobody has a diamond.
Needs a 5. Looking pretty dry. Oh, there's that 4. All right, good game. Jose Carlos played well. Ultimately not enough.
That would have been way more exciting if they sweated. They had sweat that the way you sweat cards, it would have been a 2-side spade. He would have been 50-50 and bricked. But
for Max Payne.
Levaram o nosso ouro,
All right,
agora
he's
estão
gonna walk
levando
off.
as fichas
Played
também.
well. Nice showing, but comes up a little short as we see equal cash. 14 left, 13 left now, I'm sorry.
Ainda falta.
Or 6 and 7,
Eu
8.
nem o ITM está garantido, está muito longe. É que eu tenho talento às vezes para fazer umas coisas.
Você é dos bons?
É, não meu achinho.
And now I can say this is a extremely tough final 6 at that table as we take a look again at the shot. Sao Paulo, skyline there. Ivan Luca all of a sudden, well, that's not chips, that's aggression frequency for 39%. He's in the lead. Ademar been quiet, but again, short-handed distribution, playable hands. These guys know what to play in what spot. Day 2 of the 100K, Riai, buying. And we are looking at, again, 6-7 handed action. Going to play down to this level and one more. See where that gets us. Should be right around the final table. Could be a long bubble, Ras. 210,000 reais. But it is too,
I mean, we're not.
But the thing is, for
really
the bubble, at
at
least
the
it's
bubble
quick.
yet. But yeah,
I'm saying,
we're
but
getting down there.
At least, the thing about the high rollers, though, it's when it's easy to do the hand for hand. It's not like a big field where there's a lot of all-ins and it takes a long time. But at the same time, it's harder to get people to bust. We'll see. Ace, queen, 6, 2 hearts.
Check it, a direção.
And Pedro here with king 4 missing. On the cutoff. And he got a piece of that, 6-7. Doesn't want to just give Pedro chips here, but he also has a pair. So Pedro shoved a decent, when he shoved Jack 7 suited, he had some chips because he's got chips. Now we're going to see a call here from Mehdi. Okay, so the heart's complete. Deuce of hearts on the turn. No player with a heart. Mehdi going to check. Pedro in the cutoff. King 4. See if he keeps telling a story here or slows it down a little bit. Does check, sort of temporarily waving the white flag. 6-7 though, can hold on. See, does hit the dream card. Wow, got to get to the river and does improve the trips.
Yeah, that's definitely a white flag wave.
King 4, no equity turn.
Yeah. Which gives an interesting decision here. You know, how can we get the most money? Do I bet myself?
185.
Do I check and hope to get a bluff?
85? 185?
What? 185.
185 mil. A direção.
Not much to decide here. You know, I went in the tank on the
heart rate. What's this heart rate monitor? Where's that coming from? What's that feature they've been hiding on us? Max 99?
Oh, that's that bracelet they have you wear.
Are you wearing it?
No,
Oh.
but they put like this black bracelet on me. Oh, wow. Interesting. Oh, they're getting some hard data, man. That's strong. No one even told me what it was. They're just like, they put this on. Okay.
That's funny. That's the first time I've
I
seen
was
it all day.
Did you see me when I was briefly on the feature table?
No.
Okay.
Super brief.
I was in the booth, and then I'm like, I'm going to play the tournament. And actually, I was on the feature table for like 3 hands.
I gotta watch. I'm gonna go back and check that replay out. I didn't see that. Yeah, I did not.
So I went and looked up the 4s because I was curious.
It was on.
It is a shove for chips. It is a shove with. So if it cashes 150 and you pay, cashes 150, but there's 300 left, it's a shove, but it's the worst pure shove. And then if it cashes 150 and you're 177 left, it's a fold. So Actually, I think when it happened, there was like 14 left. Cat pays 8. So it's closer to the 300, but probably a little bit tighter. So it was on the fringe.
Got it.
But
Well, it was not. It was right in the
interesting.
right.
It was kind of fine, sort of, but like probably very low EV.
Got it.
I mean, unless people are over folding.
Check in the door.
Okay, so we're seeing another basically all in. Is this ace, queen, king, queen? Or no, we're seeing a flop. Just
Yeah.
a raise and a. Oh, hello.
Was this ace queen versus king queen?
Yes.
Check, check.
Ooh.
I can't see how many big blinds. Oh no, how much does he have left?
Oh, he's
20. He was all in. Yeah, basically all in.
Oh, it's all in.
No, it's not yet.
Or maybe he still has 20% of the big blind.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought I had the nuts.
I can't believe he's
I thought he had
got
pocket
he's
threes.
not good there. River needs the 3 outer. 7% roughly.
Nice truck.
Can't believe he has that hand. Wow.
I think I'm gonna put a bounty on Ivan head. The one who can bust it. He gets a bonus.
It's not easy.
Impossible.
Ivan just doesn't like to exit, man. He's just got the goods there again. Gets it in good, doubles.
No big answer.
Yeah. One of the toughest are him, Damian Salas, two of the more well-known Argentine players for live. They've had a really long, decorated career.
Apparently Mehdi agrees with you. He was just commenting that he wants to put a bounty on Ivan's head because it's impossible to bust.
It's a nice skill to have, to really just never go out.
It really is. I really need to take some classes in that. If I'm going to play any more tournaments.
You gotta, and there, look at this guy. He's just right.
I have
in
the
it.
opposite skill right now.
He's just in with. He's got the AK, 14 bigs. Oh,
Reis e 60 mil. Hugo fold.
Win or lose, it's the Ivan show right now.
oh, no way. He's just got a real hand again.
Oh, looks like a fold.
Okay.
Vou tomar ação.
The Jack 6, that was pure Hollywood. But Queen Jack suited.
All in.
Oh,
Oh,
he
that
decided
is-
he's playing for it.
He's covering. He's putting the aggressive.
Oh yeah, because they both only have, the big blind only had 14 blinds.
And although Queen Jack behind is still very live, the red is he's got the.
It's probably like high 30s.
Every hand all in and call.
Yeah, 39.
Yeah, it's pretty possible. Will we see Ivan Luka just go ahead and ace king clean so far?
Just the ace high hold.
9-10 for a sweat.
No
Any
pair.
paint is scary.
Oh,
there's the 10. This is the
That's-
things can get.
that's 4 outs.
That actually is significant. But Ivan is unfazed. Okay. And Adamar gonna see some chips get slid away.
I didn't even say what
Still
was
at
the price
13.
of
There's a
the
little.
book.
There's. He kind of. I think you might understand. It's slightly ridiculous what's happening. He just took second too. Another one. So.
Oh yeah, he got second.
Jao
Yeah.
Samao, yeah.
Você já falou pra ele.
Very tough player. Makes it look easy right now. As we. I mean, again, this. I would like to see the chip count at the other table. I think everyone here. No one's super short right now.
I mean, 12 and 14 blinds is pretty short.
But not like Ivan had 5 for a while.
Yeah.
It's short.
Yeah, I guess At a 7-handed table, 12 blinds is maneuverable.
Got potential.
But they might only be 6, so.
Yeah, it's a 6 here, 7 there.
I mean, in these spots, it's actually so much nicer, especially if you're short, to be at the table with 7 players. Pretty significant.
Yeah.
Take the big blind. I mean, you pay the blinds 13% or whatever it is less. It's if 42 hands go by, you only pay the blinds 6 times instead of 7. So.
So the other table, there is Masato Yakasawa, who is one of the more well-known Japanese YouTubers. Jao Samao still in as well. Player up to 2 million over there. A lot of chips on the other table.
Medi's got a nice hand. Ace queen in the cutoff. But oh, he's gonna get some action from the big blind. Pedro is very deliberate. Even in spots where I know what he's going to do, he's still methodical about his timing. You know what I mean?
Okay, ace queen jack 8. Ace queen's still well in the lead, about a 2-to-1 favorite. Got the backdoor hearts and jack or an 8, but ace queen in position here. 5-3-3. Big blind gonna have some defense with some of those cards.
Yeah, this is an interesting board, right? Where in position has a stronger range and a big overpair advantage, but the big blind can have a bunch of 3s. So, I mean, it's a board where you see a lot of big blind employs a lot of check raise, which is
it was check call on the flop, and now this card is a little more inviting for the big blind. He does check.
This is an interesting line by the big blind, which you do get to call some. This is an interesting hand to have in it. A hand which probably loses at showdown and doesn't have any draws. I mean, after check, check, turn, this is an obligatory bluff. I really cannot imagine a world where Pedro does not bluff. This is like almost exactly what you're looking for. Like a straight completing card got there. You still only have jack high. After a check call line, you're gonna have a bunch of like 5x, stuff like 7-6 or 6-4 that hit it. Maybe a 3 you didn't check raise, like a bunch of stuff to value bet. And you somehow have jack high here, you've got to bluff it. Yeah. And let's see, this is a tougher call than the ace jack call, in my opinion, that he put on earlier versus the king 10. Because now you're kind of only beating a hand like what Pedro has, which is like a check call float with kind of big cards that did not interact with any straight draws.
He's always calling here.
Oh, he hit the queen.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I thought he still had ace high.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Say well.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, he might raise,
yeah,
actually.
He's always
going to raise.
I should say always at least calling.
No, he's probably raising versus a small bet. My mistake. I thought he had, for some reason, I thought that was
and it was only 65, not one. I'm sorry, not 165. So yeah, he probably does raise this.
Oh, I think he does raise. Yeah. I needed a quick reality check there. Thanks, Jeff. For some reason, I thought it was like a king, and he. Yeah. But a raise will end it. Jack high bluff, no good.
It's from Morocco, rocking the Brazilian jersey there, old school one. Or maybe that's not old school, but it's a Brazilian soccer jersey.
For the Seleção.
He knows what time it is. World Cup final. Keep that open, Ras. July 19th, MetLife.
Seleção. You know what?
New York. It's right after the World Series too. It's
Brazil always fields a good team, but their performances in the last few have been a little underwhelming. Feel like a lot of disappointment.
They really thrive in the U.S. though. Brazil's got. I feel like they've had great U.S. World Cups.
Oh yeah.
Won. They won the one there in '94.
There's so much football talent in Brazil.
They're not even one
I mean,
of the
really,
favorite,
it's still the
five.
country that probably overall has the most talent. Because there's guys that don't make the Brazilian World Cup team that
They're
probably
getting
would make
paid.
like any other team
They're
in the
getting
world.
paid in European football.
Yeah, that like probably guys that don't make the cut for the team Seleção that would make like any other team, even if not as a starter. But you know, like But on many teams as a starter.
Só deu 10 para ele. Só subiu 10.
Devolveu 10.
Ah. Confundi.
Achou que tinha que devolver 15, mas 15 era o banco.
Listen, my producer just commented something, but he referred to it as soccer, and I will not let you, Gabriel. It's football. We all know because it is a sport where you can only use your foot to touch the ball. Even as an American, I won't let Americans co-opt the word because you barely use your foot in American football. That's what we call it. But if you say football, you're talking about soccer. That's an unholy word. I refuse to participate.
It's a strange deal. That whole thing I still don't get. I've read about it. I understand. It just doesn't make any sense. Like that is crazy.
We need to go to America and change the language over there. It's football. You know?
But so what would you call, what should you call football in America then?
I don't
That's the
know.
question.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
That is the
Soccer's
issue.
easy. That's easy.
No, soccer is done. That word is
That's
done.
out.
It's
I
now
get it.
football
I'm saying to
everywhere.
change it
Yeah,
seems,
and America needs to come out with another word. You know,
Should be able to
pigskin.
sort that out this
or-
day and age, yeah. It's a really interesting. But speaking of that, why is it called soccer? Because that's like the football, I get it, kind of like
Dude,
football.
I'm sure ChatGPT has
I've
a
looked
great
at it
answer
before.
for you.
I forget. I did. So it doesn't
You know
make.
what
I
I'm
didn't. I
saying?
wasn't satisfied with it because I don't remember. Ivan Luka, this man is on a rampage. I've just been told what it means, and I'm actually so unsatisfied with the answer.
I might be more confused
I'm pissed off, actually.
after that
now I'm just
explanation.
upset with what I heard, and I don't have to. Doesn't make sense. So yeah, we'll think about that. That is a crazy deal.
Vou tomar essa.
All right, if you're listening at home, you might want to go research that. I just got to explain it. I'm actually, it's confusing, and we're gonna keep. Well, I'll tell you what's confusing as well is how Ivan just hits sets, turns things, and is just locked in. This guy is absolutely not ready to leave.
Dude, he's up to 30 blinds right now.
No, he's
very much
he's
not
a
ready to
force.
leave.
He's a super force.
No defend from Mehdi there. Little 6-3 off. It's pretty bad hand. Don't blame him.
Hoffa been a little bit handcuffed. Hasn't really got to do much here for a bit.
I also think we're not in extreme enough ICM territory where the big blind just gets to, like, if you have a bunch of chips, you just get to like
start
play
shoving it.
anything.
Oh, yeah,
no,
open
I
anything.
just mean like play anything because you get to over-realize, essentially.
Yeah.
As your opponents will be playing kind of pot control after you defend.
Oh, Hoffa, we're just saying it was quiet. 13 blinds, ace jack. These are the ones that.
This is I'm pretty sure you just shipped this.
Right,
in.
but it's just I'm saying it's unfortunate you don't get the ace king or the jacks. You get the ace jack off. It's one you got to go with, but you know that it could be bad news. But yeah, you got to go.
He's going with the min raise.
Ooh, Medi.
Is he on the? No, he's in the small blind. Decides the price is good enough to call.
That's interesting off that 13 blind stack size.
I mean, 45K with 135 in the middle, so that's. I mean, he's essentially getting immediately 3-1.
He's seen a ton of fours fly out too. Sets, turn. Man, that is a nasty looking board.
Ace out there, but 3 spades. Although I think Mirais probably ends up losing all his chips in this one unless he gets a favorable run out. Or unless the money goes in on the flop, which is also possible. Pretty sure you can't fold to a check raise here.
What a dream spot there. He flopped the bottom set. Yes, sure, there's spades out there.
Yeah, you're pretty happy though. I mean, the under the gun range doesn't have, like they're probably only playing down to like king 8 suited. You know what I mean? The queen's blocking a bunch. So it's like king 8, jack 10 suited, king 9, you know, king 10, king jack 10, 8, 9, and then jack 10 suited. So there's maybe only, realistically speaking, like 6 flush combos or something. Or your opponent doesn't have a flush. He's probably just as likely to have a bigger
Ooh,
set.
and that could save him.
Wow. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This might end up saving Rafael's tournament life.
Hoffa, Ras. They don't pronounce the R. Brazil, you know that.
Hoffa.
Both players don't love it. May save Hoffa. Gonna bet the minimum. This is actually super. It's got super weird and interesting, but Hoffa hates what's going on, but he actually may love it.
My guess is for one big blind here, getting 13-1, he's probably going to continue.
¿Hablas español? ¿Hablas español? English?
Wow, going time bank though. Will he get away from it?
And the fours, all of a sudden, you go from feeling like top of the world to kind of hating what's going on. You still feel, I guess, like, yeah.
Well, I'll
like,
tell you what, if he folds ace jack here to the one big blind bet, I don't care whatever you want to tell me about the theoretical this or that. It wasn't a good bet exploitively if he folds ace jack off. I'll say that, because what are you trying to get to call you if that hand folds? Right? Let's throw like GTO, whatever a solver says. But to me,
I'll tell you what.
To me, if there's some solution to this hand and it involves fours min betting one blind there, it's because ace jack off with no is calling you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that was a pretty interesting turn spot. Kind of a cool fold. Saved one blind, where I think a lot of people would have called. I mean, you got to think like there are some hands you're beating and you're getting 13-1, and you can always just fold the river if you want.
Yeah, he could just take the one blind stab and then.
Yeah, with like Jack 10
and then he
or something.
checks the river and you win. He just has whatever. But that's why he's one of the best. CEO, BSOP Millions, legend of the game, and gets away, and he's still in it. 12 left. Still a long way to cash, but is close. So far, so close, but so far.
Oh, and here he's got little ace 10-0 for 7 blinds. Going to be getting in good. Basically has to get called.
And look at this. A dominating position. Makes the fold, saves that extra turns 1 into 2 more. Plus the antes, the blinds, and he's could be right back in
1
as well.
into 2 more. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not jinx anything.
No, it's a long way to go.
I've seen bigger dogs.
Oh,
I've
my
seen
goodness.
bigger dogs win.
That's true. That's a scary one, though. Getting most of the wheel there. Ivan Luka also has some superpowers currently. Oh, gonna fade. Needs to fade the river. 4 or 5. Hoffa can do it. Some guys can do it. This guy can really do it. That is a pack in it. We will continue on 12-handed. 12, not handed, 12 left. That would be a lot at a table. 12 players remain, 6 and 6.
It is 12-handed. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
If you win the
12-handed, I would
just after, it
12
means
at
you
a
made a
table.
good fold.
12-handed tournament.
Yeah, 12 left.
Like this.
6 and 6.
If you play good, you get rewarded. Always.
So 12, so they're probably going to go to 1 table at 9, right? So it'll get down to 5 before they break. Nobody will play 4-handed.
Well played, did you?
Simple. I have a weird hand.
If you could like put only 10k, you would put it.
Hugo fold. Mediação.
Yeah, that was a very crazy hand.
Hugo fold.
Been quiet, Machado.
Automação.
All right, on a mark, 2 8s off 27 bigs. It's going to be coming in here.
Pretty solid holding for the cutoff. Ooh. Whoa. Hoffa getting into trouble here off of 16 blinds from the dealer button, I think probably.
Yeah, that's going to be surf's up.
Yep. There it is, and that is not going to get through.
And not what he wants to see. He's looking to, when he gets called, hoping for the flip, obviously, as Audemars in a great spot. 4-1. Dog, 4-1, 8s to 5s. Got the spade covered, so looking for some clubs, a straight, a 5.
The snowmen feel powerful right now. It's hard to see it. Oh, there it is.
Whoa. Whoa. And Audemars all of a sudden could be down to 11 blinds after having just so many chips. He got the queen jack suited, made an aggressive play, ran ace king, lost, and now Hoffa is one card away from. Wow, does it? Five's full
made an excellent
in
fold.
style. Another hand, and we are still 12.
That extra blind that he saved became 2 and then became 4. So it's now 4 extra blinds.
Small.
Yep, Audemars takes it like a champ. He is in a bit of trouble now, though, 11 blinds.
I know Mehdi is joking about it, but he actually did make an excellent fold on the turn. He's only talking about it in the sense that we are of the 1 became 4 blinds, but he actually kind of made a soul read fold on you, if we're being honest. That was my whole point about, you know, if 4s is supposed to bet 1 big blind there, it's because ace jack off is calling in a solution, and ace jack off just folded. So Hoffa broke the solver.
It's on that level. He's got 34 blinds all of a sudden. I'm telling you, this is a very tough table. There is no one here that is not a world-class player, and this is, we've seen some pretty spectacular runouts, but these guys are really giving it their all. And
you know this guy Hugo Machado?
He's the only one I don't know well, but I know he knows what he's doing.
We really haven't seen him play very many hands, but here we go. Decides not to attack the limp with the queen jack of hearts. It's probably due to his opponent's kind of goofy stack size, 20 something odd blinds. Obviously, if his opponent also had 60, he's definitely raising that up in position. This is going to be a tough hand for the 10-6 off to win. Definitely going to have to bet multiple streets past this one, or at least 1 more at the very minimum.
Yeah, without a queen jack or a heart coming, and then well, there's one of the ones that miss everybody.
Hugo, this is a kind of interesting hand because, yeah, you have some equity and it's kind of strong, but the flip side is you'd sort of probably rather bet smaller flushes generally, right? Queen jack, not getting a lot of better hands to fold. Interesting river card. Let's see if 10-6 off bluffs, and if so, I mean, queen jack could call this. Yeah, he doesn't bluff, and queen jack would be very happy to check this back. That much I know is happening.
How many blinds does Machado have? I couldn't see.
He's got a lot, dude. He's got like 1 point something million.
Okay, Audemars gets a nice hand off the stack size. And does he want a min raise or shove? Probably raise, right?
60.
such an emotional game. You get in 8s to 5s. You knock a player out, 11 left, and you're in a dominant spot or a good spot, and then all of a sudden now you're on the short stack.
Yeah, so this is kind of, it's interesting. Like if you know it gets folded to the big blind, you probably prefer to have shoved, right? Like the biggest reason to raise the ace king off there is you're hoping to induce a worse hand to rip it.
And this is interesting as both players do not connect at all, but ace king in the lead comfortably.
Mehdi does have a spade. I'm curious to see if he ends up. I won't be shocked if he decides to check raise this. Like let's say there's a small bet here, like 50K or something. Right, like you can find a small check raise. Yeah, 40. Like you can make it like 110. Yeah, doesn't do it, and I don't blame him for not doing it. But it is a spot I wouldn't have been shocked to see some found aggression with that particular hand.
Look at the payouts there. 1,575 up top. A lot of reais, and there's 210 for 8th. So 9th will get nothing. 8th gets 210 all the way up. Lots to play for. Big first place payout there. Top 2 getting over $1 million reais.
Wow, when they leave the numbers there with the dollar sign, it looks huge.
It is big. It is big. Well, the dollar and the real used to be 1-to-1, not so long ago. Do you remember that?
No.
Was it 20 years?
Maybe, yeah. When I first came to Brazil, it was like 1.7 or 8 or something.
It was
15 years
20
ago.
years, that's not
So maybe
bad.
20 years ago, yeah. Yeah, nice call, Jeff.
Thank you. Trust me, my wife reminds me about this
Oh, okay.
frequently. Trips are different now, but yeah, it's it moves. It goes. 5 is high. 5.3 to 1 is high. This is an absolutely stacked, like really, really impressive resumes these players have for live. I know this is. No one's giving anything away. This will be interesting, the bubble here, if it's super short or if people have some playability. We've seen a lot of all-ins, actually. It's amazing we've only lost 3 players. We've seen like 12 all-ins, I think.
The blinds have gone up. Now at 40K, big.
Jaime, they're the dealer. Shout out to Jaime. It's a cool way of spelling that name. I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you seen that spelled that way?
No, I don't think I've ever seen that name before.
MM.
In Cyprus, they have a card
Staff
like this,
here,
but
incredibly friendly.
it's a rabbit
Dealers
hunt,
very,
like
very
on
good
GG,
from
like,
the feedback I've seen and heard.
It was the same, but like all the players like changed like the rules of the cards.
They have this
I don't
machine
want
too, where they
like
slide it,
flip
right?
flop,
You saw
but
that?
I don't want
Yeah.
to
You
see
noticed
your
that? I've never
card.
seen that either.
And, like,
Or well,
everyone
not.
accepted?
I've seen it, but not
Okay,
in a long
let's
time.
do
And
it like it as our rule.
I think that's more EPT. What, they're saying there's a rabbit cam feature at live where like
No,
you can
in
choose
Cyprus.
To, all right, but where
Yeah.
you can choose to see or not. basically.
Yeah, where I guess you get to see the run out if you fold.
Okay, we saw these two tango before. Rolls reversed. This time, Hafa in the lead. Ace Jack to Queen 10. Similar odds. Or actually, no, it's 4-1 before. I'm sorry. There was another one where it's 60-40 where Ademar had Queen Jack versus Ace King and lost. So let's see if he can take one of the 40-60s.
Yeah, this time, his life is on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe he didn't even have 10 blinds. So this.
Down to 6 now. About a 3-1 dog.
Looks like he had 9 blinds.
Okay, so he's got 6 outs, 1 to come. 14% roughly. As the river will not be in. That's going to be a relief for the remaining players. Ademar, Hafa. There, he's going to be a little bummed by that. Post-dinner break, couldn't really get it going. Didn't win his all-ins. Now we'll see him very soon. There's a look at the remaining there. We're a little happy to see him go. He's, again, very accomplished player from Estonia. It's a long hike. Yeah, I mean, this is effectively the super high roller series here. The 20Ks, 10Ks, rebuys, the 50K, 100K could definitely add up here. There's a lot of tournaments still to be played. 11 left. We're getting very close to that bubble. Kind of soft bubble coming up here. Okay, so 6 and 5 handed at the 2 tables. So I was saying about the high rollers, Ras, with these bigger buy-in, smaller fields, you got to be a little more comfortable too playing 6-7 handed. You see that like 30 left, 20 left. You're playing that much more frequently. Whereas in a main event, you're playing mostly 8-handed the whole way. And when you play 50-person tournaments, you're going to be playing 8-7, 6-handed.
Yeah, the table won't be filled pretty frequently. And then in some of these big spots, you get down in 5 or 6-handed even.
Alpha going to force a slightly better hand to fold there. Covering.
And he's had quite the run. It looks like he's up to 1.5 million from dust.
Yeah, super dust.
Kind of joined the other 2 big stacks.
Provavelmente deve ser hoje. Hoje deve ser bem pouco, eu acho, não imagino que seja tão grande. É uma construção, né? Mas eu acho que vai indo assim, né? Acabando um instrumentão bom, né?
Wait. I give you 25. This in here.
This is 25?
No, it's mine. I gave it to you. When I give you the change, I give you 125.
It would be nice to flash if we could get an update. I mean, I think they sent it a little while ago, but the chip count at the other table, I saw there was.
Yeah, so you have to give it to me. No?
No.
You sure?
Sim.
Okay.
Ele tá achando que eu tinha pego dele a outra de verde.
Should get the chip count here.
I think here it's real, like three.
Yeah, because it was inside like the 5Ks, but whatever.
Colocação. Não, isso. Ele tá achando isso. Fold. Passa. Raise para 80 do Rafa, ação do Padilha. Fold. E votação.
Ivan king 4 suited. Rafa ace 3 on the button offsuit.
Para 2 jogadores.
I'm sorry, Ivan on the big blind. So we see a relatively fair fight. Ace 3 off, king 4 suited.
Pivot check. Rafa com ação.
This is a pretty high and coordinated board, which is a little bit better for the dealer, who just gonna hit it more often.
60.
Right, the big blind basically never has a set and some other strong hands on this board and a bunch of weak hands, so it's a board the dealer's gonna bet a lot, even though ace high in particular is not crazy about betting, but pretty standard hand. There's the trophy. Hard to fit that bad boy in a piece of luggage, but when you get it home,
it's worth it.
It's imposing.
Yes. Maybe a custom trophy case made for that. That's you need. That doesn't fit on most shelves. Kind of can sense it here. Could that outer
also double as a murder weapon. Like it was Professor Plum in the study with the BSOP trophy.
That is a weapon. That thing is. That is definitely.
You know,
that's people can
you
ask
throw
questions.
it in there with the lead pipe and the candlestick
When
and the
you-
wrench, and there's also the BSOP trophy.
It's a nice addition.
The modern poker clue.
It's a tough thing to. This customs are gonna ask a few questions putting that on the plane. That thing is serious.
So what is this? This is how I contact the aliens.
Yeah, this does a lot of stuff actually.
No, man, I won a poker tournament. Let's go.
Took first in the high
And
roller.
they're like,
bro.
oh, really? Yeah. Oh, good for you. Okay, come right on board.
Get through. I told you I got detained on my way back from Brazil. 10-year visa expired. Didn't even look. I didn't realize, and I came in and just was in the holding net. Didn't I talk to you during that?
I think you did.
Yeah, I was in there overnight. It was kind of outrageous because the real problem wasn't that I was like, oh, send me back to Miami. They're like, no, we're gonna send you back to Lisbon. I was like, I'm not going. I said, I don't care. I'm not going. Actually.
Yeah.
And then we figured it out. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. So I'll post up in this little room for a while, but I'm not leaving. I told them I'm not leaving.
How long you will be here?
Lisbon, huh? No, not how.
Not going back. And then they were trying to, I don't even want to get into it, but it was actually outrageous.
There is a 6K
Worked out.
main event.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Reminder, check your, no matter how much you travel, you gotta
so
keep up on your docs.
Can go for sure, like
10 years,
some,
10 years
some
come around. That was
like,
it's actually a big
yeah,
reminder. Like holy, like
can
that's
share our contacts and
yeah.
we can
10 years. I
organize
wasn't
all
really
the
thinking about it, but it's been 10.
We do this.
What team do you support?
São Paulo.
King 10. Look, 1.6 million, man. Only 40 blinds.
Yeah, but
The team is São Paulo.
the team is São Paulo?
Yeah.
They are in the first division?
Yes.
Okay.
One of.
It's one of the worst teams.
He's for Corinthians.
For Corinthians.
You know Corinthians.
Yeah, I know Corinthians. I know
There are two pretty
Palmeiras,
big
I know
stacks in the blind
Santos,
versus blind.
São Paulo is the
Because
fourth one. The big
his
one
left
from
is
São
the
Paulo.
Moroccan, Mehdi. Just covers him, it looks like, with 2 million.
Incrível como o Santos é grande também, né?
Porra,
caralho, todo mundo.
Do mundo, fora do Brasil.
Bizarro.
Não pode ser tão pequeno e tão grande, né? Ao mesmo tempo.
Isso é muito doido. Né, teve uma época muito foda, né? Tipo a do Palmeiras agora, né? Tipo, de dominância do São Paulo. Foi em 93, né?
Sim.
Ace Jack 10-5. Both players with Ace Jack in the lead. Has the heart.
Check. Third.
Yeah, some soccer chat there on a lot of different teams in Sao Paulo. Talking about Corinthians versus Sao Paulo there. Trying to convert a fan. Yeah, Machado's been super quiet. Has a ton of chips. Like literally, I don't think he really hasn't. Saw him win the Queen Jack Hearts check back blind on blind, but came with a lot. Haven't seen much from 15 down to here.
Check. River.
Oh.
Vou com ação.
So Ace Jack no longer the best hand. 10 pairs, top pair 7, 6, deuce 7, 10.
Now he's actually going to go for a value bet, it looks like, having just check through a couple times. And it's a one big blind bet, which Mehdi, now that he rivered top pair, might, I mean, he's not folding, but he might even decide to raise it.
Mano, não sei se você viu, mas na última Copa do Mundo, né, quando teve
I mean, sure, they don't want to play a huge pot, but at this point, you know, he could make it 140. They still have so much behind. Yeah, he does go with raise, which kind of makes sense against a range that should have a bet that should have a lot of stuff like ace high or maybe a deuce. You know, you're going to want to raise stuff like a 10, also have some bluffs. So.
Imagina, tipo, o mundo parou pra falar com os grupos, dos amigos, falando, caralho, que foda, que loucura. Ou pra comemorar, ou pra falar do jogo. Imagina, o mundo inteiro, mano.
Cara, olha o tamanho do Instagram dos caras, do Cristiano Ronaldo, do Neymar, Messi.
São todos os maiores, na verdade. O maior Instagram do Cristiano Ronaldo.
Antes de ter... A gente ter, tipo...
É muito louco como esse jogo é
redes
mágico.
sociais, essas paradas, ainda que vira e mexe, tinha umas pesquisas de... pessoa mais conhecida do mundo, sei lá. Posto mais conhecido.
Yes, we gotta lose 2. 5 here, 6 there. Table, secondary table.
É bizarro.
Most of the players you see will make the money.
O Richardson fez aquele gol na Copa, ganhou 5 milhões de seguidores em um dia. Estão usando o rail, aí sim, ó. Estamos usando.
Raise para 320 no média. A ação é do Rafa.
Okay, 10-9 suited in the small blind, ace-4 in the big blinds. Shadow on the, there he goes, dealer button, 10-6 suited. Okay, so we're gonna see a 3-bet with 9-10 suited. That's gonna end it.
I know you go all in with ace-5 suited, so no bluff. Ace do suited also you go in.
Yeah, I do.
I saw.
Yeah, we're there, right? Yeah. And they have it every time.
Motherfucker.
Tô feliz, tá andando rápido o jogo. Melhorou bem.
Tá muito bom.
Só nas trocas e tal, que tem que fazer,
Não, hoje tá
alguns
muito bom.
ajustes ainda, mas tá muito smooth, né?
Ação é do Zé. Fold.
I guess I'll do hand for hand at 9, 10, 11 left currently. Gotta lose.
No, too early for hand for hand.
At 9, I'm saying.
Well, 9, they'll probably all be at one table.
Oh, is there, as you think at 9 they'll make, oh yeah, 5, they
Yeah.
won't go four-handed, so yeah, it'll be, yeah, it's 10 or nothing.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I would
it's not gonna be
definitely bet
four-handed.
it.
Okay, see the king 4 open. Alpha got it off the weak ace, 9-8 suited in the big blind.
I think
Pedro
we
getting in
gotta
very
defend this. I know we're a couple off the money, but still too far away. We're playing what, like 5-handed right now? You can't just fold your way into the money.
Para 2 jogadores.
3 people out of the money's substantial in this tournament, considering there's only 11.
Check.
3 out of 11 is, 27% or something.
Yeah, close but far. King 4 off, Ace Jack 10.
Bet de 100 mil.
Not the board, not the dream board for 8-9. We'll get out of the way.
Tchau, sogro. E aí, Nath, tudo bem? Tudo bem, beleza? Jura? Aí sim! Parabéns!
Yeah, getting late here. Already been a long day.
Quer azul também?
Got the 1K main event US, so what, 5,000 Real in the background too. They're still playing. Second flight. They had 2 flights today, 10 a.m. and I believe a 2 p.m. and a 10 p.m.
Você entrou no primeiro nível? Entrou, né? Nesse torneio.
Entrei. Veio do começo.
Ah, senha do Hugo.
Okay, Machado, Queen 5 suited onto the gun, got some talking chips, but blinds have gone up. You can see still 45 blinds. Gonna let that one go.
Hold. Rafa.
Man, I'll tell you what, Hugo, I feel like even after he folds, it feels like he's still like trying to solve a problem or something. The way he looks off, it looks like he's still thinking super hard. More than anyone else at the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's locked in. There's some guys locked in too. We've seen all-ins. We've seen people that really put in their best foot forward. That's just going to be a walk for Mr. Luca. 9-7. No one coming with anything respectable there as a hand.
Luca doesn't have many chips either, so pretty sweet.
Yeah, getting a walk when
Managed
you're
to find
shorter
a walk.
stacked is nice.
Eu pensei que era 50.
Ah, tu tinha?
Eu botei 50 e 50 porque achei que estava 50.
I think it was Mr. Green in the observatory.
Yeah. You think they'll kick up the WSOP main event buy-in ever in the next 10, 20 years, or is this always going to be 10K?
Yeah, in the next 20 years.
They have to push it
some
to 15
point.
or 20 or something.
But I don't know. I mean, I kind of like that it's just so many people play it.
Yeah.
But I mean, eventually they probably will. Don't you think?
Seems like that would be
20 years seems like a pretty good amount of time for it to be I'd feel like a favorite.
Fez para 80. Padilha.
Just thinking about Helmuth's entrance at 80 years old. What he's going to do. He's 60 right now. I think Helmuth's got another 40 mains in him.
Another 40 what?
Main events in him.
No way.
We might, it's late, Brass. Let's not start talking about the longevity, reverse aging, 250 stuff. We're favorites to go to 250.
Helmuth is not my pick for the guy who's making it to 100 years old.
By the way, I'm saying 250. He might make it to, I think he's going to go to 250 or, yeah, maybe not 100. It's one or the other. If the reverse aging longevity comes in.
I mean, you look around the poker world and there's some guys who are way more locked into health and fitness than Phil, I think.
Phil's got a lot of love in his step, man. He really does have a lot of joy for life. But they say it's a lot about your social connections and your stuff, and he's pretty tuned in. I mean, that guy's gonna be he's sharp. Assuming you could freeze yourself today, would you want to live forever? Like until like whatever indefinitely?
It's a good question, man. I don't know.
250 you'd sign for though. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I guess I'd rather live longer.
It surprised me actually when I talk about that. A lot of people say like, no, I don't want it. I mean, it's a pretty intense question. If you think about it. It's not. I mean, there's a lot of variables on that. Obviously, you wouldn't want to live like 100 today.
100 seems like a solid age.
Yeah, but I'm saying is it quality 100? Like if you're 85
yes,
to
no,
100,
quality
that's
is more important.
That's the issue.
Quality is definitely more important.
Alpha.
The health span is
Yes,
what
health
they call
span. They're doing some cool stuff out there though in medicine and solving things. There's a lot going on. There's a lot happening. People have robots. Like you're gonna start going over your buddy's houses. This
And
robots
I'm
are
big on robotics. Yeah. In terms of investment.
Alguma coisa bateu.
Yeah,
né?
man.
Bateu.
In 20 years, there's probably going to be more robots than people.
The way
on
for
the
sure.
planet.
Yeah, it's going to be like a 3-to-1 ratio. Musk is creating like 10 billion himself.
Tipo, não tá.
You have 10 billion
Mas vem muito
robots
pra cá ou
in his company. That's one company.
Eu
It's
só
more than all the
fui
people
para
in the
cá,
world.
fui para o BSOP. Foi o ano passado Millions e no Inter
Aham,
Millions e agora.
Bom, se voltou é porque gostou, né? Que bom.
Sim, sem dúvida.
So smart people out there. I'm thinking about what to do with ace jack and the low jack when I get 3-bet out
Oh,
the
this
small
is-
blind. And
Oh my, yeah, this is, you're just shipping it. King, queen.
Pedro is risking it all. No one has anything yet. Alpha for how many?
395.
Let's it go.
Ainda bem que a segunda era pior.
Não vi 8, acho.
As duas?
Pode passar.
Pode ir.
Cortesia do Padilha.
Na hora que você ouve isso com o rei dama é horroroso.
É
né?
horroroso, tá louco.
Ah, mas você tá indo em good shape, porque, pô. Tipo, vai foldar, sei lá, 2/3 das vezes.
Mas a sensação de ouvir isso não é boa.
Nossa senhora.
Essa é a Deva. Fold. Hugo. Fold. Med. Fez para 80. Rafa fold, Padilha equação.
10-7, king deuce in the big blinds. Matty taking his privilege here. The chips gonna open 10-7.
Padilha fold, Med puxa.
Tense time here. This is getting to it. Everyone, no one wants to be the one on the block, but at the same time, these guys are not afraid. Playing 20K buy-ins, 100K REI, they know the risk.
I mean, with tournaments this small, the
you
bubble's not like that big
You
of a
mean
deal.
the entries being
Yes,
low?
yeah. 56. I don't mean buy-in. It's like the
Ação.
bubble's not that big of a deal because it's like they probably don't even have. I mean, probably like every out is a pay jump after you cash at 8, right? There's not even, like flat. flat pay jumps. So you, yeah, I mean, going from 0 to whatever the min cash is good, and it might be a bigger jump than 8 to 7, but like you're already at the final table, you know.
Yeah.
240.
240 é o Razer. Fold do Padilha, fold do Ivan. 2.4. Ação volta no meio.
Okay, 2 9s, queen 10 here.
Para 2 jogadores.
Ooh, what a flop. Middle set versus top pair. Wow, did Raphael, did you catch the pre-flop? Is this a
Yeah, he opened, I believe Rafa flatted.
flatted the queen 10 off?
Or did he 3-bet? There's 15 blinds in the middle.
Yeah, it might have been it looks like a 3-bet.
Yeah, I think you're right. I didn't see that.
Bet de 180. Rafa com ação.
Mehdi is finding a lead on this board. His assumption being that it's not a board middle connected cards 10 high, not a board that hits Raphael's range super hard. A lot of hands that miss it, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. But hands that you would like to charge.
Oh well, that'll. This is like deja vu. Actually,
set of 9s is still very strong, but now it's more vulnerable.
Yeah, but also there's a path. Rafa's
Yeah.
drawing to Barney Rubble, and now he's got some life. It's looking in big trouble, and now it's going to slow things down. Also has a chance to win.
Even tie.
Yeah, that was like the best card in the deck.
Yeah, leading again here makes a lot of sense. You definitely want to continue to charge, especially hands that have a spade in it. Your hand is still probably good. I mean, our opponent can have an 8 and can have a flush, but most likely a set is still ahead here. Yeah, I mean, this bet is small enough. I think with top pair and a spade, you're just calling and seeing what happens on the river.
Wait, did he say? I don't know. He said, good call, yeah. Okay, let's see a river. Oh my! Wow.
Now you're sick when you have a set of 9s. This is not a fun spot.
What a run. What an absolute insane couple hands these two have played today.
And I guess she's probably checking.
It's a check, right?
I don't know. The 10 of spades.
I think he's checking. It's a huge pot.
Yeah, and there's a big risk premium here.
And
for
also,
them to
there's
play all
just
in.
you have the 10, and all the cards are lower. I don't think he's going to go for value here.
Check. Showed off.
Yeah, it's going to be that's it. Wow. Wow. That really had a lot of different ways that could have gone. That was pretty dramatic there. Queen 10 versus set of 9. He had a runner there.
Okay.
That is the good news in that spot about checking with the set of 9s. Is there is a good chunk of hands that beat you that check back still.
From the Czech Republic, I've heard it's like
It's the horse of Cabrera.
That's definitely also an ICM thing.
He got
for what it's worth.
cheating last year in WSOP.
I've heard about it.
Like if there's no ICM pressure there,
He comes from nowhere.
I
like,
think
he
it's
never
way
plays
more
online.
reasonable to bet with a
He won, like,
10 of
one bracelet
spades.
last
I
year
mean, when
and
you
was
have like a
playing even, like, the
1.3
high
SBR
rollers,
only,
so
like
I don't know.
you bet twice,
Yeah, sorry.
and now you're
It's true.
checking. Nah, man. I
mean,
take my chances there and value bet.
He's a sketchy guy.
You're expecting.
But not in this spot. I agree
Right.
with you.
Yeah,
Just
he
because
never
it's like,
plays face, but apparently he's like
I
the
mean, they
horse
both
of
have a.
Cabrera.
He could check back. He's still got a million.
And
You know, he still has a healthy
last year
stack.
in WSOP,
It's like
people were, like,
being
accusing
wrong
him
there.
of cheating
I mean, there's a
because he
big
was
risk
doing
premium
some
on them
insane
playing an
shit.
all-in pot. And at that point, an all-in pot's not absurd because there's
From
pots so
nowhere.
big, you know.
They
have a less than a 1 SPR on the turn. Sorry, it's not 1.3.
We never
He only had like
play
900
over,
something K, and there was
you
like
know?
1.2 in the middle.
Directly comes,
So
play high stakes, and has scores like he won bracelet last year. I don't know. You know.
It's important to be aware, for sure. I think like the thing is or whatever.
I've heard they, like both of them, they got banned in some circuits in Europe.
Oh really?
Yeah. But like I've heard about it, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Ação do Rafa.
Yeah, Hoffa's had an absolute insurgence of chips. This has been crazy. That 4 is an ace. It's just amazing if, forget about how it played out, but just any other spade doesn't roll off on the turn or whatever. A lot of different, he was going to get stacked there a lot. He had like 12 blinds. It was ace jack to 4s on ace 4 king, was it? Or no, ace 4 queen. This guy's getting hands. I mean, granted, he's not winning some of them, but he's getting hands, hitting sets. He's hit a bunch of sets.
He's going to raise this one up. And Hugo is not going to let go of ace-3 off, so going to be a collision here.
Sense a little steam coming from Medi. Could he limp raise him here? or
Wow,
no?
he's just got 9s again. Like he just had 9s.
Red, too. Oh, heart rate, hello.
That's pretty high.
That is up there.
Oh,
I thought it was on a scale of 100.
Bro, he's getting like a zone 2 workout thinking about ace-3 off in the small
This
blind.
guy is, you're right, he is overdrive.
Wow,
he's overdrive on all the, oh, he did do it. He did. And now Medi's wondering, is this really about to happen? All right, this is heart rate city right now.
Oh,
People are really, this is that time of night. At midnight, heart rates come out every hand, I think.
9s is kind of a big hand here, though. I mean, think you just got a call. Yeah.
Wow, here we go. This is fun. This is the one we like.
Not what Hugo wanted. Let's
Nope.
go back to his heart rate right now.
Hugo broke, it's off. He broke the monitor. Hugo is officially freaking out. This is a big pot. Ace-3 and 9s. Let's see if we get an adventurous flop.
Oh my
goodness gracious.
Oh, and he has the ace of clubs, which could not be a good card for him to have right here.
Oh, Hugo might step into something.
Oh, yes, he definitely might, because he's probably going to bet now. And what he really doesn't want is like a 4 of clubs or something like that on the turn to really get himself into trouble. Going to get a small bet.
That is a wild flop. This is not peel. I mean, that is a massive flop. You just flop 9s full.
Medi, let's see Medi's heart rate. Can we put that back on?
Let's see
Has
if
it
he
gone
can
down?
Keep it chill. We need to see it through the whole hand here. That's definitely, I want to see the heart rate.
Now that he flopped a boat, I mean, that's something I'm curious. Like, did it go down? Did it go up? Is it the same?
I think it goes down. I think you can talk yourself down here. I think you can really just relax and enjoy it.
180. That's 180,000 that's going my way.
The slow call, the first 100, then the 80. I like it. Here comes a 5 of clubs.
That would not be a good card for Hugo.
This could be. This is very interesting. Oh.
Wow, a 3.
This could actually work out really bad for him because now I could go check and he might. I don't think he can. As played, I don't. The 3 looks strong.
I mean, the 3 is kind of a weird card because now it's like, what is he really going to bluff out? He kind of just wants to get to showdown now. He can beat some hands.
Right, but I'm saying he does, but he obviously will have to at some point be facing
he's not just going to get
bad.
there. Yeah.
He's not getting there for nothing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ooh. Wow, he's like, I guess I'm not bluffing. Now Medi.
How much is in there? There's a lot of chips in there. 20.
Well, but I mean, they only have a 1 SBR with 2 possible streets of betting.
That's what I'm saying.
Also a reason why in position checking this back is not ridiculous, but also could just go bet, kind of either way. Yeah, he does check it back. Luckily for Hugo, it was not another 3.
That would have been. Needed a stretcher. I would have called. How do you say medic in Portuguese?
Ciao.
Ciao. But that's not the case. Although he's still probably going to be losing some chips here.
Maybe. It depends on. I mean, he's not going to be thrilled to call. It also depends on Medi's size. Like, does Medi really bet big?
He's going to block her and get stuffed on here.
He just, by the way, he did just block Ace-Jack, I think versus Medi, who stuffed him with he had the best hand with the river, the 10s up. Now he's going to block again and get stuffed on again. Is he going to get curious this time? You know, it's like, oh, but am I going to fold every time you stuff my block? You know?
I think, how much does he make it? 900?
I mean, he covers him. I don't know. Does he go for it all?
Wow. Wow.
Like, if you were bluffing, you know, or value, it kind of makes sense to just put the guy in the blender.
I guess it thinks what you think, how much Hugo values his tournament life, because it's not fun to bust here with this type of holding, or like with the, I guess at the same time.
It's an interesting spot because it's like you call and you have 3 million, you fold, you have 870K. You call, you either have, you're out or you have like 3 million. 870, you cash decent amount. But again, min cashing is not really the goal. Some ICM on this, not a ridiculous amount, but you know, do you have the best hand? I mean, the raise kind of says you don't, right? What do we think our opponent can be bluffing with? Hand like king, queen suited. You know, does our opponent turn a hand like ace, queen into a bluff? Right? Like, would our opponent raise like queen, jack suited?
He folded, right?
Yeah, let it go.
Ninguém quer gastar, né? Não usou o cartão.
Doesn't seem very happy about that one.
That definitely.
Oh, the head down, hand on the neck. That's.
They couldn't even show us the heart rate. They couldn't even show us the heart rate. It was so out of hand, the whole thing. That was.
Yeah. That's like the pose you make when you lost something in your life. You're just trying to cope.
Yeah.
Vai jogar bastante coisa lá em Barramos?
Jogar tudo.
Até o quê? Até 100? Tem mais de 100?
120.
Nine's full. What? It just flops the house.
No.
Os caras fazem uns buy-in meio nada a ver, né? Tipo, 100.
Acendo, pode ir.
Probably makes more if he bets the turn. because he probably bets more on the turn than 180, although not a lot, and then may or may not get called on the river. Probably not, but might.
80. Ace para 80. E votação.
Ivan Luca back sub 10 blinds. Pedro 10 blinds, 10-9 suited. Hugo with 22.
Hugo's taking a haircut here.
Yeah.
Was well over 1.5 million and now down to 870. Looks like he's already folded, but yeah. Yeah, that was my read. It looked like he had a hand motion and then wasn't paying attention.
Pedro did ship that?
Yep. I mean, pretty nice pickup if you're Pedro there. You had a short stack, you had 10 high. Got it through. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. No questions asked.
Intense, 11 left. It is getting there. We're actually.
It's Colonel Mustard in the study.
It is. That's a good. That was a good game. I used to play that game. I like that game.
It was fun. Yeah.
It had its time.
Sandy,
What age would you say that game is peak age for playing that at what?
Man, I feel like maybe I was like 9 or something. I don't remember.
Monopoly had a good run.
Yeah. Peak Monopoly age is maybe a little older than Clue, though. Monopoly's definitely more complex than Clue.
Kids these days, brother, they're getting sharper out there. I'll tell you what. I've seen some kids be firing Monopoly early. Ivan Luca with the 10 blind, big hand.
Ace para 200. A ação é do Hugo.
Makes it 200. Kind of a half stack all-in move. Which
they got that heart rate thing flashing all the time, but they're not really telling us much. I've seen like very few heart rate.
Yeah, I guess they're not pulling that as much as maybe would be cool.
Yeah, it's all right. Saying it's.
I don't really understand the half stack move here because we're like 3 off. Like, do you need the whole table to go all in behind you, then you fold? Like, yeah.
This guy's on a. He's doing stuff that.
I mean, even like 2 guys.
There it is. Ivan Luca, aggression frequency high, chip stack low, but still in. Hoffam Reyes on the opposite of that. Frequency low, chips high. So that is not necessarily going to always line up. And Pedro, these guys got their work cut out. They're in the 10 blind category, the 2 most active. 10 blinds, Ras. Plenty of chips. We've seen the spin. Rafa just spun it up. Wide open. Anyone's game. This tournament still, anyone can take this trophy down. And right now, though, they are focused on making the money. That is their first prerogative. This close.
I would love a little explainer on what was the aggression. Was it frequency?
Yeah. So they don't talk about VPIP down in Brazil, brother.
No,
They
VPIP.
respect-
Come on,
it's-
VPIP. I could give the 411
Yeah.
on VPIP.
This is aggression frequency. That's really what they care about.
VPIP is like, I mean, if you ever in your entire life, or maybe even didn't use like some kind of tool, you know what VPIP is.
Gotta know the
But
VPIP.
aggression frequency, like percent of times you're
Making an aggressive
you're betting.
maneuver.
I don't know, yeah.
And we're going to see another. Is this everyone? Oh, no. Ace 10, Ace 10. Ivan
Ooh.
Luca is found himself a situation. And actually, I guess Medi going to get out of the way and then going to have.
This is very bad news for Pedro. Another 10 is dead.
That is not good.
Usou em qual?
These guys have the same stack effectively, I believe, right around, very close. Pedro actually covering, right?
My guess is that these odds are not adjusted for the cards we know, and that it's even worse than 78-22.
I think it is adjusted, right? Because it's not 78 normally. Ace, queen, ace, 10. It's like 70-30. I think it is adjusted. Ace, queen, ace, 10. King, jack, now they each need each other. That's actually a good flop for ace 10, considering there was a 10 gone.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, double gutter.
Wow. Pedro, been here before, knows what it is, knows the odds. Ivan sees that was sweaty, and that is going to be a ace queen fold, and that is going to be very short for Pedro now.
You're correct, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow, this is a problem though. Pedro very short. And Ivan just gets in a very nice spot and holds.
Essa é no meio. Fold. Passa. Fold. Padilha. All in. River.
Okay, there it is, all in, and queen 8.
River call. Cubo.
É 80?
É 80.
Wow, 80. That's 2 blinds. Queen 8 off is going to have to be 2 hands now.
3 jogadores, e all in.
One of them dominates. It's going to be a tall order.
River. Bet de 100 mil. Cubo.
Pedro is going to need a jack to win this hand.
Call. Turn. River. Check. Cubo.
What a card for Hugo. Makes queens up.
All in.
How much?
$560. 560 é o all-in do Hugo.
That's a lot of bet to call with Jack-10 here in a spot where Hugo's probably bluffing a little bit less than normal because of the nature of this pot. I mean, it's possible for sure for Hugo to have bluffs, but you'd have to think his bluffs are not going to be a hand like 7-8. It needs to be a hand that could maybe win at showdown. So you'd want to find a hand like 9-8 or something like that.
Hugo heart rate is in the 120s.
It's about the same that it was the other hand when he had Squadouche. So
yeah,
not much to see there.
Just the active mind.
Yeah.
Guys, and Ivan, I'd like to see, he seems a bit in the tank, understanding he's got some outs to win, most likely.
Yeah, even if he's behind, right, he can win this making a straight. But yeah, I think this fold makes a lot of sense.
That turn's actually ridiculous. They both, like, he was in great shape.
Queen 8 still only wins with the jack.
Yeah, you have to deny equity for sure, I know, but I know.
It's very sick. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
And Pedro sees the bad news, knows he's in a lot of trouble here. And that's not it. That is just going to be at the end. Falls a little short. Again, one of the best to do it.
Yeah.
Regarded as one of the top players in Brazilian poker and in the world in general. Deep run in the main events at the WSOP this year, and they're here in the BSOP making another deep run. Comes a little short, but always seems to be at the right place, right time. Always a threat until he is out.
I forgot to use the
For
showdown
mine?
against you.
You're gonna see it in what, 10 minutes?
Yeah, it's curious if they'll go hand for hand or not. I don't know.
Well, now they're going to get a player from the other table, right? Because the other table must have 6. They have 4.
Yeah, you can always
a little
ask me my
rebalance.
hand, I will never lie to you.
Yeah,
Like,
I had ace-3.
Ace-3?
Yeah, I wanted to go a little bit higher pre-flop, but I kind of messed up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Maybe like 380. Doesn't change much. One big blind more.
I think
Okay. Well, these guys are talking about that hand. That was a pretty spectacular flop, and there it is. A look at the 4 here. Went to showdown. Okay, different statistic there about.
I feel like that must be a mistake. I think you can't go to showdown more than 100%. Is that possible?
Does that say 371?
Yeah.
Oh, that's high. Went to showdown. He's always.
He's going to showdown
frequently, always, and bonus.
Even in pots, he's not in.
He's in there.
He's
Okay.
going to showdown.
But
that's how you get that big.
that is a big stack. Big stat. Big night out here in Sao Paulo. Ivan Luca there. Aggression frequency. We're seeing that again. I think that again that is calculated off of making the first active maneuver. I guess the difference between VPIP is if you come in different positions. This is if you're actively
I mean,
making the aggression.
I guess is that if you make a decision, how often you're betting or raising.
That's how I would read it.
As opposed to calling, or maybe folding.
That's
I don't
what
know, is
that's how I
folding
read that.
included in there too, or
Strictly aggression, all aggression. Pre-flop raise. There you go. There it is. There's Ivan Luca coming in 22% of the time. And
as we
slightly,
saw, Hugo wasn't playing too many hands.
Yeah, Hugo he really didn't play a ton of hands. And pretty standard, pretty straightforward numbers there. Again, we are on the bubble portion, getting there. The soft bubble, 8 cash, 10 left. Gonna pick up a player from the other table, make it 5 and 5.
Hey, here it is. Aggression frequency is this statistic which expresses the percentage of a player's non-checking actions, so checks don't count, that are aggressive on a given street. So bets or raises are counted as aggressive actions, while calls and folds are not.
There you have it.
There you go.
Slightly more clear than why they call soccer, which I was told that was
that was confusing.
That was confusing, but it made some sense. It was confusing. That is in reais, the payouts there. 1.575 the first. 210 will be that bubble number. A lot of reais on the line here.
I'm going to stay on that mountain, though, JG. America, you've got to change it. Football.
It is.
It's what the world calls football.
It is. Maybe this is the year. If there's ever a time, 2026, Trump, it's in MetLife. And
Trump likes renaming things. Okay, it's now the Gulf of America, right? No longer the Gulf of Mexico. Let's just rename American football.
It's possible. He wants the stadium. They're going to name the new Washington Stadium, I think, Trump. You know that? The Redskins Stadium that they changed to Washington. What do they call it, the football team? They're called it's called the football team or something.
Yeah, we'll call it, maybe it's Smash Ball.
Smash Ball. That could be good. What's the name of the Washington Redskins team?
They changed it. I
to
don't
the
know.
Washington football team or
Commanders.
No, but they changed before. It was called
the Redskins.
No. And then they changed it to something that was ridiculous, and then they changed it to the Commanders. It was so ridiculous. It was like it was like literally they demanded them to change it. And now I think it's a big favorite. The new stadium they're going to call it. They're going to call it Trump Stadium or something. The Washington football team or something. The football team.
The team played as the Washington football team for 2 seasons before rebranding as the Commanders.
There you go.
Yeah, they did it.
Who signs off on this stuff, man? It's amazing. It's amazing. And they're going to name the new field Trump Field, I think. That's like a big favorite.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, he's like 80% odds on Polymarket.
Wow.
Trump is just, he can
do it.
He's doing everything he can.
It's coming here. Our producer's telling us we're going to hand for hand.
Hand for hand, and then the bubble. So yeah, 10
2
left.
off the money, but that's
final
so that
table
one
bubble. This is a final table bubble.
Final table bubble, but not the money bubble. And you can see there, though, that even though there's always a pay jump, there's never a flat. The biggest jump for a while is that first jump from 9th to 8th. It's from 8th to 7th. It's only, what is that, like 50K basically, which is
half a
only
buy-in.
25% as much as the jump from 0 to 210.
Yeah, it's half a buy-in.
So
all right, well, final table bubble. 5 and 5. See who we picked up here.
little
Gotta
hand for hand.
Change that graphic 11 to 10. We got Jaime spelled with 2 M's.
Oh, João Samal. That's who we got.
Trophy man.
Aqui de lado assim.
It's pretty good. I'm pretty locked in on my guesses. I guessed the amount of weight he lost on the to the T2 today. That's pretty good. I might have to get out there in the streets, Rest. What's the event
Start
tomorrow?
gambling, man.
I
Like,
mean, yeah.
you know?
Well, I'm making a focus on the stream here.
2.4.
Maria's joining us very shortly as well. I did just land today.
I might have to quit. Just start wandering in nature, you know. If these last 2 tournaments are any indication.
Nope. I think you just got to be in the booth a little more.
Be careful this movement.
Get locked in.
If I'm here with faces, I don't care. It's all in.
I think Mustafa Knit's actually Moroccan background, but I don't know many players from Morocco, if any. Have you played with anyone from Morocco? Probably somewhere, but do you remember?
I mean, this guy Mehdi, yeah, and Mustafa Knit. That might be it.
Then see this movement.
Yeah, Mustafa's goes. He claims Italy. And this guy before, this was yesterday. But I'm saying in general.
Actually, listen, Mehdi told a very funny Mustafa Knit story when we were all at the table the other day.
Okay.
It was something along the lines of, like he was with what's the company that like Winamax, I think. Like he had just been signed by Winamax. I think Mustafa was also. He came over, and he's like something like, and it's the first time he had ever spoken to him. Listen, I'm going to be the best player of all time from Morocco, or something like that. Just let him know.
Just announced it to him.
Just announced it. went on his merry way.
It's a very nice
wow,
guy.
that's an interesting way to open it up.
He's a super nice guy, though. Mustafa.
Did someone order coffee?
He just had a big score
You
at
got a
the,
cough now?
the
Smelling well.
Bahamas last year. He got third.
He's been playing high stakes tournaments for a long time now. Long time.
When I'm asleep, like when I want to sleep, I sleep.
Really?
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you don't?
I mean, like, well before...
That's a great skill.
Well before solvers.
I'm lucky.
We're
like,
talking like
playing,
15
sleep, like,
years at least,
14
right?
Hours, like,
It's been around
playing
for
14 hours, I
the
still
beginning of
I
the
feel like
high
I
rollers.
remember Mustafa from a ways back.
Crazy.
Where do you live, man? In Morocco?
Dubai.
Ah, in Dubai.
Yeah, in Dubai. That's nice.
It's allowed to play there or like
Private
VPN?
games.
Huh?
Private games, like.
But online, I mean.
Ah, yeah, it's allowed. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, you can play on GG. I mean, I just stars you cannot.
Okay.
Stars you cannot. And what? I mean, to be fair, I just play on GG and stars, and that's it. And stars only during the series, like during. I mean, to be fair, I don't even play that much during the week anymore. Like I play just Sundays. Like there are a lot of private games.
And you
I
play cash games there?
Yeah, I play cash games
Oh,
mostly.
nice.
That's why you drink coffee.
Private games, you mix coffee with shot of tequila. You have to. There is a rule, every time you win a 100K plus pot, you have to take 3 shots of tequila.
Oh my God.
3 shots?
Wow.
Fair enough.
How much are these guys drinking, dude?
Man, paradão, né?
3 shots? I mean, I gotta tell you, because I don't really drink anymore. I couldn't win too many 100K plus pots. I'd be done. Like,
You'd be tipping a lot. You'd be, if it's just over 100, give a.
no, I mean, like, I literally.
Who are the stacks?
I mean, dude, my guess is right now, if I took, I don't, maybe
No,
6
like,
shots,
2.5,
I could
2.5.
actually be over, but certainly 9, like within an
I'd
hour.
put you down.
I would be out.
I think that's for almost everyone. 9 shots is it's an insane amount of shots.
Mesmo tipo quando é mão a mão. O relógio conta na mesma.
Ah,
É, na verdade, a
mas
maioria
não
dos
sei se
lugares
isso-
baixa 2 minutos por mão.
Sim,
Ah,
sim,
então,
isso
ele
é
falou
o
que o EPT
clássico,
tá
mas no
fazendo
EPT
diferente.
era assim, mas agora eles não param. Param só quando houver um all-in e call.
Então pode ser que demore 1 minuto
Ou
ou
pode
3.
demorar 6 minutos, sim.
Ah, não sei se eu gosto disso.
Isso é péssimo.
Você gostou da mudança que a gente fez da mesa final?
Sim.
É legal, né?
No EPT agora também é das coisas novas, né?
Essa regra aí do EPT é muito ruim, porque se você tá igual nesse cenário, 2 mesas, eu tô short stack e vejo lá o short stack no TG. Eu vou ficar tancando aqui pro blind subir e ele pagar o big mais caro, entendeu? Então é por isso que normalmente eles fazem X minutos para proteger.
Exato, não, e tem pós-flop também. Se tancar no pós-flop não dá pra dizer que é stall.
É. Nem pré-flop dá pra dizer, né? Ah não, se bem que se for na mesa da TV, né?
Pré-flop dá, exato. Não, e é difícil de você ter uma decisão de 1 minuto pré-flop.
E aqui tem time bank também, que não é tão...
É, já dá uma protegida.
Essa é uma coisa que eu não entendo, sabia? Por que todos os torneios, por mim, tem que ter time bank, cara?
Sim.
Tipo, em todos os jogos do planeta Terra você tem tempo pra agir, cara. Todos os
Exato.
tipos de esporte.
Eu acho que
Sim, é uma coisa que eu já falei que no EPT não há e é muito chato, eu acho. Acho que é muito melhor como é aqui, que é todos os torneios têm...
Acabou desde a primeira
o
mão.
EPT é estranho não ter, porque no WSOP eles têm muito problema pela qualidade dos dealers, já são muito ruins, ainda tem que operar shot flop, vai ser um problema, você colocar aquele tanto de dealer, aí não
Cara,
funciona.
mas dá pra
Mas no
resolver,
EPT,
dá pra resolver, dá pra ter desde o ITM, entendeu?
É.
Isso eles fazem. Tipo, ITM é 15% do field, você vai ter 15% de dealer bom, entendeu?
I think it's very good.
Sacou?
It's very good?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
It's like fair for everyone.
I mean, my dream is 1 tournament, 10 seconds decision for everyone.
Me too.
Like really? Like
Blitz poker.
I swear, bro.
Bullet poker.
It would be like the best game, because like pure intuition, you know, like you just do what you think first
There's
intuition
some
you do
hypers
it.
in EPT which you have like 10 seconds or like pre-flop 10 seconds shot clock.
We are testing
We
like
have, like,
this
2
new model, you know, like in tournaments that we have like 30 minutes or
Não
less.
perdemos soldado ali,
You
não?
have 15 seconds
First action.
Yeah, first action.
First action, yes. And in tournaments with more than this, like 20 seconds, we are gaining like 20% of the hands. Like,
Okay, we're getting
per hour.
underway here,
It's
getting
amazing. Like,
situated.
all the guys are playing the
5 and
tournament,
5 handed again. This is day 2, 100K, Rai.
Imagine it like this in World Series, 20% of the hands per hour.
Yeah.
More, you know. But okay, it's impossible, I know.
Rafa, qual são?
Okay, back underway.
Fold. Eu vou fold.
7 deuce, worst hand in poker. Pretty nice to get the best and worst hands. That's a good way to play. Get the middling hands a little tougher. Shadow with ace 3. Gonna pitch the button there, or ace 3 on the button.
All in.
And Shadi gets to put pressure on here. Jiao Smao is a very small stack, and he is going to fold. He's got 6-4 off.
Wow, he only has 5 blinds.
I fold.
Oh.
Which one was great?
4 of hearts. 4 of hearts, come on.
I was thinking it would call if the first card was great. Like, it didn't matter.
Isso é pra sua lombar, Johnny? É pra lombar mesmo?
Fudendo minha lombar.
E ajuda isso aí.
Like, for 4 big blinds?
No, he has 6 big blinds.
6?
Yeah. I think it was 6, 7. No,
Okay.
Like you
I thought
still
it
fold
was
for
Tem uma mão ainda, tem, né?
I thought
Antes
it was
do intervalo?
5 now. Era 6. You're right. I paid the ante.
Tem short ali?
Não. 700 mil menor. Pelo menos era, né? Mas demorou muito uma mão. Pode ser que alguém tá machucado agora.
E tá outra vez. E tá outra vez.
É. Avisa lá que é hand for hand, que tá parecendo que alguém tá estourando lá.
Just so everyone's also aware, there is a hand for hand going on, so that there's a hand taking place at the other table. That is why when they finish after, the hand doesn't go here. So if this hand finishes after the other table, then of course we'd be on the next hand immediately. So if ahead of playing quicker than the other table, that's why we're waiting. Yeah, every player here knows they're very close to the final table, very close to that payout, but Brass made a great point about the pay jumps and the payouts. Of course, everyone wants to make the money, but it's also not fun to play for 2 days, right? It's late at night. Okay, there's a look at the other table.
Well, there's definitely still ICM pressure. It's more that there's not that moment really like after you cash where it like goes down a bunch, because after you cash, you're just at the final table now, and there's just a jump. You know, every person that busts moving forward from there. Yeah, now it looks like we're at the other table where they're still playing a hand.
É, o Japa postou agora.
Ele é um TG aí nessa mão, né? O DG.
Turn looked like 10, 9, 7 deuce.
É verdade.
Okay, see a fold there. There's the famous YouTuber from Japan.
Picks it up for a little turn aggression.
Yeah.
Acho que o cara foldou.
Quem era o outro? Mostrou?
Não deu pra ver. Acho que por...
Quem estava na mão era o José Tavares.
Ah, tá. Ele perdeu a mão, né?
Sim, ele foldou.
Okay, we'll see another hand here.
fold aí, Rafa?
What's your guess for the 100K entries, or 500K, I should say, reais?
Só vou
Think they'll
prêmio
get
aqui.
40 or 30, or maybe not? I mean, there's 50.
How many did this one get? It got like
56 and 20K. That's maybe not. Maybe like
so
25.
maybe like
30,
31 or something.
That's a liver. Fold.
No, maybe less. 20, 25.
Médio.
Ai, pai.
Chegou mesmo.
No, less.
It's a re-entry too. That's a big.
It is re-entry, but like,
Simão,
I mean, maybe a lot of people won't re-enter. I have no idea.
Metade do baralho.
O que é isso? 9? Não, 7, 6, 8.
Porra, 9.
Ai, pai.
Travessão.
200 exatos. 20, 40, 60, 75, 200. Tu vê aí, caramba.
Rafa doing some
Agora
math.
achei que era mais.
He's got the best hand. Just got to click call, and then you still got to win though. That's part of it too.
Whoa, is he gonna fold to a 5 big blind shove?
Pô, 10 e 7.
What is it? Jack 7 off or 5 bigs? What's his stack? How much does he have?
Caralho.
Yeah.
É a menor ideia do que fazer isso aí.
Looks like he's folding.
O que é?
Wow.
Agora é 7.
Você falou meio do baralho, eu pensei em 9 porque eu tinha...
Era 7 o meio.
Set. Yeah, talks him out of it. 10 high gets Jack high to fold. There's a little magic from Jal Samal. Very close. I mean, I don't know how many chips exactly half ahead, but it does seem close. And that is going to take us to a break. We will be back very shortly.
15 minutos?
Precisa tirar ou não? Só tira isso aqui.
Aí, já era?
Eu vou baixar ele e vai pra lá.
We are almost in the final table. I'm your global reporter, and we have 10 players left. And just so you know what's happening here, we have the main table over there that has been television that you're watching for the last hours. And here we have the not television table. And we're going to start a break now. After the break, we're going to have the final table defined soon. Stay tuned.
tournament here, and looks like we are down to the final 10 players, 8 players cash. I'm Maria Ho alongside Brian Rast here on comms.
Hello. All right. Okay, there we are. Now the mic's on. Good to see you, Maria. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to see you too. Well, I mean, I'm actually a little sad to see you because I was hoping you would still be in the mix.
Did you see me? I actually, when I first sat down, they put me on the feature table. I did get to play a couple hands. But
I did see that, and then I saw that you had a tricky spot with sevens and you were up against queens. So did you end up getting back in after that, or was Reg closed by that point?
I didn't know the sevens hand was going to break, and then I did the second bullet, and I lasted maybe even like one less hand on the next one. I actually looked up both of those hands, and I think I played them both well. I mean, the sevens was a call, and the ace jack, it's a little interesting about like whether you barrel the turn on the king queen 5 and then the 3, but I think you basically get 5s to fold a lot, and I just have a massive range advantage. And I don't know, when I looked it up, I think actually I played both of the hands well, but I wasn't certain about either one at the time. But yeah, but you know,
yeah, I feel like
goes.
Yeah, and especially, you know, when you do late reg, I think when you hopped in, you had about 15 big blinds, right? Yeah. So, you know, sometimes it gets a little tough to get things going with that stack.
I know, right? I mean, it feels like you should, but in all reality, like busting with 15 big blinds is pretty standard. So, yeah. But it was fun, though. I enjoyed it. My bank account didn't, but I did.
Well, there's always another tournament.
Yeah.
And we are going to be back very shortly with our feature table as we are down to 10 players. I'm Maria Ho, and I'm alongside Brian Rast on commentary. Jeff went to take a rest for the remainder of the evening, so it'll be just us two taking you all the way through to the end of play today. I believe the plan is to play for another 2 hours, regardless of, you know, if we reach the final table or reach the money. We are going to continue to play on.
And just to update you, Maria, in case you weren't aware, or anybody that's just joining us, we are down to 10 players, which there's divvied up into 2 tables of 5. I believe after the next player busts, they will go to 1 9-handed table, and it will be on the stone bubble because 8 make the money. At which point, again, the final table would just progress, as you said, until the end, and there's pay jumps every bust, just like a regular final table. So that's where we're at, big picture in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely a critical point in the tournament for these players. Obviously, being in the money is an important step.
Yeah, I was talking about this with Jeff a little bit. I mean, it's a thing in a lot of tournaments. You have a situation where there's a, you know, ICM kind of builds up to the bubble, especially if you think about really large field tournaments, but then the pressure just like immediately releases once you make the money, and you're kind of back to cash, chippy V type thinking, and that's not going to happen here. It's kind of like, you know, once the bubble breaks and you make it, you're then just at the final table with pay jumps every time somebody busts. So there's going to be no alleviation of pressure. It just kind of keeps increasing from this point on.
Right, and from what you've seen, how do you feel like some of the big stacks have been maneuvering in terms of applying that pressure on the soft bubble and now up until, you know, the stone bubble?
I don't think I've seen anything that really stands out, especially relative to maybe other types of tournaments where, you know, you can really see people go crazy on the bubble. There's been very little to none of that so far in terms of like extreme pressure, which kind of makes sense with this type of situation in general. Also, you got to remember, like, we're at 10, you know, you go back a couple players and you're at 13. Sure, like 13 in raw numbers is close to an 8-handed bubble, but like in the context of the tournament, you know, 5 players need to go out for you to make the money, which is a lot. when there's only 13 players, you know? So I think it's people that aren't used to like really small field tournaments. Things around the bubble are very different than compared to like 1,000 or 2,000 person tournament you might play somewhere else.
Right. We see that right away coming back from break, Ivan Luca all in. Well, actually, Samau is all in for 280K, and Luca reshoved his stack, so it will be Samau and his tournament life. Luca looks pretty relaxed with heart rate, 97 seems fair for a spot when you have your opponent covered, but still would be a nice pot to win. Just put yourself in a slightly more comfortable situation.
Wow.
Artlist.io.
Plot preserves quite a bit of equity for João Simão because he's got the heart and the overcard.
Turn pairs the 3.
Music licensing reimagined.
And the river is the 10 of spades. So unfortunately for Samau, he will be eliminated here in 10th place. And as you mentioned, that will bring us to the final table of 9, although, 9 players isn't going to cut it as 8 make the money. So these players definitely still looking to cash. But Samau, we can't feel too bad for him. I believe he took down one of the prelim events, which we weren't able.
Invitational.
Okay.
50K invitational, so not that much
Wow.
more than this. So
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
definitely, I was thinking the same thing. Great player, tough time to go out in this one, but he's doing all right. He just won one. He's also lost a little bit of weight. He's getting healthy.
Só para avisar, você está na sua
Good for
casa?
him.
Yeah.
Nunca tem um spot
Appears
cool,
so.
né?
Hello everyone, as you just saw, we now have our final table defined. Only 9 players left on this field. We are in the 100K super high roller here on the second day. And of course, I want to remind you something very important. It's not because you're in the final table that you're going to get some money to come with you home. Because our ITM is at the 8th place. So only the top 8 players will get the will be in the ITM. So I'm super excited for it. We have then positioning themselves here, our final table defined, and I'm super excited as much as I know that you are as well. And I'm your bubble reporter at this point, and I'm glad to have you here. We'll be back soon with our final table. See you soon.
Thank you, Isa, for that update. I mean, that was quick work, Brian. We just got back from break and we had an instant elimination. How do you think, the players are feeling right now in this spot, just on the stone bubble? And, we obviously see that a few stack sizes are coming in on the short side, so definitely going to try to wait out, you know, one or the other. I believe there's 2 stacks, I think, around the same, probably 615K versus 765K. Looks like the 2 shortest stacks left in the field.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is the time when you start getting kind of excited to be there. Just you're starting to play for money, the ICM pressure's kicking in, kind of all the adjustment it makes, the dynamic stack sizes and what you're supposed to do. It's definitely the most fun part of the tournament here. So I'm sure, you know, everybody's pretty psyched. You know, that you've made it this far, you've been lucky, now you have a really big spot. And I just think, like, if you're a competitor, which presumably, and I know most of these guys are, right, this is what you play for, right? This is why you come and start on level 1 and have all the disappointing times. But I will also just add that, you know what, I mean, thank you, Maria, for coming in and filling in for Jeff, because since I got here, it's like nobody was busting. It was very kind of slow. And all of a sudden you're here in one hand, boom, where someone's out. So we might get this done before we're even done tonight with you here at this rate. So let's go.
Yeah, you know what? There might not even be a day 3, but as the players are setting up for the final table, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with more action from the BSOP Millions. Welcome back to the BSOP Millions. We've reached the final 9 players of the 20K USD High Roller event. I'm Maria Ho alongside Brian Rast on comms. And as you can see up top, we do have the seating here for the final table of 9, but 8 players finish in the money. Starting with seat 1, Ignacio Sagra, 615K, the shortest stack at the table. Second is Ivan Luca, sitting in seat number 2. Mehdi Chaoui, he is in seat 3 with the chip lead of 2.5 million in chips. And then we see Ruben Amorim, seat 4, a really healthy stack of 2.3 million, followed by Gabriel Tavares. The other short stack with just 765K, Rafael Moraes in seat 6 with 2.2 million. And then Hugo Machado in seat 7 with just over 1 million. Seat 8, Zednik Ziska with 1 million. And seat 9, Masato Yokosawa with 2.3 million. And here is a look at the payouts. First is 1.575 million. That's a nice first place prize for people to take home. So early on in the series, there's going to be so many more tournaments to follow. Definitely for a Super High Roller series, the buy-ins are going to start adding up. It's nice to just have that cushion straight from jump.
You know, there's a very clear
Taking a look.
3-tier system, Maria. You can see that. Oh, here it's much easier to see. There's the clump at the top. That's like 4 guys between 2.2 and 2.5. Then there's the middle class, where there's, I think, 3 people who have about 1.1. And then the 2 on the bottom who have around 700K, plus or minus. So.
We see Masato Yokosawa very animated there, just raising it up here with ace queen.
Fold, med. Med fold, Ruben fold, Gabriel fold, Rafael fold, Ruben.
Machado in the big blind, very playable ace 10.
You have the photo of Song. Ah, Hulk. Okay,
Hulk.
okay. Yeah.
You know? Atlético Mineiro. It's my team.
Yeah, spot he's going to defend tighter than normal, but certainly ace 10 off is much too good to fold.
Check.
King, queen, tray on the flop. It gives both player a gutter to Broadway, but Yokosawa still best here with second pair.
Also a flop that's pretty good for him. You know, given he opened in relatively early position at a 9-handed table, he's going to have a lot of hands weighted towards high cards. He's probably not opening pairs below maybe 6s, so like 7s plus or 8s plus or something, and just a lot of high card weighted hands. So mostly he'll have something on this board other than a few ace-x combos. You know, hands like ace-7 of hearts, but.
Yeah, the turn brings the 10, which gives Machado an inferior pair to Yokosawa. Checks it over.
Definitely a card that improves some of their ranges at this point. You know, both the check call as well as the bet in position. And ace queen, not really a hand that you want to be putting a lot of money in, because if you are, you're probably only going to be seeing hands on the river that are better than you. So checking back does make quite a bit of sense, even though Masato still has a range advantage. His particular hand doesn't really want to bet a lot, and I think kind of hard to see Machado doing much here other than checking. I mean, maybe like a one big blind block or something.
Hugo bet. 350. Internet, cadê?
Wow, 350.
Wow. Yeah, I did not see that coming.
Wow.
The flush draw from the flop does complete with the 4 of spades on the river.
Yeah, Machado doesn't have a flush, and he does have a 10, but I guess he decides that a pair of 10s is low enough in his range that it's worth turning it into a bluff. A very interesting decision. With no spade either.
Yeah, and we'll see what Yokosawa makes of this, you know, blocking Broadway and flushes, but just decides to fold, maybe just feeling like Machado's not necessarily going to take this spot as a bluff very often, considering, you know, just the pressure of being the covered stack in the hand and, you know, a couple short stacks out there.
Yeah, you know, also, I think Machado kind of correctly deduced that my opponent very frequently has a hand that beats me when he checks back the turn, right? Because my opponent has a range advantage, and if he has some of his air or really weakest hands, they will bet the turn a lot in position, as well as many of his strongest hands, of which he has a bunch. Like, he has a bunch of hands that are basically like ace-king plus, right, as raising in early. So he's kind of like, my opponent's really heavily weighted towards some king X and queen X kind of one pair hands here after checking back turn, and I'm just going to try to get those to fold.
Yeah.
With a hand that's towards the bottom of my range. You can't beat them. Pretty interesting, and I mean, I'm assuming that was kind of his thought process, and he was right, and it worked. So pretty cool hand.
So now we're going like.
Yeah, well executed.
You can't wait.
Last year they were giving one extra when you reach the final table.
Oh yeah. I like that idea.
I had an FT here.
Fold. Gabriel.
Tavares in the cutoff, Jack 10 offsuit.
Gabriel, raise. Same.
Does decide to raise off of 15 bigs.
I had an FT here. Like, you got one in the beginning of the tournament, then one in the beginning of day 2, and then
Just going to take down the blinds and the big blind ante. I mean, Brian, I feel like considering, you know, that this was a Brazilian heavy field, the final table feels pretty international still. You know, we do obviously have some Brazilians represented here, but also a couple of Argentinians. You know, we saw the big blind and Ziska from the Czech Republic. We've got Yokosawa from Japan, a couple players from Portugal as well.
Like the 40 minutes at the beginning and then 60 minutes.
Yes, most definitely, Maria. In fact, maybe a little bit overrepresented compared to the tournament population. But nevertheless, very cool to see. Also nice to see that the BSOP, you know, brought out all these players that came in from different parts of the world.
They don't want to play too much, for sure. I know.
Okay, I just have to say, I feel weird calling you Brian. Should I just call you Rast? Like, I feel weird saying it. But does it feel weird hearing it?
No, I'm good with either one. Both of those are completely acceptable, and I'm good with whatever you want to, whichever you want to use.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have people that call me Brian. And a lot of people.
But like, is it your parents? Is it your wife? Is it when somebody's mad at you?
Calling me Brian. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's more true with my wife. I don't love her calling me Brian. But yeah. But yeah, no. Rast is probably more common. I'd say from like friends or people in poker. And wow, look at this. Change the subject. I mean, this is a kind of smashes both of these guys, and they both have big chip stacks, although it's a single raise pot. But I mean, it's a board where, again, Ruben has a pretty big range advantage, having raised from the low jack, which is, you got to go through quite a few people. That said, I guess Masato's not 3-betting as often as you would normally expect. But I mean, total brick on the turn, 2 very, very big hands. Bet, I mean, could lose good 800,000 in chips by the end of this pot.
Yeah, action is on Amarim with flopped Broadway straight.
Yeah, now
That's 325K. Yeah.
Yes, no, I was just saying sized up. So 325 into what looks like it must have been 450 or 455. So it's about 2/3 pot.
Yokosawa makes the call, and the river brings the ace. So now 4-liner to a straight out there. Jack X gets there.
Yeah, short of hitting a king or a queen, this is a pretty good card for Masato because he might be able to get away. Whereas if the river was a total blank, he's probably basically calling whatever Ruben bets. So now, yeah, as you said, like any jack beats him. I mean, even aces up beats him. So, versus a bet on the river. I mean, his hand went from, beating all kinds of value versus a river bet to now pretty much only beating bluffs.
Yeah, and when you get called, twice by the big blind, do you feel like there are going to be many bluffs here on the river coming from Ruben?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, like, what becomes a bluff here? I mean,
Just on the floor.
Nice, very nice river.
I mean, probably some of the hands that I would think like might play this way and then bluff the river. Certainly something like 10-9,
You wanted to see
pocket nines. Maybe it's a really good question. Like, would like ace 5 or ace 4 or something that was bombing, right? Would it bluff the river, or would it now check because it could just beat a king, right? So it does get hard to find too many bluffs, I think.
Yeah, and we're taking a quick look at the chip counts. After that pot, Amarim becomes our new chip leader, up to 2.9 million. Sagra still the short stack, 615K in chips.
Maria, it's actually a kind of an interesting spot that we're talking about, because I think in order to really have enough bluffs on an ace river is a spot, it's like, that's why, one of the reasons why you might want to be barreling the turn there as the in position player with some like weak kind of like low to no equity hands when called, right? Like 8-9 suited, pocket 7s, pocket 3s, right? And the reason why is because you already have a range advantage, so you get to bet a lot. And if you're just checking back all your nothings, then there are going to be a lot of rivers where you like sort of don't have bluffs.
They now
As well as the fact that just because you have a big range advantage, you kind of get to bet a lot anyways. And I think that river is sort of an example of why some of that comes, because then, you don't really want to bluff a hand that you were barreling like ace-8, but you do want to bluff if you have pocket 3s or you have the 7-8 suited, or like even a 9-8 or a 10-9, right? Like all those hands become amazing bluffs.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as if these players don't already know, we are on the money bubble. But to the viewers that are just joining us now, we are down to the final 9 players here in the 20K USD BSOP Millions High Roller event. And only 8 spots pay. So everybody looking to outlast one more player to get in the money.
Yeah, it's a big jump from 0 to 210,000. You don't get a 210,000 pay jump for quite a few jumps after that.
Raise. Gabriel, raise. Samuel. Rafael, fold. Hugo, fold. Yeah.
Tavares, ace king, min raises.
Raise para 299.
Wow, is he 3-betting him with the king?
Yeah. Does look like he feels like perhaps, you know, even off of 16 bigs with a couple big stacks behind him, that maybe there's going to be some of these wider open, some, you know, raise folds. But I don't know, definitely a lot of pressure on Tavares with, again, you know, a shorter stack out there than him and some big stacks to his left. I don't know how wide he would be opening, and Tavares does end up moving all in. So Yokosawa did try to take that spot for a light 3-bet, just didn't work out.
Not an unreasonable combo to choose it with, for what it's worth. His sizing was kind of big. I think all things considered, normally in position there, you'd maybe 2.5, especially you're getting to the point where you make it 300,000, you're almost getting close to the odds to call with even your like bad hands at that point. So, kind of curious hand though. I mean, like some of the ace and king X stuff all makes sense to do it within that spot, because you're mostly just, you're not getting called very much with the ICM pressure, right? So you're kind of just trying to take a blocker and get your opponent to fold.
Yeah.
Fold. Gabriel, fold. Rafael, fold. Hugo, fold. Yes, fold. Marcelo, fold. Enough.
Action folded around to Sagra, our shortest stack, who has a suited queen, and he decides to fold. And looks like Medi's going to get a walk here in the big blind. Shows King Jack. Brian, I think I heard you talk a little bit about this in the pre-show, but how good is your Portuguese?
I'm fluent, but not at a really high level. Like, I understand when people are talking conversationally, I'm pretty good. You know, it depends. If I can understand some things if I watch, it depends, right? Like a more conversational, simple show, I can understand pretty well what people are saying, but like, you got me watch a documentary, especially like a history or a science documentary, and I can't really follow it. So, I don't know. Pretty good.
Do you feel like, you know, because obviously learning a new language, you know, when you're, you know, past kind of your younger years can be a little bit more difficult, but was it a little easier just kind of being immersed in it, considering you live in Brazil and, you know, I'm sure your wife is just speaking it to you on a regular basis to help you practice? Did you use any apps or, you know, Duolingo or Rosetta Stone or anything else to help you, or was it just like being immersed in it?
You know, I did buy Rosetta Stone and basically never used it.
Yeah.
Pretty much learned. So my wife and I spent the first part of our relationship, we were dating. There was a fair amount of time that it was long distance. And so one of the things that helped is all of our communication, we would do like Skype, you know, video calls and whatever, Skype calls, and everything would be copy pasted. It would all be in Portuguese. So I was constantly copying, pasting things in and out of Google Translate, which, you know, I would obviously read and, you know, start picking things up. And then, yeah, like when I would actually go to Brazil, which is what I would have to do initially because the American government rejected our first couple attempts to get a visa for her to come to the U.S. Like none of her friends or family spoke English, right? So yeah, you're just kind of thrown in a situation where in order to communicate, I kind of had to. You know, maybe with my wife, actually, she spoke Spanish, and initially my Spanish was a little bit better because I took that when I was in school. But yeah, so it's kind of like just being in the situation and then doing a lot of copy pasting back and forth, and I just kind of picked it up, you know, and having taken Spanish, they're both Romance languages. There are similarities in sentence structure and how they do the verb conjugations. And so, yeah, it's just kind of learning by doing. Never been a huge fan of studying things. Not that I don't do it, but it's not very fun. But just, you know, getting thrown in the situation and being exposed to it a lot.
Yeah, I figured, you know, it definitely makes it a little bit easier just once you're in the country and you're surrounding yourself with people that speak the language. I definitely tried. I took French in high school, and then I tried to pick it back up like 5 years ago with Duolingo, and it's just not the same when you're not really speaking it on a regular basis.
Yeah, your best bet would be just going and just spending a lot of time in France. You know,
right?
And then not spending your time with somebody who's like your friend from abroad who you're going to speak English with all the time, or if you do spend it with them, you're just still out doing things and you guys are both trying to speak in French with people. Like that's really the way to learn. I feel like it can get tough, right? Like, so you want to do it and you're motivated, but it's something you've just got to keep doing, like all the time. And at some point, just learning on an app or whatever, it'll get boring, probably well before you get very competent. And then once you stop for a while, you kind of forget things. Like even me, like even today, you know, if I'm in America for 4 months straight, like what happened this year through the World Series and then afterwards, I'm a little bit more rusty when I go to Brazil initially, you know, for a couple days until I'm just talking in Portuguese. So that would be, you know, you want to pick French up. All that stuff is great, but the biggest thing you can do is just go to France or somewhere where they speak French.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of worse places to be, so
exactly.
I'd consider it.
Do you speak any languages other than I mean, English, obviously, but
I speak Mandarin, and I would say that I'm conversationally fluent as well. I feel like I have the vocabulary of maybe like an 11-year-old or 12-year-old, so that's not great. I don't feel like I sound very articulate when I speak in Mandarin, but I can definitely, you know, speak it to any native speaker and they would understand me, and vice versa. I'm really good at ordering food in Chinese for sure, like know all of the words to all my favorite foods. But yeah, I mean, and other than taking French, you know, I just feel like it's so hard to pick up another language at this point, but I always like, in my mind, I want to be that Renaissance woman. I'm like, I want to learn more languages, but it might be too late. It might have passed me by.
definitely has not. I don't get that negative talk out of here. It's just a matter of your motivation. You just have to be properly motivated in order to do it. Anyways, going back, let's real briefly, because this hand is, I mean, there's not that much to say other than it's probably getting all in at some point, either here or on the river, because they both have the nuts. But it is a big hand, and Ruben does have a free roll.
Yeah, and action is on Yokosawa facing a 425K bet.
I mean, he's in position, so he doesn't need to raise this to make sure all the money can get in, right? Because being in position, you always get to bet the river. Generally, at this point, you're not very worried about how you can lose the pot. It's more like, how can I get the most money out of it? But he jams, and that'll end the pot right now because we're going to put the money in and see the river. No more decisions.
Free roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 clubs in Ruben's hand, though, not fun to see for Yokosawa.
Free roll.
This is a big pot. The winner is probably the chip leader. Or at least they would have been at the start of the final table.
Ooh.
6 of diamonds.
He was sweating.
Fades the free roll for a chop pot.
I loved it.
I was not imagine he had that.
Neither was I.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's boring.
There's a look at that beautiful and shiny trophy that the winner will get to take home. We will be playing down to a winner tomorrow. Brian, what's the next event you're planning on jumping into?
The 150K. I think it's tomorrow, and Reg goes till the start of day 2. So pretty sure I'm going to play that.
How do you feel about, you know, the later kind of start time? Obviously, if you look at the schedule, it's really packed. There's so many tournaments every single day, so obviously you do have to stagger some start times. But, you know, for example, tonight they're going to be playing, you know, well past 2 a.m. here. And actually, there's just recently been on poker Twitter and amongst the community a little bit of a debate of whether or not in general start time should be moved earlier. But I don't know, you seem like a bit of a night owl to me. Do you like this schedule?
Yeah, it's like, I guess I'm sort of, neither of these options is what I think is best. I mean, I don't agree with the poker Twitter of, hey, let's start tournaments at like 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. That's too early for me. But do I want to start a tournament at like 4 p.m. and go till like 2:30 in the morning? Like, not really. You know, probably for me, I think great is start at noon and you're done by like the evening. Yeah, I think that's like kind of a great schedule. Even for like people that are sort of morning people, it's also like, you know, it's not the end of the world sometimes to have a little bit of time to do things before you go play poker if you want. I mean, I usually arrive to that solution by just late regging. Very often I do things with, whether it's random chores or tasks or other things I'm involved in, or you're working out or whatever, and then, you know, you go play poker after you're done. So I don't know, that's how I feel. I'd say the tournaments here are probably in general a little bit later than I would like, but I probably lean more late than early. What about you?
I like a little bit earlier. I think something, maybe earlier than noon, but not too much earlier, and then no dinner break. I really feel like we don't necessarily need long dinner breaks. We could also shorten breaks as the day goes on and there's fewer players left. And I don't know, maybe I'm just maybe I can speak out of a place where, the line is not as long for women's restrooms in poker tournaments. So maybe that's why I feel like, I could deal with a shorter break.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the venue for the break time for sure. I mean, some of these World Series breaks can get pretty silly, but this pot got a little interesting. I mean, we had a little check raise on the flop by the 8-7, the king queen off, no back doors, floated it, and now king queen. I mean, you're starting to look at a hand that at some point, do you want to bluff with it? Like, how do you really have worse than king high here? I mean, maybe queen high, but again, king and queen high are probably the hands that you want to bluff, which is what Ivan is thinking about, it looks like. Yep, wow, and that's a healthy bluff considering chip stack.
You start the session at 10 p.m. and you
It's
end
about
at
half the pot, and it's a little less than half of his chips.
on GG on Sunday, and it was
You know how many hands are able?
Yeah, Moraes decides he wants to believe the story that Yvonne's telling here, but definitely not necessarily a spot that every player is going to find.
Ooh.
Shows the king queen as well.
Oh, it's the winner showdown.
Oh, shoot, I didn't know about this card.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming Hoffa used it, but used his card to see the hand, saw the bluff.
There you see the aggression frequency from these players. A lot of these stats going to be a little bit skewed, obviously, just because now, when we're talking about the fact that we are on the stone bubble, a lot of the players with shorter stacks and even the middling stacks that are quite handcuffed are not going to be, playing as many hands. Not going to be able to get in there too much. Okay, so wait, I didn't know about this card. Is this winner showdown just one per tournament?
Yeah, so I thought maybe this would only be something in the invitational, right? Because it's a little wonky. You don't see it all the time. But we got it in the invitational. I guess they're continuing to have it. So maybe it's just going to be in all the tournaments. But yeah, you get a green card when you buy in. I think you only get one for the whole tournament, I believe. And yeah, you can use it at any point to see somebody's hand. I'm not sure if you need to be in the pot with them or you could just use it if you're at the table. It's a good question. That I actually don't know, and I probably should because I'm playing these tournaments, so I will find that. I will find that out, but that's the general idea.
That'd be kind of wild to use it in a pot that you're not even involved in. Like, you just must really want the info on a particular player.
I mean, I could actually think of a reason. For let's say you see a really interesting pot, and then you're also watching someone, and you feel like you saw something weird with like how they bet, or something that maybe you want to get like confirmation on a read or a tell. Like could be a reason to use it even if you're not in the pot.
Moraes putting Tavares all in, who had opened from the button with king queen. Yeah, and for the viewers out there who are wondering, we are on a delay here, obviously, to protect game integrity, to make sure that, nobody can stream snipe and somehow get the information of what the whole cards are in real time to the players. But with something like the winner showdown card, it's basically like these players probably have someone feeding the information from the delay to them so that they can, check their phones on break or whatever and get some of that information. But you might not want to wait an hour. You might not want to wait the time of the delay or whenever you get a chance to look at your phone to find out information that could be very crucial to your next decision. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, there's
I've
an
never
interesting
seen
dynamic
that before.
you just made me think
Yeah.
of with it, which is like, I guess the later it goes in the tournament, the more like useful it is to see a hand. But yeah, you're right. Like once you get to the stream, you could like ultimately pretty much find out what a hand is like by the time you get to the final table, right? So like, is the best time to use it, I guess, when you're not on a stream table and you would otherwise never get to see that hand? So maybe like having it now, you're right, you do have the advantage of not having to wait to see it later, but you will get to see it later. Whereas if you're off stream earlier in the tournament before the final table, you would never get to see the hand, but you now get to see it if you use your card. But yeah, it's a good question on like when's the best time to use it.
Yeah, I kind of like, the fact that you can only use it once per tournament. I think definitely makes for an interesting situation and dynamic. And I feel like I like seeing these kinds of, innovations or, whatever you want to call it in poker. I think sometimes it's nice to add something into what we're normally used to seeing, and it kind of gives the players a little bit more to think about, in terms of strategy perspective of when to use it. Flop is Jack 7-3, a couple of diamonds. 8 king is still best.
Yeah, not really the flop you're looking for as ace king. Little bit of a tricky one to navigate. No diamond as well. $100 and betting 100 into 300. Definitely a spot you're very happy to get queen 8 to fold, even though you have the best hand. A hand that, if it floats you, could definitely bluff you off the best hand later for sure. But I don't know, queen 8 off, no diamond? A little dicey. Yeah, especially Zizka doesn't have very many blinds, so putting in 300K there to float to try to win the pot later with decent ICM pressure, a little bit too much.
Yeah, decides to pass there and look for a better spot. And as expected, just being on the stone bubble, these things can really take a while and be protracted and kind of go on and on sometimes. Obviously, again, very critical stage of the tournament. And so you will see that sometimes it can take a long time for that bubble to burst. And in the meantime, usually what ends up happening is kind of the disparity between the haves and the have-nots become greater.
Yeah, definitely. That's a big tendency at these final tables when you have kind of short and medium stacks looking to preserve chips and playing kind of tight. Makes it hard to chip up.
Hello.
Yeah, and the importance of, your seat draw when you reach the final table, especially in this particular situation where the final 9 is the stone bubble, is incredibly important, very relevant, to just how much you are going to be handcuffed. Like the two parts of my game, Brian, I feel like I need to work on is winning flips and getting good table draws.
Yeah.
Do you know the secret?
You know what? I feel like once upon a time I did, and maybe not anymore. So I'm not really sure I can give you good advice there, unfortunately. But you know what? It's better luck is always just around the corner.
True. And Yokosawa looks like he's going to need some luck to improve against the queens of Ziska. Yokosawa holding a pair of 10s, but does go check on the turn.
Now either player kind of has a good enough hand to value bet, so probably Ziska will be the one to do it, and Masato will very likely call it. Interesting decision by Ziska really was the pre-flop, like do you come in for the like 2.5 to 3x open, or you know, do you limp, try to get the big blind to attack you? He went with the latter. Raised the limp with a kind of bad hand that I think you sometimes see people do in those spots. Oh, did it go check?
Yeah, it appears so.
Kind of feel like Queens missed value there a little. I think you just gotta bet and kind of like, I mean, if you get raised, you can always fold, but just our opponent like never has an ace, both pre-flop and with all the checks, and so our hand's just good. Basically always on the river unless our opponent somehow rivered something that beats us, which is possible but not super likely.
Assim também não dá para sofrer tanto.
Ivan fold, Magic, fold, Ruben, fold, Gabriel.
Ron folding the 6s up front.
Rafael.
Action folds around to Marius in the hijack, ace-7 offsuit.
Sandra, Hugo fold, Jessica fold.
This is an example of a big stack wielding a little bit of ICM pressure. Ace-7 off, kind of a light open for chip EV obviously, but in ICM situations having an ace really big, and obviously he does have, you know, well above average chip stack, so taking a shot.
Let's take a look at the chip counts as they stand right now. We still have Amarim as the chip leader, 3.1 million in chips. Chowie follows him with 2.5 million in chips. Hasn't really been too active so far since we got down to 9 players. Was super active in, you know, many of the levels leading up to that. You know, was seemingly getting good hands, you know, hitting flops, but also just has been a very even-keeled player who has, to my knowledge, picked his spots wisely, you know, seems to be kind of in control of knowing, you know, what lane to be in at what time and when to apply pressure and when to kind of sit back. But speaking of, does come in for an open, Jack-9 of clubs.
Yeah, and one of the things maybe you viewers at home are going to notice is that, you know, at a final table like this, first you have a lot of short stacks. Even if someone has a lot of chips, there's a bunch of other people with short stacks. You see a lot less contested pots where people are calling. Both, and even the big blind itself folds more and doesn't defend as much oftentimes due to ICM pressure. So what happens is the ranges kind of get shifted a little bit from playability to a little more just like high card effect. both because making a bigger pair is good, but even more importantly for blockers. Because one of the things you really don't want is after you raise somebody to move all in over your raise or to 3-bet you, and having an ace or even a king really helps lower that frequency enough to make it more important than having a playable hand.
Small, magic, big blind.
It's like aces in my country.
They hand over. They hand over.
You prevent me big blind under the gun, and you don't want me to look at you?
Folding. Fold. Gabriel. Rafael. Fold.
Espero.
Hugo coração.
I mean, passa 3, né? Passa 3, shoot. Back. No. Good way.
If I go all in, you're not happy, huh?
Ace something.
Yes.
Hugo gonna play most suited aces there, decides maybe not gonna play the very lowest ones with like a deuce or maybe a 3 that he's gonna cut out of his low jack opening range. Kind of interesting decision.
I'm gonna be nice with my new friend. He can see a flop, it's okay.
Okay. Flop para 2. For 2 players.
Ten, 10, 3, 2 hearts, trips for Chowie with the 10, 9 of diamonds from the big blinds.
Ivan é o button, Ned é o small e Ruben é o big.
They're still going, 9 of them. One person will not get paid any money.
What happened with Porto? It's been like 5 or 6 years we didn't see them in 2-bet.
Not so long. Like 3 maybe.
Pretty sure more than 3 years.
Gabriel fold, Rafael fold.
Like Sporting has been doing good.
And that's just an example of sort of what I'm saying there. You saw someone in early, again, who didn't have very many chips, folded 6s, right? But a 6 is a hand that, you know, you have 2 low cards and no high cards. So this is an example of the shift towards, you know, high cards in the opening ranges.
Fold.
1.2, 1.3.
It looks like Yvonne's decided
No coaching
to limp in here on the button with Queen Jack offsuit, off of 27 big blinds. You know, and we will see these players kind of develop a limping range off of. I wouldn't say that Luca's necessarily short, but obviously having someone in the big blind who has you covered in this situation, you know, it's a hand that he's looking to see a flop with pretty cheaply, you know, doesn't want to raise and get 3-bet and get shut out of seeing a flop. Amarin with 7s on an ace high board.
He has the best hand right now. Not very many ways to improve. Kind of a tricky situation. But Luca,
Check.
what will he do with Queen Jack? It's a good question here. I mean, it's a hand that rates to be good at a decent frequency. I mean, he does pick up some equity here with a gut shot draw. Maybe you can get some king highs to fold. Probably not getting a pair to fold that checked you twice.
140 mil. 140.
Obviously, sevens are a little bit worse than even like a deuce, just because you have a third of the outs to improve.
Yeah, and you know, how do you feel about the fact that, again, just, you know, some of the differences in people's approaches to certain stack sizes post-solver era? You know, I don't think that pre-solver we really saw people kind of finding limping ranges, you know, off of 25 bigs, or, you know, anywhere from like 20 to 30 bigs on the button or in late position, you know, especially in a situation where now we still have a lot of that ICM pressure. A lot of players back in the day just tended to kind of decide, well, I'm either going to raise my hand or I'm going to fold my hand, but it was almost like taboo to limp. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think complexity is interesting, and you know, solvers have definitely added some complexity to the pre-flop game. I kind of think that if you go back 15 years or more, you know, people played pre-flop quite a bit simpler, right? It was just kind of raise or fold to come in. Not nearly as much 3-betting or 4-betting or those things, and normally when they did, the sizes were certain. Now people limp, people raise, sometimes multiple raise sizes. It's very interesting. But yeah, you know, I also think, you know, I'm actually wondering myself, right, like, what do solvers say versus what are people just doing? Like, I know that solvers, in particular, for example, for chips, have like big limping ranges, especially at like 12.5 blinds, right? If you're talking about chip EV. But I'm not sure. I mean, like, my understanding of what solvers say about ICM ranges doesn't have a ton of limping. I mean, obviously, other than the small blind. But, you know, I mean, Ivan just did it on the button and with like 25 blinds. So you can always learn something new, because that wasn't something that was on my radar, so to speak, right? Like people in ICM spots limping the button with 20-something odd blinds. So I'm kind of curious to find out. I don't know, Maria, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it does, like, in theory, make sense to obviously have a limping range in a spot where, especially where you're, if you were to open on the button, you're opening into a big blind that has you covered. But also there is like a lot of value in the sense, especially when you are 25 bigs plus deep, to just be able to raise in position and, you know, take down the blinds. Sure, because the big blind has a bigger stack, they will be able to kind of defend more standard ranges as opposed to raising into, let's say, like a short stack, or, you know, somebody who you have covered when you're raising from the button. So I definitely understand that there's going to be like nuance in the reasoning behind it. But I think that, like you said, I think at the 25 big blind stack depth, it does start kind of getting a little bit muddled in terms of kind of the benefits outweighing some of the cons in terms of when you decide that you want to limp versus just try to open.
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty confident that based on solver stuff I've looked at, I've never seen like a ICM 25 big blind solution that involves limping on the button, right? Like, but you know, even whether or not it's like, let's say you were even to say it's like very slightly not as optimal as a raise only solution, or equivalent. I mean, it could become better if basically no one's used to seeing it, right? Because it's not something that people normally do, and like I'm saying, but I'm not 100% certain. I don't even think it's in ICM preflop solutions, right? Like I actually just looked at an unequal stack solver for like, as you were talking, with like button having 23, small blind having a lot, and like the big blind having 27, and it doesn't have the button ever limping, right? It's all either blue or red for fold or raise. So, you know, I'm not trying to say Ivan's doing something wrong necessarily. He could have done his own work with private stuff or something different than what I'm looking at. Or even if that's true, it's like there is something to be said about taking people out of their comfort zone. Like maybe he's has some things worked out about what he's doing with his ranges and how people react in this particular spot. And because nobody's doing it, he finds like people just play very badly versus it, and it more than makes up whatever like small EV loss it could technically have on some, you know, GTO solve, which is also very interesting if that's true. So, you know, that's why I think these things are kind of fun to watch and see what these players are coming up with, right? Because just because the solver says something does not mean it's the best way to play, right? Because a lot of the times, like what you're seeing in the solver is like it's playing against itself, like coming out with this strategy that like, you know, you can't perform better against it, but oftentimes against human beings, you can do much better than that, right? Which can even be shown in solvers if you like node lock and certain things, you can kind of get some effects like that about like what can exploiting do. And like, you know, even in solvers, for example, they're like super sensitive to, you know, the outputs. Like a solve could say, oh, this is the best way to play because your opponent's going to do this. But then if you tweak what your opponent's doing even a little bit, sometimes it can drastically change what you're supposed to do, right? So I don't know. It's a really interesting kind of rabbit hole, I guess, that I'm going to stop going down and pull myself out of before I drown.
Yeah, well, I won't take you too much deeper into the rabbit hole, but I do think you make a really good point about just, you know, somebody who maybe is unfamiliar with seeing that might not have a great response for, you know, somebody limping on the button there. And when you account for that, like you said, maybe it does make up for the fact that it may not be necessarily solver approved. And I think that's the baseline that players should be taking, especially in live tournaments. And I mean, you would know this better than anyone because you're a veteran of the game and you learned poker way before solvers came about. And so there is something to be said with, of course, use the tools that are at our disposal now, you know, such as solvers and, you know, a bunch of these training sites that are teaching you how to optimize. But at the same time, I think because we are humans and we play imperfectly, and that's why you do want to take exploits, I think it's really important to still end up having all of those deviations and having that as a part of your repertoire, and a part of your repertoire that you should be honing just as much as you are studying solvers.
Yes, for sure. I mean, a lot of the big money in poker comes from exploiting. Always has. It's not something that's changed. And also, as I think I mentioned this really early in the broadcast, but generally, but not always, through aggression as well. So exploiting people properly and aggression, and yeah. I mean, that's where a lot of money in poker is made.
Back to the hand in progress, we have Amarim with King 6 of hearts from the cutoff against Moraes' 9s in the small blind. Fourth club rolls off, which does give Moraes a flush.
Well, this is the only way he's going to get money on the river, by checking and getting Ruben to bluff. Because certainly Ruben will not call a bet with only king high. And Ruben, again, going to feel compelled to bluff. I mean, having no pair at this point is a pretty compelling reason to bluff. And it feels like a pretty, I mean, easy is strong perhaps, but like a hard pressed to see him folding this. I will say that. Yeah. I just feel like as played on the river, when you check after this action, you're kind of just looking to call a bet, especially one that's well under the size of the pot.
I tried king 6, so I think I'm a bad player.
Yeah, I guess also I'm going to clarify really briefly. When I say aggression, I do mean being aggressive, but obviously, you know, everything is kind of like needs to be dialed in at the right amount. So you don't want to just be insanely aggressive. Maybe it would be like selective aggression. But just like in general in poker, you want to think like, what are the ways that you can win a pot? Well, you can win a pot by showing down the best hand, or you can win a pot by betting and having your opponent fold. That's like pretty much the two ways you win a hand. So if you're not aggressive, let's say, oh, they have this thing like the aggression factor or whatever. If your aggression factor is 0, which means you never bet or raise, you can only win the pot by showing down the best hand. Whereas through betting and raising, you can win a pot by having your opponent fold, which then obviously gets into bluffing or sort of semi-bluffing or bluffing with equity. So, you know, it's not like you need to be insane. And in fact, people that are insanely aggressive are oftentimes not winning. But being aggressive enough, and if you look at solver outputs, I mean, one of the things you notice is that solvers are pretty aggressive. Solvers are kind of crazy at times in certain spots. They're selective, but they go for it. And they can find ways to bluff in spots that's very difficult for humans to figure out. And yeah, it's definitely part of a winning poker player's game, especially the top guys. And there's almost nobody in poker who's like a great world-class player and you're like, oh no, that guy's like just a uber net. Like literally nobody. Never happened.
That's true.
Yeah.
9-way without Uber.
I mean, with the exception of, I mean, and I'm partly kidding when I say this, but you know, like Helmuth can be kind of nitty, but he's also he has some like random aggression with certain kind of hand classes that you don't really see people get aggressive with normally too. It's you know, Helmuth is obviously just a one-of-a-kind player, though, definitely not taking anything away from him. But if there was, you know, a player that is...
Maria, don't let his verbal bullshit fool you. There are times when Helmuth is not nitty at all. I mean, listen, like, obviously sometimes it's true. And I don't want to go too deep in the weeds of analyzing Phil's game, you know, on a live stream. But you know, Phil is definitely, I mean, the guy's like, I've been at poker tables with him when he's talking all kinds of nonsense, and he's like raising more and 3-betting more hands than anyone at the table. Talking about, you know, it's like, you know, yes, sometimes he can make big folds, even ridiculous folds, even incorrect ridiculous folds, but he definitely has gears where he can be very aggressive. And even as you said, find 3-bets with just like total garbage that obviously he's not using cards. It's just like, I'm going to win this pot, or I have a read, or whatever he's thinking. But yeah, so nah, Phil's not a net. Even though he likes to fantasize as one, and yeah, sometimes makes silly folds, but
Match. Raise. Senior. 100. Rubem fold. Gabriel fold. Rafael fold. Hugo fold. Zach fold.
Mehdi coming in with the raise with the Jack 10 of clubs.
Nossa, all in. Match.
All in from Sagra, who came in as the shortest stack. Finally picks up a hand that he wants to go with here. Pocket queens. Doesn't get any better than this when you've got sub 10 big blinds.
All right, he's going to spin the wheel.
Two unders to the pair of queens, but they are suited and connected. King 9-6 rainbow flop.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, now you don't want to see a queen if you're a Sagra. And the river is the 8 of diamonds, so gonna double up here, which does put, I believe, now who becomes the shorter stack. Let's see, coming into the final 9. We had Tavares as the second shortest stack. Not sure what he's up to at this point. But still on the money bubble.
Still, yeah, block it. Thank you. Now we are battle.
That's good.
Well, Mehdi here was trying to end the bubble for everybody. Just called it with the Jack 10 suited, but did not work out. So we will keep on trucking here in Sao Paulo on the bubble.
Gabriel raise. 100. 100. Rafael fold. Hugo fold. Zach fold. Massa.
Is that ace-4 suited on the button? Possible 3-bet candidate. He found the 3-bet previously with like king 7 suited. This is actually a more standard 3-bet candidate than that.
290.
Going for it again.
Yeah, and does end up taking kind of that same bigger sizing that he took when he did 3-bet the king 7 suited as well.
Yeah, I just find that in these spots, like 20 bigs, usually solvers are going like 2.5x here at final tables, just because how much the chips are actually worth. You actually generate quite a bit of fold equity without going 3x. But Tavares kind of has not a great hand when you get 3-bet. But will he find the 4-bet jam? The answer is no, which is totally reasonable. because that would have been quite the play. And Masato takes it down this time. So he's, 1 for 2. One of them got through, one of them didn't.
Button, Ivan, small, med, big blind.
Does feel like the players are kind of reaching this lull in the night, definitely getting late. They were a little bit more talkative, a little bit more animated a few hours before, but obviously at this point, just a long day kind of taking its toll, and also in a spot where you obviously need to be paying attention to everything that's going on, all of the changing stack sizes, and making sure that you're hyper aware at this stage.
Ruben, raise. Samuel, Gabriel fold, Rafael fold, Hugo fold, Jess fold, Masato fold.
Vontade de confiar nos meus instintos.
10-9 suited solid hand. He is under the gun 9, but also the chip leader, so I'd say this is a pretty standard open. But there are definitely people at this table who would fold the same hand under the gun 9 with shorter chip stacks.
Exactly. Small blind, Ruben, big blind.
By the way, I like a lot the videos that SmartX posts on YouTube.
Cool.
Yeah, I watch them all. It's pretty cool.
Tavares passing on the ace-10 off, first act. Machado with the king-queen suited, going to come in for the race.
Ooh, ace-jack off on the button. This... He covers them, which is relevant. I mean, I feel like this is a 250K spot. Make it 250K. But this is a very interesting hand because... Yeah, so 270. King Queen suited is a very interesting hand to get 3-bet with because it is kind of a hand that solvers like. Doing some 4-bet ripping in these spots. Although, look, wow. Oh, wow, the small blind.
Oh. Yeah. Chowie folds the jacks from the small blind. Facing a raise and a 3-bet. What do you think, Brian?
I mean, I'm not 100% certain, but listen, I won't be shocked if he 4-bet rips this. I do think this is has the kind of setup for a spot where King Queen suited is kind of one of the hands solvers really like to make moves with here. Like, as in you're gonna do it with your really good hands like Ace King or whatever, but sometimes you find King Queen suited doing it. But yeah, I mean, passing is obviously fine, I guess, like moving on to the next hand. But yeah, I mean, King Queen just it has some nice properties in that you are blocking some of the hands that are 3-bet calling you. Yeah, I don't know. I can't give all the reasons off the top of my head. I just do know that solvers like King Queen suited in some of those spots is like a magic hand to find some 4-bet aggression with.
Rafael. Rafael fold, Hugo fold, Jack fold, Masato fold. Inácio. Fold, Ivan fold, Magic. Fold, Ruben.
Here we are, a little blind versus blind battle. And the small blind gonna go all in.
E Gabriel fold. 2.025.
Bom size.
Na medida.
Ruben. É o Bulton, Gabriel. Small. E Rafael Obi.
You call if it is 1.8 million?
Maybe.
Yeah.
More confident. More aggressive.
Yeah, 2 million is too big.
Essa bolha não vai acabar hoje.
É, uma hora vai. Uma hora vai.
Hugo raise. 100. Same way.
Machado under the gun with Ace King. Gonna raise to 100K.
Ivan fold. Matt. Matt fold. Ruben fold. Gabriel fold. Rafael. Rafael call.
Folds around to Marias in the big blind. Death call with King 10 offsuit is dominated here.
Rafael, check. Rafael, check. Hugo, passou. Hugo, bet, 110 mil. Rafael fold. Gabriel, 110. Isso, Rafa fold. Gabriel é o button,
Play till
Rafael
the
é o
bubble
small,
burst, right?
e o Hugo
Or more?
No, I think we
Play
finished
more?
level, yeah, we end the level 21.
The next one.
Sim, ok.
Espera que eu...
Just a quick heads up to the viewers that are watching right now. In a few minutes or so, I believe that because YouTube has a 12-hour max stream restriction, we're going to hit that 12-hour mark fairly soon. And at that time, this YouTube stream will end, and you will need to come back to the BSOP English YouTube page to find the new link for the new stream, but we will be back up and running right away, so don't worry. We're going to make sure that you don't miss the action as we are still on the money bubble here in the 20K USD event.
Raise. Gabriel raise. 100 mil. 100. Rafael. Rafael fold. Tudo call. Check. Gabriel.
Interesting spot for Gabriel. I mean, obviously the flop's better for him as the raiser, but also his range is quite a bit tighter than normal, given how short he is. So that kind of makes the flop even a little bit better than normal. But I mean, Hugo does have a queen. And he is getting like almost 5-1.
Hugo check. Gabriel.
Turn is the jack of spades. Machado checks. Tavares checks back, and the river's the 3 of diamonds.
Após as duas mãos, cada jogador receberá envelope baixo e uma folha de picado. O valor preencher com elegível e sem amigos. Não esqueça de colocar o CPF ou o número de documento ao qual você registra, tanto na folha de picado como no saquinho. Não esqueça de sacar seus telegramas.
River goes check, check. Tavares gonna win with top pair.
Yeah, very happy to do so. Definitely, if you're Tavares, you're cognizant of the like chips won are not worth as much as chips lost math.
Looking at showdown percentage here. Just another stat that we have just to keep track of, you know, how the players have been playing, whether again it's the aggression frequency that we've seen, whether it's, you know, V pips, and here showdown percentages. Just a little added information for the viewers out there to follow along with all of the action. And we are still going to continue to play on tonight till the end of level 21.